Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 311 to 330. After the group of traffickers locked the door and left, little Shido, who had mixed in the crowd in a low-key manner, stood up and went to the place that Sun Yaoyong was being hung. He lifted his arms and supported the soles of his feet. This caused the pressure on Sun Yaoyong's arms to decrease significantly. He lowered his head to look at the scrawny young boy under his feet. He was around 6 to 7 years old and had a small stature, yet he worked so hard to support him that his face had turned completely red. Sun Yaoyong felt very moved, and said to him, "Thank you. You won't be able to support me, so don't waste your energy. If you succeeded in prying open the window, it would benefit everyone. If you failed, you would be the only one who gets punished. It's too unfair. It's all right, I'll do what I can. I believe that someone will come save us soon. Let's endure this together." Little Shitu's body had been nourished with mystic stone water for 2 years, so even though he had a short stature, he was stronger than most children. After wiping his mucus and tears, the chubby boy also got up and went to little Shitu's side. He gave him a big thumbs up and said, "You are both amazing, and I, Lu Xiaohu, admires righteous people the most. I'll help you, too." He was half a head taller than little Shido, so he didn't need to raise his hands high to touch Sun Yaoyong's feet. He took one of Sun Yaoyong's feet from little Shitu's hands and placed it on his own head. With one hand holding Sun Yaoyong's feet, he rubbed his grumbling stomach with his other hand, sighing, "If I'm full, I can support him alone. I'm really hungry right now, so I feel flustered and my legs are shaky." Seeing that there were people helping him, the coward, who betrayed Sun Yaoyong, cried in a low voice, "He caused everyone to go hungry, yet you guys are still helping him. Aren't you afraid of angering those people and getting beaten up along with him?" Little Shido saw that the others all looked at the coward with disdain, so he fanned the flames and said, "Had you not acted panicky, how would the bad guys notice? If you didn't sell him out, the window would have probably been pried open by now and everyone would have escaped. It's all your fault. You ruined it for everyone." The slightly older girl spat at the coward and said, "Wang Xiaonian, you coward who can't accomplish anything yet spoils the good things. Do you know after tonight, we will be sold to some unknown place? You ruined our last chance to escape. Why don't you go die?" The others all showed an angry expression upon hearing this. No one knew who initiated it, but over a dozen boys rushed forward and started beating the coward. The fellow let out an earth-shattering scream in hope that someone would come save him. While Wang Xiaonian shrieked endlessly, little Shido and the chubby boy notified Sun Yaoyong before they swiftly let go of his feet and squatted in a corner. Monkey, who was next door, heard the commotion and went over impatiently to check on the situation. Seeing Wang Xiaonian being surrounded, he gloated and said, "Pay attention when fighting and don't kill him. Otherwise, I won't spare you guys." He left after saying that. Wang Xiaonian thought that those people would help him since he gained merit for exposing the escape plan. He hadn't expected that the other party didn't even bother to look at him. He could only hold his head and howl in despair as he endured the beating of the group. The chubby boy and little Shido continued to support Sun Yaoyong's weight. Seeing that little Shido and the chubby boy's foreheads were covered with sweat, 2 taller boys quickly came to take over their place. Children still had relatively simple and lovely hearts, so they could still maintain a kind and righteous side in difficult times. From time to time, little Shido would turn his head to listen to the movement, and constantly glanced at the gap between the door. After the guys next door filled their stomachs and took a short break, most of them went out to look for prey again. Only 2 to 3 people stayed behind to guard them. Among the people who stayed behind was Monkey. He said to the other 2 people, "With the door locked, the brats won't be able to come out anyways. It's so hard to stand out here on such a cold day. Why don't we, brothers, go gamble next door?" There was no way that the other 2 would disagree. An hour later, the 3 men were too busy gambling to notice that a little black wolf dog coming in from a dog hole in the thicket, and it was followed by a small white puppy. The 2 little fellows crept to the room where the goods were locked, and carefully squeezed through the gap between the door. "Little Black, Little White, you guys finally came." Seeing that Little Black had brought Little White with him, little Shido knew that they were going to be saved. He was very confident in his second sister. As long as his second sister knew about this, she would definitely be able to rescue them. Sun Yaoyong, who was hung on the beam, was delighted to see the two puppies. He whispered, "You Fan, are they your dogs? Quickly tear off a piece of cloth and write a message for your dog to send out. Based on my observation earlier, there are at least 15 to 16 people in this group, and they are all vicious outlaws. Tell your family to report the crime to the Yamen and bring more bailiffs over. No, the Yamen should be on vacation now. Ask your family to go to the Tianjin garrison and look for Commander Sun. Just tell him that his son got kidnapped and ask him to bring his soldiers to save people." Hearing this, little Shido looked at him in surprise and said, "Sun Yaoyong, so you're the commander's son ah? Why didn't you bring more bodyguards when going out?" Sun Yaoyong smiled bitterly and said, "Who would have thought that shopping would bring such a disaster? It's hard to buy foreknowledge even if one has money ah." Little Shido took out a handkerchief from his chest pocket, looked at his finger, and then bit on it mercilessly. Beside him, the chubby boy reminded him, "Are you dumb? You're not using other people's readily available blood, and using your own." Looking in the direction that his mouth gestured at, he saw that Wang Xiaonian's nose was bleeding for a long time after being beaten. When little Shido walked over, the coward hugged his head with fright and shouted, "Don't hit me. I don't dare to do it again." Little Shido suppressed his disgust and dipped his finger in the fellow's blood. He thought over Sun Yaoyong's words, and then wrote it down on the handkerchief. After that, he tied the handkerchief around Little White's neck. In his heart, Little White was more reliable than Little Black. Little White was somewhat averse to the smell of blood, but it understood the importance of the matter. It bared its teeth and endured it. Little White communicated with Little Black and decided to have Little Black guard the thicket while it went back. It carried the life-saving handkerchief outside and returned to Xiaoxiao and Xiaolian, who were waiting close by. Xiaoxiao saw it and said to Xiaolian, "Take Little White and find eldest brother. After that, split up to go to the Yamen and the garrison. Tell them to quickly send men over to save those poor children." Xiaolian nodded and worriedly asked, "What about you?" Yu Xiaoxiao replied, "I'll guard here in case those traffickers notice and take them to another place." Xiaolian looked at her worriedly and said, "Why don't I wait here, and you go find eldest brother? Stop wasting time. Just do as I say and quickly go find help." The firmness within Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes was unshakable. Yu Xiaolian knew that it was useless to say anything else, so she followed Little White to find her eldest brother. Under Little White's guidance, Xiaolian soon reunited with Yu Heng and explained the situation to him. Yu Heng told Xiaolian to report the case to the Yamen, while he went to send the message to Commander Sun's residence in Tanggu Town. He knew that he was unfamiliar with the direction to the garrison, and he also didn't have any transportation. It was better to inform the Sun family and let them think of a solution. At this time, Commander Sun's family was already in a disorder. Madame Sun nearly fainted when she found out that her only son had disappeared. However, she was indeed the commander's wife. She stayed calm in this critical situation and immediately sent someone to the garrison to tell her husband about the situation. Tanggu Town was less than 10 kilometers away from the garrison, and it would only take an hour for a fast steed to travel to and fro. By the time Yu Heng arrived at the Sun estate, Commander Sun was getting ready to take a team of soldiers to search for his beloved son on the streets. Things also went relatively smoothly on Yu Xiaolian's side. Due to Royal Prince Yang, County Magistrate Zhao paid special attention to the Yu family. As soon as he heard that someone from Dongshan Village's Yu family reported a case, he summoned her in without delay. After Xiaolian told him about the case, County Magistrate Zhao immediately became serious. Children had been disappearing from Tanggu Town year after year, but there were especially more cases this year. There were over 20 children, and thus, this was a very serious matter. He immediately gathered all the bailiffs in the Yamen and asked Xiaolian to lead the way. He had to personally lead the bailiffs to catch those atrocious human traffickers. At a location some distance away from the alley, Yu Xiaoxiao blocked the two groups who came to save people, Magistrate Zhao, Commander Sun. In my younger brother's message, he stated that there were currently 3 people guarding there and the rest had gone out. With the commotion that you guys made earlier, some of the criminals must have noticed. If you want to get rid of all the outlaws, we must plan thoroughly. With the resourceful Commander Sun here, they quickly came up with a detailed plan to arrest the criminals. First, he told County Magistrate Zhao to aimlessly patrol the streets with the bailiffs, and he would search for his missing son with his men. In this way, the traffickers would think that the authorities hadn't found their hideout. When the criminals let down their guard and all returned to the place that the children were kept, they would catch them all at once. However, there was a very important role in this plan. They needed a child to pretend to be abducted and secretly check whether all the traffickers had returned. While the children were being transferred, the child had to signal the officers and soldiers, who were lying in ambush outside. At that time, the criminal would be caught in the act and have no other choice but to be arrested. But it wasn't completely safe for the child, who acted as an undercover agent. If the outlaws were driven to act in desperation, they would very likely hurt the child. After speaking, Commander Sun turned his gaze to Xiaoxiao and her sister. Yu Hang hastily stepped forward and said, "I'll go. I'm a boy, and I have the ability to protect myself in danger." Commander Sun looked at him and shook his head, saying, "Your age and physique will cause the criminals to be on guard. To be able to complete this task more successfully, it must be someone who the criminals wouldn't feel threatened by." Yu Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and said, "Eldest brother, I'll go. Younger sister, I'm a fast runner and I'm also stronger than you. I'll go." Yu Xiaolian was eager to protect her younger sister and didn't care about the danger. She very actively expressed her will to be the spy. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her solemnly and said to Commander Sun, "It's decided. I'll go." Commander Sun was very satisfied with Xiaoxiao's weak appearance. He said, "Compared with this little girl, you are less likely to arouse the suspicion of the traffickers. Rest assured, I will have the archers hide in ambush on top of the houses nearby. We will prioritize the safety of you and the children, and do our best to ensure that you won't get hurt. But you should also know that scene would become chaotic at that time and that the swords don't have eyes. If you're afraid, you can choose not to go." "No, I'll go. My younger brother is still waiting for me to save him." Yu Xiaoxiao recalled the blood stain on the handkerchief. If her younger brother was injured, she had mystic stone water in her hands that could give her younger brother and the children timely treatment. Commander Sun revealed an admiring expression and nodded. Women are indeed not inferior to men. Such a good child. After making all the arrangements, Commander Sun led a group of soldiers and anxiously searched around in the market. The child traffickers, who were hidden in the dark, observed their movements. "Boss, I heard that the young master of the commander's family is lost, so Commander Sun is personally searching for him with his men. As for the people from the yamen, a child was reported missing." Knowing this, the county magistrate sent the bailiffs out to patrol. Old Fifth entered a dark alleyway, where Boss Yin was waiting with an unconscious child. Touching the big mole on his face, Boss Yin said to Old Fifth, "Tell the brothers to act according to the circumstances. If things don't work out, then return to the base camp first. There's already a lot of goods, so there's no need to take the risk." Old Fifth replied in assent, probed his head out to look outside the alley, and then walked into the crowd with his hands clasped together as if nothing happened. Commander Sun took his subordinates and shuttled through the market several times. After that, he had the soldiers split into groups and quietly hid near the rundown house that the children were locked in. They hid on the roofs and waited for his orders. "Father, Mother," Yu Xiaoxiao cried out as she walked slowly on a remote street, weeping. She was playing the role of a child who got separated from her parents. Today, she wore a semi-new cotton garment made of ordinary fabric. There weren't any patches on her clothes, and she appeared clean and refreshing. When parents took their children to the market, they usually took out their best clothes and put them on. In the eyes of the traffickers, she was a child from a family with decent living conditions in the village. They brought their child to play in the town, but she ended up getting lost in the crowd. How could the trafficker give up on such a good opportunity? She was soon targeted by one of the traffickers. The trafficker had a fair and refined appearance, and he was dressed in a long robe. If he didn't have a shifty gaze and an evil glint flashing through his eyes from time to time, he looked just like a student from an academy. He walked in front of Yu Xiaoxiao with a warm and gentle smile, and softly said, "Little girl, did you get separated from your family?" Yu Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes, which had turned red from her rubbing, and sniffed her nose. She glanced at him with a slightly timid gaze, and then lowered her head again. She nodded hastily and replied in a low voice, The refined-looking trafficker said, "Which village is your family from? I'll see if any of my classmates came from the same village." "Don't be scared, I'm not a bad person. I'm a student from Qingfang Academy. The school break just started today, so I came to buy New Year goods." Yu Xiaoxiao feigned a relaxed expression and named a village that was about 30 to 40 kilometers away from town. She lifted her small face and said, "Our village's older brother Li Lei is a student of Qingfang Academy. Do you know him?" "Of course I know him." Seeing that his prey had been hooked, the trafficker quickly said, "It's great that you know someone in our academy. Li Lei plans on going back tomorrow. Why don't you come to the academy with me, and he can take you along when he goes back tomorrow? What do you think?" "But, I need to find my parents." Yu Xiaoxiao wiped the corner of her eyes with a handkerchief that was soaked in ginger juice. With tears flowing down her face unceasingly, she cried very pitifully. The only doubt within the trafficker's heart was also dispelled, and he inwardly rejoiced at his luck. He feigned a concerned expression and said, "There's so many people on the street. You might not be able to find your parents even if you search until nightfall. Why don't we go get your older brother Li Lei and go search for your parents with you, okay?" Yu Xiaoxiao nodded reluctantly. The trafficker led the way in front, and from time to time, he would turn his head to say a few words of comfort to her. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer people, and the streets were becoming more and more remote. Yu Xiaoxiao pretended to notice that there was something wrong, and asked with slight panic, Where are you taking me? This doesn't look like the way to the academy." The trafficker forced out a slight smile and said, "The academy is where students study, so it's naturally not located within the bustling market. We'll reach Qingfang Academy soon. Do you see that alleyway? It's inside that alleyway." Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head and wanted to go back as she said, "When we came out, my father told me that I can't follow a stranger, especially to a place with little people. Big brother, I'll wait for you here while you go get older brother Li Lei." Seeing that they weren't very far from the base camp and there wasn't anyone in sight, the trafficker revealed a ferocious expression and sneered, "Now, there's nothing you can do. Come with me obediently, or else don't say that I didn't warn you." With eyes full of fear, Yu Xiaoxiao's complexion was pale and she was about to run away. She was blocked by the trafficker after only running a few steps. He impatiently grabbed her arm, and then covered Yu Xiaoxiao's mouth and nose with a dirty handkerchief. "Be careful, there's chloroform on the handkerchief." The little divine stone warned her in her mind. Just as the handkerchief covered her nose, Yu Xiaoxiao held her breath, relaxed her body, and slowly fell down. Fortunately, the trafficker was holding her arm, so she didn't fall on the ground. To refuse a toast only to be forced to drink is a forfeit. The trafficker looked around, lifted his prey onto his shoulder, and swiftly entered the nearby alley. Most of the alleyways in Tanggu town were connected. After making 7 or 8 turns, he soon reached the base camp where the children were locked. After he carefully knocked a secret signal on the door, and the door quickly opened from within. Monkey was the one who opened the door. After letting the refined-looking trafficker in, he looked behind him again. Seeing that nothing was wrong, he carefully closed the door again. "Scholar, good going. You brought another back. You got a total of 4 goods today, which is the most among the brothers. When you receive the payment, remember to treat us, brothers, to a drink." Monkey laughed as he patted the refined-looking trafficker's shoulder enviously. Scholar chuckled and said, "Rest assured. The quality of the goods is pretty good this time, so they should be able to sell for a good price. At that time, I will treat you guys to a feast at Junshou restaurant." "Valiant, straightforward. You're indeed a good friend." Monkey walked beside him and said, "Among the goods, there's a son of an official. It's pretty risky on the streets, so many of the brothers have come back ahead of time. Only you and Boss Yin successfully caught a prey." Scholar also nodded and said, "There's enough goods already, so it's better to be more cautious." Boss made the right decision. Little Black, who was hiding in the thicket, almost jumped out. "What's going on? Did Master Xiaoxiao also get kidnapped? What should I do?" The chain on the door made a loud noise. The child supporting Sun Yaoyong quickly let go of his feet and squatted in a corner. Monkey opened the door and looked at the huddled children with a frown. He walked in and nudged Wang Xiaonian, who had been beaten unconscious, with his feet. He angrily shouted at them, "Who beat him? Come out. You beat him until he looks like a pig's head. How am I supposed to sell him?" The children huddled together, and didn't dare to look at him. Monkey was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and pulled a child out, wanting to vent his anger by hitting him. "Scholar, put Yu Xiaosao on the ground and stopped him. We're changing locations tonight. Don't cause unnecessary trouble." Monkey threw the child to the ground, and the child fell down. With a pout on his face, he looked very pitiful, as if he wanted to cry but didn't dare to cry. When Monkey and Scholar was about to go out, a timid voice sounded among the children, "The one hanging up there is about to die." Scholar looked up and saw Sun Yaoyang's white and bloodless complexion. His lips were ghastly pale, and he appeared to be unconscious. Thus, he quickly said to Monkey, "Take him down. He's one of the better quality goods. If something really happens, then we're the ones at a loss." Monkey took out a dagger, which was the one he confiscated from Sun Yaoyang. He cut the ropes around Sun Yaoyang's hands, put him down, and got a bowl of water. He said to the children who were huddled together, "Give him a drink of water. If he dies, I'll make you pay with your life." After saying that, he followed Scholar and walked out of the room. The chubby boy lightly pushed little Shido with his body and whispered, Go take a look at Sun Yaoyang. He must feel so uncomfortable after hanging up there for so long. Hey, where are you going?" Little Shido crawled on all fours to the young girl, who was quietly lying on the ground, and softly called, "Sister. Second sister." He moved away the strands of hair on Yu Xiaosao's face and saw her face clearly. He anxiously pushed her and called in a low voice, Second sister, why are you also abducted here? Second sister, quickly wake up." The chubby boy was about to feed Sun Yaoyang with some water, but when he saw this, he quickly put down the bowl of water and went over to little Shido. He patted little Shitu's shoulders, and said, "Hey, your family is seriously quite unlucky to lose two children at once. Didn't you just say that your second sister will definitely save you? Well, isn't this great? She couldn't save you and ended up getting caught herself. Can we still get out?" Seeing that the bad guys had left, Sun Yaoyang stopped pretending to be unconscious. He comforted little Shido, "Don't worry. Your second sister is just unconscious due to the drug. She will wake up after a while." Right after he finished talking, Yu Xiaosao stopped pretending and sat up from the ground. She calmly looked at 20 or so children of varying ages. She said to little Shido reassuringly, "It's okay. I was afraid that you would be scared, so I purposely got kidnapped to accompany you." Little Shido became anxious. "Second sister, if you're also here, then who will save us? Those bad guys said that they will take us away on a ship and sell us to the south." Yu Xiaosao gave him a reassuring expression, looked at Sun Yaoyang, who was lying on the ground with a face full of cold sweat, and said, "There seems to be something wrong with that child. Go feed him some water." Yu Xiaosao took out a little bottle and dripped a drop of mystic stone water into a bowl of water. She said to Sun Yaoyang, "I've studied medicine before. If you trust me, you need to drink this. It will benefit your body." Partly because he was also thirsty, Sun Yaoyang downed the water without hesitation. Yu Xiaosao used the last bits of water in the bowl to clean the wound on his wrist. After that, she dripped the mystic stone water on the wound and told little Shido to tear 2 pieces of cloth from Sun Yaoyang's underclothes to bandage the wound. Sun Yaoyang moved his wrist and gasped in surprise, "It doesn't hurt anymore." "You're so skillful," little Shido proudly replied. "Of course, do you know whose second sister she is?" "My second sister is so amazing she even helped treat the royal prince. She made the medicine in the bottle herself and she even knows how to craft pesticide that can kill locusts." Sun Yaoyang looked at Yu Xiaosao in surprise, "So the pesticide for locusts were made by your family?" "During fall, we also bought some and managed to cultivate a batch of fall vegetables. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any vegetables to eat this winter." Yu Xiaosao told her younger brother to support the fellow so he could sit with his back to the wall, and then whispered, "Now is not the time to speak of such things. Commander Sun has already come up with a rescue plan, so all we need to do is to wait for the bad guys to come back to strike." Sun Yaoyong's face brightened with glee, and he murmured, I got it, you must have intentionally gotten yourself caught to become an inside agent, right? You're amazing. But aren't you afraid? I was quite afraid when I initially got here. However, my father said, the more scared I am, the more I shouldn't express it, and the more I should overcome my fears to calm down, only then will I be able to think of a countermeasure. Too bad my dagger was taken away by the bad guys, or else I would have escaped a long time ago. Even if you pried the window open, you wouldn't necessarily be able to escape either. Little Shido slowly analyzed for him. Firstly, you're unfamiliar with your surroundings. Even if you got out, you wouldn't know where to run, and it's easy to run into a dead end. Secondly, those child traffickers will definitely have their eyes and ears nearby. You might be discovered the moment you stepped out of here. Hearing his words, Sun Yaoyong lowered his head and said, now that I've heard this, I suddenly feel like I'm quite stupid. I've exposed myself too early and caused my dagger to be confiscated. I've gratuitously suffered for an entire afternoon. The chubby boy squeezed over while they were talking and complained, when are the authorities coming to rescue us? I'm about to die of hunger. Could it be that those bad people want us to faint from hunger so that they would even be able to save on chloroform? The three of them exchanged glances, and then Yu Xiaosao sighed, the local authorities probably won't come, I hadn't been able to report to them before I got caught. With a look of despair, the chubby boy exclaimed, what? Doesn't this mean that no one is coming to rescue us? We'd be sold into prostitution to sell our butts. Wah! I don't want to. Father, mother, the others, who strained their ears to listen in, also anguished when they heard the chubby boy's cries. Yu Xiaosao thought, now this is better. Fortunately, the two people before didn't notice, or else all the children here would have been exposed earlier. Why would a group of children, who got kidnapped, not panic or get upset, but were filled with hope instead? If she didn't lie and tell them that there was no rescue, the child traffickers would definitely be able to detect the incongruity when they returned. It wasn't known which child started it, but slowly, the cries merged together. The chubby boy cried for a while before turning to Yu Xiaosao, big sister, did you bring anything to eat? My father said, even in death we must be a satisfied ghost. Oh, right, I'm called Li Xiaohu. My father runs an armed escort organization in the capital. Nanping village is our hometown. We came back to worship our ancestors. So this little boy's father was a martial artist, no wonder he talked with the righteousness of a hero. Yu Xiaosao took out a small bag of jerky and shared among them. The situation could change at any moment, she could at least ensure that they would have the energy to react if they ate. One by one, the child traffickers returned as the sky turned dark. Boss Yin did a headcount and, after realizing two of his subordinates were missing, he turned his questioning gaze towards the rest of his brothers. Old Fifth's face crumpled. Wild Boar and Leopard were unlucky. They were discovered just as they took action, and the patrolling bailiff was just nearby, so they got caught red-handed. Boss Yin paused in his movements and his face darkened, turning to address his brothers, we shouldn't stay here for long, let's relocate immediately. Old Fifth worriedly replied, but it has only just turned dark, not to mention we're also bringing children along with us, so we're more likely to attract other people's attention with so many people. The bailiffs on the street haven't even left yet. Boss Yin said to Scholar, go and check if the horse carriage is here. Knock the children out and place them in chests. We'll act as bodyguards escorting cargo. We'll be safe once we're out of the town gates. There's definitely risks, but if we keep waiting, I'm afraid sooner or later Wild Boar will give in to the Yaman's torture and sell us out. Since they already made the decision to relocate, Monkey brought a few of the brothers to chase the group of children out of the room. They shouted and shoved at them as though they were herding goats. There were a total of 28 children, consisting of both boys and girls. Seeing that they would be immediately brought away, the unpredictable future and the possibility that they would never be able to see their parents again made the children wail. Monkey was afraid that their wails would alert the neighboring residents, so he strangled one of the children who cried the loudest, menacingly frightening them, shut up. I will strangle anyone who cries. The child in his hands had already been strangled until his face turned blue and his eyes rolled back. The other children were so afraid that they covered their own mouths, shedding silent tears. Monkey grinned with satisfaction and dropped the child. He couldn't really strangle him to death. A child could sell from 10 to a few dozen taels. Boss Yin glanced at him and said, "At midnight, a buyer will be waiting nearby the port. Our mission is to bring the goods to the port, so be on high alert. Whether we can get through this year prosperously will depend on this deal." Yu Xiaosao had already gotten a rough understanding of the number of child traffickers from the children, so she carefully hid among the children and did a head count. Subconsciously, she furrowed her brows when she noticed that scholar, who had caught her, was missing. They had to arrest all of these child traffickers in one attempt, or else it would bring danger to her family. However, Boss Yin ran his gaze over his subordinates and ordered, "What are you waiting for? Get to work." Monkey and a few other child traffickers used the handkerchiefs in their hands to cover the mouths and noses of a few children nearby, causing them to fall to the ground unconscious. Yu Xiaosao grew increasingly distressed as the number of unconscious children continued to increase, although scholar still had yet to return. What to do? What to do? If she were to send the signal now, she was afraid that scholar might be able to escape from arrest. But if she didn't send the signal now, she would be knocked out very quickly. Fortunately, she and little Shido were at the far back of the group of children. The children at the front put up a struggle and disturbed Monkey in his work, which was able to buy her some time. But even then, the number of unconscious children kept increasing, and there were fewer and fewer children who were standing. When there were only 6 children left, scholar returned from the outside and said to Boss Yin, "We're set. Everything is prepared, we can start loading the cargo." The other child traffickers bent down to pick up the unconscious children and prepared to put them into chests. At this moment, the dirty handkerchief in Monkey's hand moved towards Yu Xiaosao. Yu Xiaosao whispered to the children by her side, "At the count of 3, squat down. 1, 2, 3. At the instant she counted to the number 3, Yu Xiaosao triggered the signal in her hands. It was like a firework that shot up into the sky, emitting a sharp whistling noise. Yu Xiaosao, along with little Shido, Sun Yaoyong and little Fatty, who were by her side, immediately squatted down and hugged their heads. Crap! Boss Yin felt that something was wrong and immediately threw aside the child in his hands. He drew out the blade at his waist and blocked a flying arrow that flew in his direction. The others weren't as lucky as him. The first ones to go were Monkey and the 4 other traffickers, who were walking towards Yu Xiaosao the other children. Arrows penetrated their chests and warm blood splattered on Yu Xiaosao and the children's faces. They were still children, after all, so they naturally trembled in fright and their faces paled when they witnessed the death of another person firsthand, especially upon seeing Monkey's bulging eyes. The chubby boy hugged little Shido and hid his face in the embrace like a frightened quail. The arrows continued to storm, and more child traffickers were felled. Boss Yin pulled one of the traffickers from his side to block an arrow headed his way. The arrow shot through his chest, and even until his last breath, he still stared disbelievingly at Boss Yin. The cunning and ruthless Boss Yin, along with Old Fifth and Scholar, retreated into the house. Out of 18 brothers, only the 3 of them were left. Old Fifth ran a hand over his face, wiping his face with blood. "Boss, what do we do?" he shouted in despair. "Block the door, Scholar. See if the alley behind the house is safe." Boss Yin panted, and it was clear that he was filled with fear. Scholar opened the window and carefully peered outside. His face paled visibly as he said, "Boss, there's an ambush at the back too. It's the people from the yamen." Boss Yin shut his eyes, and then opened them fiercely. "Luckily, I've prepared an escape route. Follow me." At the same time, some of the criminals in the courtyard died from the arrow storm, while the rest surrendered. Commander Sun glanced at his son, then commanded his subordinates to break open the doors to the courtyard. Old Fifth took out a bow from the house, held it in his hand, and said to Boss Yin with fierce determination, "Boss, you go. I will hold them down. Damn it, even if I die, I will drag some of them down with me." Boss Yin looked at him solemnly, and then said, "Old Fifth, I will avenge you." He brought Scholar into the inner room and removed the mat on the Kong bed along with a layer of wooden planks, revealing a dark tunnel underneath. Boss Yin entered the tunnel first, and Scholar followed suit. Old Fifth blocked the door from behind and shot arrows outside when he got the chance. Even the soldiers outside were unable to do anything about it within a short period of time. Commander Sun instructed part of his men to attract the criminals' attention at the front while he led 6 of his loyal subordinates to the side and entered through a broken window. One of his subordinates fought Old Fifth while another unlocked the door, allowing the soldiers to flood into the house. The stubborn Old Fifth was killed on the spot. Commander Sun checked the house and realized that the other 2 people had gone. It wasn't known when, but Yu Xiaosao squeezed her way into the house and pointed towards the inner room. There must be an underground tunnel inside. She immediately rushed in. Be careful. Commander Sun was so shocked that he was covered in cold sweat. If there was an ambush set up inside, this little girl would die. He rushed after her into the inner room, but there was no one in there, only Yu Xiaosao looking for something at a corner. Idiot. The Kong bed. The little divine stone reminded. Little White also found his way inside and jumped onto the Kong bed, using his little paws to claw at it. Yu Xiaosao took the opportunity to shout, "There's a problem with the Kong bed." Commander Sun immediately removed the mat and the planks on top of the Kong bed to reveal a dark tunnel. Without hesitation, Little White rushed into it, and Yu Xiaosao wanted to follow, but she was held back by Commander Sun, who had a firm grip on her arm. "Little girl, where did you get your guts? What would you do if there was an ambush set up by the criminals?" Commander Sun glared at her, then took the lead by jumping into the tunnel first. Yu Xiaosao followed closely behind him into the dark tunnel. A few steps in, Yu Xiaosao hit her nose on the jade belt Commander Sun wore around his waist, and the pain made her tear up. Commander Sun lit a flare, then turned around to look at her, sighing, "Be careful, and follow behind me closely." The 2 of them moved forward deeper into the tunnel with only the dim light guiding their way. Footsteps echoed from behind them, indicating that Commander Sun's subordinates had also followed them into the tunnel. The end of the tunnel was in the next alley. Boss Yin and Scholar were in a hurry, so they didn't even fill back the bricks that were supposed to be covering the ground. The alley connected everywhere, and the 2 child traffickers were already long gone, so which direction should they pursue? Commander Sun felt so frustrated. A Wu Tilda, a young howl, attracted Yu Xiaosao's attention. "Follow me," she told Commander Sun, then ran towards the source of the howl. Resignedly, Commander Sun trailed after her. It wasn't long before Yu Xiaosao saw Little White's figure. He turned his head to look at his little master before turning to run in another direction. Yu Xiaosao, Commander Sun and all of his subordinates followed from behind. In their escape, those 2 child traffickers had to constantly be on alert to avoid running into the bailiffs patrolling on the streets, while also being wary of the soldiers on their tail. They took twists and turns in the alleys, hoping to shake off their pursuers, but they could have never expected that the pursuing soldiers would have the help of a little wolf that was as good as a police dog. So, no matter how they turned, they still could not escape from the fate of being chased down. Night fell quietly. It was a moonless night as Tanggu Town slowly became enveloped in darkness. 2 dark figures cautiously climbed out of Tanggu Town through a gap in the town wall. Scholar peered behind him, whispering, "Big brother, we took so many turns and ran so many circles in town, so we should have lost them, right?" Furrowing his brows, Boss Yin said, "Better to be careful. Let's go to the port." Scholar sighed, "We've already lost the goods. How are we going to explain ourselves to the buyer? Damn it, who could have thought that there was a commander's son among them? This is just too unlucky." Boss Yin said, "There is hope as long as we're alive. We'll follow the merchant's ship to the south and seclude there for some time while we plan our next course of action. You can't run anymore. Surrender yourself." Commander Sun and his subordinates surrounded the 2 people in a circle, and told his vice commander, "Bring a group of soldiers with you to the docks and arrest everyone involved." Yu Xiaosao, seeing that the 2 child traffickers had already been tightly surrounded, moved into the side of the wall with Little White while attentively watching the scene. Although the 2 child traffickers put up a good fight, they were still no match for the soldiers and were quickly apprehended. Just as Yu Xiaosao breathed a sigh of relief, she felt a stranger's presence behind her. Inwardly, she shouted, "Shoot!" but she wasn't able to dodge away before a large hand picked her up from the ground and held a cold knife at her throat. "Stop!" Let go of my boss, or else I'll have her life. The croaky voice from behind Yu Xiaoxiao seemed to strain in the darkness. Damn it, how was there a person who was left out? It must be one of the people who were waiting out of town. Sigh, if she had known earlier, she would not have followed them here. Now she had become a burden for them. Yu Xiaoxiao was filled with regret. Commander Sun furrowed his brows, his fierce gaze seemingly piercing in the darkness. Put the child down, and I'll let you live, or else. Free my boss and scholar, or else I'll bring someone down with me even in death. The criminal holding Yu Xiaoxiao decided to burn his bridges. If he died, the child would die together with him. Yu Xiaoxiao really wanted to bravely say, "Don't worry about me." But she wasn't filming a movie. The knife on her throat had a high probability of cutting a major artery, and with the medical level of this time, she'd definitely be dead. Commander Sun tried to divert the criminal's attention in order to find an opportunity to rescue the hostage. You're too ambitious. What made you think one hostage could be exchanged for 3 lives? There is so much to lose in this deal. Tell you what, if you let the hostage go, I'll let one of you roam free. The man behind Yu Xiaoxiao pondered for a few moments, then said, "Boss saved my life. If there was no boss, I would not be here today. Let my boss go." Sanzi. Touched, Boss Yin looked at the blurry figure standing in the darkness. Sniffling. Commander Sun, however, began to negotiate. Let your boss go. Sure, but how would I know you will keep to your word once I let him go? Let go of the little girl first, she's innocent. The criminal holding Yu Xiaoxiao laughed coldly. Innocent? I doubt it. She must be your accomplice. Why else would a little girl appear here in the middle of the night? Stop spouting nonsense and quickly free my boss. Commander Sun took 2 steps forward and opened his mouth to say something, but the criminal turned the knife towards him and shouted, "Stop. Or do you not care about her life?" Just as he finished speaking, a white figure rushed over and ruthlessly bit the wrist that was holding the knife. The criminal screamed as he let go of the knife, and Yu Xiaoxiao took the opportunity to elbow him in the weak spot in between his legs. The criminal let out a scream that was even more piercing than the first. Commander Sun sped forward and he couldn't help but shed a tear of sympathy for the criminal once he saw clearly what had occurred. The little girl's small, white dog was still biting on to his wrist while his other hand covered his important part. The criminal was in so much pain he curled his body like a prawn and couldn't even stand steadily, so he was easily taken into custody by Commander Sun. Little White, come over here. Seeing that the criminal had already been apprehended, Yu Xiaoxiao backed away to the side and called over Little White that was still fervently holding on to the criminal. The criminal's wrist was so badly injured his hand would definitely be incapacitated. Good job, Little White. Yu Xiaoxiao took out a piece of jerky from her pouch and offered it to Little White as a reward. Little White sniffed at it with his nose, then turned his head away in disdain, as though saying, "It's wolf meat, so stinky. I won't eat it." Yu Xiaoxiao remembered that he was very particular, just like his dad who disdained the meat of their own kind. They had never refused the wild boar and hare meat that was slaughtered at home. She was rearing such a group of gluttons that the meat at home was barely enough. Fortunately Big Gray would occasionally go hunting in the mountain and he definitely brought back some game every time, so the store of meat at home was still sustainable. Commander Sun gave Little White a thumbs up. "Little miss, where did you get this small, white dog? It's quite wonderful. With a little bit of training, it could be put to great use. Offer me a price, I'll buy the dog off you. I won't sell it to you no matter how much you offer." Yu Xiaoxiao ran her hand through Little White's soft fur, trying to comfort the raging pup that was growling at Commander Sun. Commander Sun could tell that they were close, but couldn't help himself from teasing them. "I'll give you 100 taels, what about it? 100 taels is more than enough for you to buy a few dozen dogs, enough for you to buy even a Pekingese that comes from the west." Yu Xiaoxiao and Little White headed towards the town gate, saying, "You're better off keeping your money to buy a Pekingese for your precious son to play with. Our Little White and Little Black are from the bloodline of wolves, I won't sell them no matter the price." Of course, Commander Sun did not intend to own Little White by all means. He brought his subordinates to open the town gate and led the detained criminals to the county yamen. Inside, Yu Hai, Lu Hu and a few other children were anxiously awaiting their return. All of a sudden, Little Black ran out of the county yamen and rushed madly into the dark night. Little Shito happily exclaimed, "It must be second sister coming back." All the people in the county yamen were suddenly very spirited. County Magistrate Zhao, who had been patrolling with his bailiffs for the entire day, was worried when he had initially heard that the second miss of the Yu family had followed the soldiers out. There was no need to even mention the fact that she caught the eye of Royal Prince Yang. It was already enough on his plate if she had gotten hurt simply just by the fact that she was General Zhao Yang's goddaughter. Sigh. Indeed, it was like father, like daughter. If the little missies of other families met with this incident, they'd definitely be so scared they hid away. Where would you find one that was like her, someone who would rush to the front? Knives and swords had no eyes. If she was hurt, what would he do? All the people of the yamen breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the small figure trail behind Commander Sun. Yu Hai quickly walked over and hugged his daughter, examining her from head to toe. "Cower, are you hurt? Let me see." Little Shito sharply noticed that there were fine, red marks on Xiao Xiao's neck, and he screamed, "Second sister, you're hurt." His scream made a lot of people worry. County Magistrate Zhao also came down, asking concernedly, "Where were you hurt? Hurry, let Dr. Sun inspect." Because some of the children were injured and others had fallen ill from being frightened, the authorities invited Dr. Sun from Tongren Medicine Hall over. His youngest grandson also came along to help him. Yu Xiaoxiao already knew Dr. Sun's youngest grandson. He was the same child who had stopped Little Black halfway and tried to take the puppy as his own. After recognizing his wrongs, he had sincerely apologized to her. Dr. Sun had already diagnosed and treated the other children. The one who was most heavily injured was the child who had tried to escape and ended up getting beaten up by the slavers. The child had 2 broken ribs, but luckily none of his internal organs were harmed. Commander Sun's son, Sun Yaoyong, only had some superficial wounds. Because little Shito and some other loyal kids were there, his injuries were not very serious. When he heard that Yu Xiaoxiao had gotten injured, Dr. Sun hurriedly rushed over with his box full of medicines. All she had was a faint mark on her neck. Dr. Sun didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Was this also considered a wound? It was just some minor scratches. However, he still very cautiously checked her pulse. When nothing came up, he said, "Nothing's wrong. As long as you put some wound balm on the wound on your neck, you'll be fine. Do you still have any wound balm that you've made left? Just use that one, its effect is quite good." The rest of the case progressed very smoothly. This group of evil and vicious criminals had either been killed in action or caught by the authorities. Even the slave buyer at the docks had also been caught red-handed and brought in. Before the end of the year, the shocking case of human trafficking in the Jin prefecture quickly came to an end. The common people in Tanggu town, who were all hunkered down for the winter, quickly found out through word of mouth what had happened. Everyone, especially the families who had gotten their stolen children back, were deeply grateful to the county magistrate and the military official, so they erected long life plaques to them in their homes. None of them knew that a little girl, who had just reached the age of 10, had played the most crucial role in all of this. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had become a female hero, refused the county magistrate's offer of a reward. In her eyes, she only worked hard in order to save her beloved little brother. The people who were truly taking risks were the soldiers under the military official who had chased after the criminals. She also didn't want to cause any future problems for her family. In her mind, she wasn't as brave and selfless as they said, so she didn't want to become famous for this. Thus, she had the county magistrate conceal her participation in all of this. However, Fang Zizhen, who was in the distant capital, had somehow learned about this through channels she didn't know about. He braved the winds and snow to rush over from the capital. By the time he got to the Yu family's residence, he had almost become a snowman. As soon as he entered, he inspected his adopted daughter from head to toe. Only after he saw no injuries did he let out a sigh of relief. Afterwards, he harshly scolded Yu Xiaoxiao, but every single word he said belied how much he worried about her. Yu Xiaoxiao poured a cup of ginger sugar water for her godfather and watched as he drank it. She only spoke after he finished. "Godfather, it's almost time to celebrate the New Year's. How come you're not spending the holiday with godmother and little brother in the capital and instead came over to Dongshan village?" Is there something going on at the harbor? All of the workers at the harbor are off for the New Year's celebrations, so how could there be anything going on? When your godmother heard about your heroic deed, she was very worried about you. If it wasn't for me stopping her, she would have come along too. You, how should I, your godfather, scold you? When other people encounter danger, they all run away to hide, but you, on the other hand, run straight to it. After such a big event, you also didn't send any news to the capital. If it were not for Commander Sun bringing a report to the capital that mentioned your participation, I, your godfather, would still be in the dark. The more Fang Zizhen talked, the more angry he became. His eyes, which were as round as gongs, were fixed on his goddaughter with a look that was half full of frustration and half full of love. How could this child be so gutsy? Yu Xiaoxiao let out a couple of dry laughs. Godfather, aren't I perfectly all right? It's time for the New Year's, what's the point of mentioning this and making everyone anxious? You weren't aware of the complex situation at the time. If we let the boss of the criminals escape, I was afraid that he would take revenge on us later. Furthermore, Little White could smell where the criminals went. If I didn't follow him, how could Commander Sun catch all of these bad guys so smoothly? Fang Zizhen was going to continue when Yu Hai interjected out of pity for his daughter, who was being scolded to the high heavens. All right, things have already passed, what's the point of talking about it now? You won't be able to make it back to the capital before the New Year's, so just celebrate with us. Yu Xiaoxiao also took advantage of this change of subject. Godfather, I haven't seen you in such a long time, yet the first thing you do is scold me. Is it because you have little brother that you don't care about me, your adopted daughter, anymore? Fang Zizhen hurriedly placated his daughter's overly sensitive heart, and softly said, originally, your godmother and I were planning on coming back after celebrating your little brother's 100-day banquet. But who would have thought that Zhaolin would get a chronic cough? All of the doctors in the capital saw him, yet he still didn't get better. Even the imperial physicians couldn't do anything for him. In the end, it was the Sichuan fertility bulb with loquat syrup that you concocted that made him better. You didn't know any of this, but prior to that syrup you made, the doctors gave him medicine that was so bitter. Zhaolin screamed every time he had to take medicine, and your godmother wept with him. Your medicine is still the best as it's sweet, so Zhaolin likes taking it. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes in her heart as she thought, how could it not be sweet? I added a lot of honey and brown sugar to it. I reckon that little Linlin had gotten whooping cough. Sichuan fertility bulb, loquat, and pears all have the ability to suppress coughing. The most important ingredient in the syrup is still the mystic stone water. Otherwise, how could a medicine that was prescribed without looking at the patient work so well? Fang Zizhen continued enthusiastically. Zhaolin didn't even finish the 2 bottles of cough-suppressant syrup before his illness got better. Afterwards, the eldest prince in the palace had gotten a cold and had a bad cough. He also refused to take medication, so the emperor took the rest of the syrup. It's said that after just a few days of using your syrup, the eldest prince stopped coughing. All of the imperial physicians analyzed your syrup and came up with a recipe. However, when they tried to reproduce it, their syrups were a lot more inferior to yours. A wisp of anxiety rose up within Yu Xiaoxiao's heart. She really didn't want to attract the emperor's attention. She wasn't sure when similar cough-suppressant syrups appeared in history, but if the emperor really ended up pursuing this, she would just say that she came up with the recipe herself. Fang Zizhen proceeded with his story. After little Linlin got better, it was already the start of winter. Your godmother was afraid that because he was so young, he might get sick again on the road, so she decided to come back to Tanggu town in the spring. In between, your godmother wrote a letter to you to have you come over to the capital to celebrate the New Year's with us, but you ended up declining. Xiaoxiao, when are you going to the capital with me? Your godmother and I all want to introduce you to our close friends and family. Let's wait until little Linlin celebrates his first birthday. At that time, I'll go to the capital and participate in his birthday grab. 1. Yu Xiaoxiao was still a bit wary of the rich and powerful families in the capital. Thus, she always had some hesitation in going to the capital. Fang Zizhen thought for a bit and calculated that was less than half a year away, so he nodded in agreement. Then we'll agree on that. Don't try to find another excuse or reason to not go then. Yu Xiaoxiao let out a dry chuckle. How could I? Godfather, you must be hungry. Let me go into the kitchen and make some of your favorite, braised pork knuckle. Fang Zizhen hadn't been able to eat the food made by his daughter for half a year. He smacked his lips and said, okay. I heard that your family is raising a few wild boars. Must be hard in the middle of a disaster year. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled. My family didn't really go through that much. We firmly believed in the words of that white-bearded immortal, so we harvested everything in the fields well in advance. We had 6 mu of sweet potatoes that were half-grown then and also had some sweet potato seedlings. In addition, we had corn stalks and some wheat husks and such. We also had locust powder that we made from dried locusts in storage. Using that to feed hogs and chickens makes them grow quite quickly. For the evening meal, Yu Xiaoxiao not only made braised pork knuckle but also stir-fried some grasshopper sauce for Fang Zizhen to try. Fang Zizhen really liked the savory and spicy grasshopper sauce. In fact, he devoured 5 to 6 flatbreads covered with the grasshopper sauce before he finally took a break to talk. Daughter how come you didn't send a few jars of such delicious sauce to the capital? Yu Xiaoxiao replied in surprise, I asked the young royal prince to give you 2 jars to try. Did you not get any? I thought that you and godmother didn't like it because it was made with locusts, so I didn't bring it up later. What? You asked Royal Prince Yang to bring grasshopper sauce to us. How come I didn't hear your godmother mention it? Don't tell me your godmother didn't like it and sent it as a reward to the servants. That can't be right. She always tells me right away when you give stuff to us. Fang Zizhen was a bit puzzled now. Yu Xiaoxiao silently cursed the young royal prince in her heart and pouted, Godfather, if you both didn't get any, then the young royal prince must have taken it for himself. That guy is really too much. I specifically told him that 2 jars were for you and the remaining 2 jars were for him. The culprit, who had taken the grasshopper sauce, that the 2 were talking about, was currently far away in the capital. Zhu Junyang was currently happily eating grasshopper sauce while his lady mother and eldest brother watched him with alarm. Suddenly, his nose itched and he let out an enormous sneeze. He inwardly thought, I'm sure that lass Yu Xiaoxiao is talking about me. Did she find out that I took the other 2 jars of grasshopper sauce? HMPH, what does it matter if she knows? It's only 2 jars of grasshopper sauce. That lass has so many frozen locusts in the cellar, why does she care about 2 jars of grasshopper sauce? Such a miser. Princess Consort Jing endured the feeling of her stomach roiling as she worriedly said, Yanger, is this grasshopper sauce really made with locusts? Will there be any problems with eating it? Zhu Junyang spread a thick layer of the savory and spicy grasshopper sauce on a white and soft steamed roll. He took a giant bite and said, Lady Mother, don't worry. I've eaten it countless times while I was in Dongshan village. How could there be problems? This grasshopper sauce is very tasty. Lady Mother, eldest brother, are you 2 sure you don't want to try any? Princess Consort Jing's mind was currently filled with the images of the dreadful locusts. Insects scared her the most, so she hurriedly shook her head. How could I have the nerve to fight for it when I can see that you love it so much? You can keep eating. Zhu Junyang hesitated for a bit before he asked Prince Jing, who had a solemn look on his face, Lord Father, do you want to try any? Prince Jing was silently thinking, you little brat, you've finally thought of me. I've been sitting here all by myself and I'm not tiny. Did you pretend that I wasn't here earlier? Prince Jing had a very serious demeanor. Even at home he continued to be dignified and imposing. Normally, all of his sons revered him but weren't very intimate with him, especially his youngest son. Ever since his youngest son turned 5 to 6, his personality changed a lot and he became irritable and angry. His youngest son even injured people frequently. Prince Jing had a headache on his hands and punished him severely a few times. Thus, his youngest son started to hate him. Usually, his youngest son would avoid him whenever they crossed paths. If Zhu Junyang couldn't avoid Prince Jing, then he would just ignore him. Thus, Zhu Junyang normally only talked to his lady mother and eldest brother at the dining table and ignored Prince Jing's existence. The sun must have risen from the west today since Zhu Junyang voluntarily spoke to his father. Imperial Prince Jing felt very touched. His youngest son had finally started speaking to him. Eating locusts was not a big deal. In fact, Even if his son was feeding him poison, it would taste like the sweetest candy in the world to him. After his youngest son completed his seafaring journey, he had improved his character a lot and was not as temperamental as before. His son hadn't caused any trouble despite being back for more than half a year and, instead, had caught the eye of the emperor. Imperial Prince Jing basked in the glory of his son every time he thought of the compliments that were traversing the capital. Although he was very happy inwardly, Imperial Prince Jing still had his usual solemn and serious manner. He picked up his chopsticks and scooped up a generous amount of grasshopper sauce. He copied his son's manner and spread it on top of a steamed bun. Right before he was about to take a large bite, Princess Consort Jing stopped him. "Lord husband, that is made from insects, are you sure you want to eat it?" "Not a problem. Imperial father once said that the people living in the mountainous southwest area of the country all use insects as food for their honored guests. In fact, some insects are quite nutritious and are high in something like protein. Our son has eaten this with no problem, so is his father, what could happen?" Despite his wife trying to stop him, Imperial Prince Jing took a giant bite and then carefully chewed as he tasted it. The flavor was really quite good and reminded him of the savoriness of small shrimp. Zhu Junyang ate as he talked. "This grasshopper sauce has been fermented so most people won't be allergic to it. Last time, the head steward Su, who is the personal steward of the emperor, ate some grasshopper sauce that hadn't been fermented. He ended up having swelling all throughout his body and it was very itchy. Although grasshopper sauce is very delicious, not everyone is able to enjoy it." Princess Consort Jing felt her appetite completely disappear as she continued to think about her husband and son eating food that was made of disgusting insects. The locust plague from the coastal areas had also spread into the capital's area. All of the flowers in her garden had been eaten by the locusts. Luckily, the famous and valuable plants she had obtained from Tanggu town had all been promptly moved into the glass greenhouse. Otherwise, they would have also been destroyed by the locusts. When she thought about the camellias she brought back from Tanggu town, Princess Consort Jing immediately felt pleased and proud. There were a lot of people who loved camellias in the capital. Out of those people, Princess Consort Jing and the wife of the imperial tutor, Lady Feng, were the ones who were the most obsessed. At first, these two ladies, who had the same likes, had a very close relationship and often spent time with each other exchanging techniques about raising flowers. Furthermore, they would set up camellia appreciation parties. These parties couldn't be attended by just anybody. Only people with the appropriate rank and right reputation could be invited by Princess Consort Jing and Lady Feng. All of the noble young ladies and matrons in the capital clamored after invitations for the camellia appreciation parties. Whoever received an invitation could not only raise their heads among the other ladies in the future, but even their clans also felt like they had gained prestige. Everyone with some status in the capital knew about the camellia parties. However, good things don't last forever. The two organizers of the events ended up having a falling out. Everyone in the capital knew that Imperial Prince Jing doted upon his wife, so he had people seek out famous and valuable camellias for her. This made Lady Feng happy and envious at the same time. She was happy because it meant that there were new camellias every year at the Camellia Appreciation Party and envious because all of these camellias weren't hers to own. She could only admire them from afar. Lady Feng was someone who truly loved flora. She not only loved flowers but was also an expert at raising them. She even once personally cultivated a new breed of camellias. Princess Consort Jing envied her talents. Thus, Princess Consort Jing also imitated her friend and began to personally take care of her beloved camellias. However, her later nickname of the Slayer of Flora wasn't given to her without reason. Many of her precious camellias had been sent to their untimely deaths by her. Lady Feng tried to persuade her many times, but Princess Consort Jing was now very interested in taking care of her own flowers, so she refused to listen to her friend. After Princess Consort Jing ended up killing a high-quality 18-scholar camellia, Lady Feng felt so heartbroken about it that she couldn't sleep well for several days and ended up having a fight with her. The two people were no longer friends anymore and the camellia parties no longer happened. "Lady Mother, what are you thinking about?" The heir of Prince Jing was currently being bullied by his father to try the grasshopper sauce. He looked towards his mother to ask for help but discovered that she was staring blankly into space. When Princess Consort Jing came back from her thoughts, she sighed and said, I don't know whether the valuable plants and flowers in that mountain ravine that you Xiaoxiao talked about had been destroyed by the locusts. Last time, Xiaoxiao had brought along Lady Fang's maidservant with her and they said that they had seen many valuable plants there just a few steps in. There were even some aged herbal medications. It's truly a good place. If I wasn't afraid that there would be vicious beasts in the area, I would also go there for a look. Zhu Junyang thought of that large gray wolf that had been given the name of Big Gray, and nodded, I have also heard of this place. Apparently there's a very large and fierce wolf that lives in the ravine. However, that wolf is quite intelligent and had once helped the Yu family out. When he saw that his mother was very curious about this topic, Zhu Junyang very briefly summarized what had happened when they fought against the starving wolf pack. Princess Consort Jing exclaimed in admiration, Xiaoxiao had previously helped that wolf, so the wolf ended up saving her father. I never would have expected an animal could also be affectionate and true. But, wouldn't raising a wolf at home cause problems for the Yu family? Zhu Junyang replied, I told all of the villagers that the wolf was a pet I had raised from its infancy to adulthood and that it was inconvenient to bring back to the capital, so the Yu family was taking care of it for me. That wolf can understand human language and as long as it doesn't sense any malice, it wouldn't attack people. Oh right, are we going into the palace this year to have the New Year's Eve family dinner? The emperor has already proclaimed that it is bitterly cold this year so there's no point in making people suffer. So we'll just eat the New Year's Eve family dinner at home this year. Imperial Prince Jing was enjoying the taste of the grasshopper sauce. He took out another scoop and spread it on another steamed bun. Over half of the jar of grasshopper sauce had already been eaten, so Zhu Junyang somewhat unhappily packed it up. When Prince Jing saw his son's actions, he laughingly scolded his son, Stinky brat, you're the one who roused this man's appetite, yet you're trying to hoard the rest of the grasshopper sauce for yourself. No manners. Quickly, give your father a jar to show your filial respects. Zhu Junyang had only brought back 4 jars of grasshopper sauce this time and 2 of them were the jars he had stolen from General Fang. His royal father had a rascally expression on his face that said, if you don't give your father grasshopper sauce, then you're unfilial. Zhu Junyang tolerated the pain within his heart and begrudgingly gave the remaining half jar of sauce to his father with a stone-faced expression on his face. Prince Jing let out a laugh in exasperation. What sort of expression is that? It's just some food yet you act like I'm cutting pieces of flesh off of you. If you like it, then just buy the recipe off of the person and have our chefs here make some for you all. How can they make it without the ingredients? Zhu Junyang remembered that the Yu family still had a few sacks of locusts in their ice cellar and decided that when spring started, he was going back to Dongshan village so he could properly inspect the sowing and maintenance of the corn fields. Zhu Junyang had already told County Magistrate Zhao to be on the lookout for some good land to buy in Tanggu Town. Tanggu Town had been hard hit by the locust plague this year and not every family was as lucky as the Yu family to survive without any losses. Many villages around the area had fields that didn't even have a single grain left to be harvested. Thus, before the grain for the disaster relief came by, the vast majority of commoners had to buy highly priced grain to survive. There were very few people who would be able to afford the land tax after the winter and start of spring. At that time, there would be many people selling fields, land, and children. Since he wanted to use Tanggu Town as the base for cultivating improved corn, then he needed vast amounts of farmland. The Yu family's 170 or so mu was not even enough to start. Thus, Zhu Junyang had the county magistrate Zhao start buying fields and land since autumn. The best pieces of land were the ones that all connected in one piece. However, even plots of land that weren't interconnected were not a big deal. When the time came, all he needed to do was to swap with other people. Since the imperial court was using this land, they would also compensate the owners with some extra money. Those who were prudent would definitely agree to the trade. While Zhu Junyang was silently making his plans for next year, the Yu family was already starting to happily start the New Year's preparations. The final little wild boar that had been raised in the rear courtyard was just slaughtered a few days ago. They were planning on sending 10 caddies of wild boar meat, 20 caddies of wheat flour, and a few bundles of bok choy to Xiao Xiao's maternal grandparents from Shishan village and old Yu's older brothers' families. Most families had more difficult circumstances now. Although grain prices had stabilized and gone down, the majority of villagers had slaughtered all of their animals at home because they ate precious grain during the disaster year. Furthermore, pork prices had shot up prior to the New Year's and most of the pork had all been frantically bought out by those rich families in town well in advance. Thus, most commoners couldn't buy any meat now. Naturally, commoners were unable to afford to buy pork that was now a few hundred copper coins a catty. Thus, many families were using dried vegetables as the fillings for the dumplings needed for New Year's Eve family dinner just so they could have them. In the past, those who were unable to afford meat still had cabbages and radishes to eat. This year, being able to have dried vegetables to eat was already considered quite good. The gifts that the Yu family sent out were like adding charcoal to the families in cold weather. Ironically, when they were sending them out, they managed to do it on a day after a big snowfall came. The snow came up to a person's calf, so most carts had difficulty going through it. Yu Xiaoxiao excitedly took up the task of sending the family's New Year's gifts. Ever since they had finished constructing the snow sled, she didn't really have a chance to use it other than running a few loops through the nearby forest. Now her sled that was pulled by a wolf could finally be put to good use. Ever since Big Gray came to live at the Yu family's, he was able to drink water that had mystic stone water added to it every day. His originally strong physique had become even more large and mighty. When he sat on the ground, Xiao Xiao wasn't tall enough to reach the top of his head. Although Big Gray looked quite fierce, he was more gentle than the most docile dog in the world when he was in front of Xiao Xiao. As for other people, they only saw his indifferent side. If any of the other members of the Yu family wanted to command him, they'd be out of luck. Thus, only Yu Xiaoxiao could go out to send the New Year's gifts. After all, no one else was able to direct the wolf pulling the sled. Yu Xiaoxiao sat at the front of the sled, which wasn't very large, while the back was packed with pork and wheat flour. The back of the sled had slats so she didn't have to worry about the goods sliding off halfway. Yu Xiaoxiao was bundled up in her warmest set of clothing and had a hat made of rabbit fur that could cover her ears on her head. Her neck was wrapped in a rabbit fur muffler and the inside of her boots were lined with thick and soft rabbit fur as well. Yu Hai was afraid that his daughter might freeze, so he also wrapped her up in his coat made of wolf fur. Only a pair of bright eyes could be seen in the end. "Let's go." Yu Xiaoxiao waved her hand at her family and ordered Big Gray to leave. Big Gray slowly walked on the snow-covered ground. Once he exited the village, he gradually sped up until the trees on the sides of the road were whipping by. At first, Little Black and Little White also wanted to follow along, but their short legs were hampered by the thick snow, so they couldn't run very fast. Before they exited the village, they had already been left behind by their father and could only resentfully turn back home. In the middle of winter, it was bitterly cold, so there wasn't a single soul to be seen as they traveled along the road. This meant that no one had to be frightened by the sight of Big Gray. Yu Xiaoxiao first went to her grandfather's second older brother's home. Yu Lixia lived in a large village that was even more west than Shishan village. This village wasn't near the mountain or the seas and had a larger abundance of good agricultural land. Yu Lixia's family had more than a dozen mu of good farming land. After taxes, they only had enough grain remaining to survive the winter without starving. However, since this year was a disaster year, they still had to ration out every speck of grain carefully even though the court had waived taxes this year. When Yu Xiaoxiao entered the village, she didn't encounter a single person because most of the people were hunkered down for the winter. She directly drove the sled to the entrance of her second granduncle's residence and knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was her second granduncle's oldest son, Yu Yong. When he saw Yu Xiaoxiao, who had been wrapped up until she resembled a tiny ball, he was surprised for a moment before he said, "Is this Shaolian or Xiaoxiao?" Because the two families lived far apart, they usually didn't see each other very often. Thus, second granduncle's sons weren't very familiar with Yu Xiaoxiao. She pulled down her muffler and chuckled dryly at Yu Yong. Luckily, Yu Lixia walked out of the inner courtyard at this time. When he saw Yu Xiaoxiao, he revealed a surprised expression. "Xiaoxiao, why did you come out on such a snowy day? Is there something going on at home?" Nothing's going on. My family slaughtered a pig and my father told me to give your family some meat. Yu Xiaoxiao's nose had been frozen until it was a bright red and a layer of frost had frozen on her long eyelashes. This contrasted with her pale white skin and made her look like a snow fairy. This year everyone's having a rough time and pork is so expensive. You guys could take the pork and sell it for money to buy more grain, so why are you giving us some pork? Quickly take it back. In the past, Yu Lixia's family had the best circumstances out of all the three brothers. Yu Hai's family had been squeezed dry by Madame Zhang, yet he, as the second granduncle, couldn't do much. When Yu Hai's family had split from the family, he also didn't help much. Thus, how he could have the nerve to take things from the younger generation? Yu Lixia's eldest daughter-in-law saw the large slab of meat and the sack of grain on the sled and she couldn't move her eyes away. She hurriedly interrupted her father-in-law and said, "Father, niece had traveled from afar and must be freezing. Quickly let her in and warm up." Yu Xiaoxiao hastily shook her head. "No need, I still need to go to Chishan village to send more New Year's gifts off. Second granduncle, let me wish you a happy new year in advance and I hope that this year is smooth and auspicious." She unloaded the meat and grain set aside for her second granduncle's family and then climbed back on the sled before telling Big Gray to leave. Yu Lixia had wanted to have her stay to eat lunch, but she had refused with the reason that she needed to go to her maternal grandparents' home. She wasn't very familiar with her second granduncle's family and didn't want to make awkward conversation with them. Yu Lixia's eldest daughter-in-law impatiently opened the sack. When she saw that it was full of white flour, she cried out in astonishment, "Father, Dahai's family is really generous. There's so much white flour here, at least 20 or so catties. And this pork, it must be around a dozen catties too. If we took it into town, we could sell it all for a couple taels off." Yu Lixia leveled a glare at her and said, "How could it only be worth a couple taels? This is wild boar meat. Yu Hai's family is truly benevolent and kind. My third brother is now living a comfortable life with them. Eldest son's wife, this meat is the New Year's gift that Dahai gave to us. No matter how much money it's worth, we cannot sell it." His eldest daughter-in-law smiled, "Then we will have to enjoy such delicious food." Tisk tisk, Dahai's family truly has skill to be able to get a hold of such fresh cabbage. We will be able to eat cabbage and pork dumplings for the New Year's Eve dinner. Our family is probably the only family in the village who will be able to eat cabbage and pork dumplings this year off. Yu Lixia grinned until the wrinkles by his eyes became more pronounced. "We're enjoying the fortunes of my third brother. Next year when we have a harvest of grain in spring, don't forget to send some to your third uncle. As relatives, we can only become closer to each other if we work on our relationships." Yu Yong was the youngest son of Yu Lixia. He stared in the direction that the snow sled disappeared and abruptly exclaimed in fright, "Father! Did you see clearly what was pulling the sled?" Yu Lixia looked at the prints that were left in the snow and smiled. "What else could it be? It must be one of the dogs that your uncle is raising at home. Ah. Your uncle is truly odd. During a disaster year, there's nothing for people to eat yet he still raises a few dogs that eat precious food." Yu Yong wasn't convinced. He thought for a bit and decided it seemed a bit absurd before he softly said, "Father, I don't think that animal looked like a dog, I think it looked more like a wolf." "Nonsense. Have you seen wolves before? If a wolf doesn't eat a person, that's already considered a great blessing. Who would have the guts to have one pull a sled?" Yu Lixia roundly scolded this excitable youngest son of his. This fellow really had the craziest imagination. How could a wolf pull a sled for humans? Yu Yong muttered somewhat resentfully, "I think it looks like a wolf. Its ears are perked up and its tail droops down. If it's not a wolf, then it must be a mix between a dog and wolf. When I have time, I should go visit Brother Dahai's family and look. If they have some puppies, I'll ask him to give me one." Yu Lixia slapped a hand on his son's head and said, "Get a dog. Are you going to feed it your own rations? Right now no one can even fill their own stomachs, so how can we have any extra to raise a dog? Just forget this idea of yours. Yu Xiaoxiao traveled swiftly down the snow-covered roads and finally made it to Chishan village at noon. When she entered the village, she came across a matron who was puttering around doing nothing outside. The woman was frightened at the sight of Big Gray and fell on the ground as she shouted, "Oh my goodness, ah! Wolf! A wolf is in the village." Before Yu Xiaoxiao could say anything, she scrambled off fearfully towards her residence. Big Gray slowed down and turned his head around to look innocently at Yu Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao helplessly said to the wolf, "Let's leave quickly and avoid any people she may bring around. They might think you're a wild animal and try to kill you." Big Gray showed off an arrogant expression. Humans were all so small and weak, how could they possibly harm him? However, in order to avoid any unnecessary ruckus, Yu Xiaoxiao still urged him to accelerate and get to her maternal grandparents' residence. The gate to their residence was wide open. She knocked a few times and then unloaded the sled. She first unharnessed Big Gray and led him to a secluded place to rest to avoid people from being scared by him. Her eldest maternal uncle heard the noise outside and came out of the house. When he saw Yu Xiaoxiao, who looked like a small snowman, with a large gray wolf, the sight scared him so much that he hurriedly picked up a wooden pole at the side of the wall to prepare for a fight. "Eldest maternal uncle, it's me, Xiaoxiao." Yu Xiaoxiao noticed his actions and knew he had been frightened by Big Gray, so she hurriedly explained. Lu Pei stared fixedly at the scene. The person leading the big gray wolf was unexpectedly his beloved little niece. He then looked at the small snow sled behind them and immediately felt like he had fallen into a dream. His youngest brother-in-law was truly too odd to let a wolf pull a snow sled and even let his daughter Xiaoxiao bring stuff over by herself. "Xiaoxiao, why are you here right now? Quickly go into the rooms and go on the Kong bed to get warm." Eldest maternal aunt also came out of the house and started to pull on Xiaoxiao's hand to bring her inside. When Big Gray saw that his little master was being pulled away by a stranger, he hurriedly squeezed through and attentively observed Madame Han. Eldest maternal aunt let out a scream and pointed at Big Gray with a hand that trembled. "Xiaoxiao, what is this thing?" Yu Xiaoxiao quickly placated her aunt. "Eldest maternal aunt, this is the pet that's being raised by the young royal prince, he's called Big Gray. Don't judge him by his fierce looks, he's actually very docile. He never bites people randomly." The wolf didn't bite people randomly. That still meant he could bite people. Who knew whether the wolf would decide to not be random and still decide to bite a person? "Wow, is this a dog or a wolf? It looks so impressive." Third maternal uncle's youngest son, the 13-year-old Lu Jimin, rushed out of the house. He stopped about 3 steps in front of Big Gray and racked his brain on how to get closer. He was a bit afraid, so his face betrayed his mixed emotions. Yu Xiaoxiao used her fingers to comb the fur on Big Gray's chest and pushed all of the snow off the animal. Then she spoke to Lu Jimin. "Big Gray should be a wolf. However, he's already been tamed and is even more obedient than some dogs." Big Gray gave her a sidelong glance and a flicker of arrogance shined through his eyes. "Why are you comparing me to those dumb dogs? Such an insult to this wolf's character, right?" Second maternal uncle's youngest son, Lu Zhijiang, cautiously got closer and closer until he was about a step away from Big Gray. When he noticed that Big Gray didn't pay him any attention, his courage rose and he reached out a hand towards Big Gray. Second maternal aunt, Madame Hu, screeched, "Zhijiang, you want to die? Your younger cousin already said that it's a wolf, a wolf." Big Gray felt irritable at the sound of Madame Hu's shrill voice and impatiently stamped on the snow-covered ground. Xiaoxiao softly petted him and managed to soothe him back down. "Second older cousin, third older cousin, unload the stuff on the sled quickly, we can't let the cabbage freeze outside." Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly used a tactic to distract them in order to avoid those two from continuously provoking Big Gray. Big Gray's temperament wasn't that good. After spending so much time with the Yu family, he still ignored most of them. So what would he do to these two strangers he had never seen before? Xiaoxiao's maternal grandmother, Madame Yao, slowly walked out of the residence and rebuked her 2 daughters-in-law. Xiaoxiao came over, so why hasn't she been led inside? The poor child will freeze. "Xiaoxiao, come inside and go to my room." Xiaoxiao brushed off all of the snow on her body and took off the wolf coat to hang in the hallway to let dry. She entered the room and finally took off her muffler and hat. Big Gray copied her and shook off all of the snow off his body before he gracefully and haughtily followed Xiaoxiao into the room. Madame Yao's room only had 2 people in there talking quietly and there weren't any other people. Most importantly, there weren't any annoying children, so Big Gray was very pleased. Iya, when did this guy suddenly come in? Xiao Xiao, tell him to lay on the side somewhere so he doesn't end up scaring anyone. Lu Kunjin, Xiao Xiao's maternal grandfather, knew Big Gray was a wolf and had heard the animal had saved his son-in-law's life. However, a wolf would always have a wild nature, so keeping a safe distance was always better. Lu Jimin had finished bringing all of the cabbage into the kitchen and now entered the room. He smiled. Grandfather, younger sister Xiao Xiao gave our family a lot of pork, wheat flour and cabbage. Lu Kunjin said, we haven't even finished the pork you guys gave us last time, so why are you giving us more? We'll take the cabbage, but you should take the wheat flour and pork back home. Yu Xiao Xiao pouted. I braved through the winds and snows to come and give grandfather and grandmother these presents, yet you want me to bring it back. If I go back, my mother will definitely scold me for not doing things well. I don't want to take them back. Madame Yao tenderly wiped her granddaughter's face that had turned red from the cold and said, your father and mother are truly too much. On such a cold day they made their child go do such errands, and for what? If they end up making you sick from this, just watch if I'll forgive them. Madame Han had already stored away the wheat flour. She entered the room and asked in concern, Xiao Xiao, did you eat lunch yet? Let me make you some dough dumplings made with half wheat flour and half coarse grain. The soup and dumplings will whet your hunger and warm you up. The Lu family ate 2 meals a day. At this time, they had just eaten breakfast not long ago. If Xiao Xiao hadn't come over at noon, they weren't going to cook anything. Madame Han knew the Yu family had the habit of taking 3 meals a day and that Xiao Xiao must have left the residence very early in the morning, so she must be hungry by now. Yu Xiao Xiao nodded and said, eldest maternal aunt's dough dumplings are the best. Thank you, eldest aunt. At this time, her 3 maternal uncles and 3 maternal aunts and all of their children had entered the room to greet Yu Xiao Xiao, their young guest. Big Gray, who was originally lying down next to the Kong bed, had been squeezed out of room and had nowhere to go. He ran out of the room to find a more quiet place to lie down. Xiao Xiao's grandmother saw that the room had been filled with so many people that there wasn't any space to put a foot down, so she spoke to her sons and daughters-in-law, you all should go do what you were doing earlier. No one's an outsider here. Just leave a few of the younger generation here to keep Xiao Xiao company. Out of eldest maternal uncle's 3 daughters, his oldest, Lu Feifeng, had already been married. During her wedding, the Yu family had given her a big present for her dowry, which caused all of the villagers in Qishan village to gossip enthusiastically about it for a long time after. His second daughter, Lu Feiying, was going to turn 17 after the New Year's and had already been betrothed. Her wedding was scheduled at the beginning of spring. His youngest daughter, Lu Feiyan, was almost 15 years old. It was said that eldest maternal aunt was currently looking at suitable families for her. Out of everyone in second maternal uncle's family, only Lu Jiwei was somewhat familiar with Xiao Xiao. His other siblings included a brother and a sister. The sister was named Lu Feishu and was already 14 years old. She had a gentle and quiet personality, and wasn't a bit like her mother, who had a more abrasive character. The youngest brother was Lu Zhijiang and he was about the same age as Xiao Xiao's oldest brother. He still had a bit of a childish air, so he was currently in the outer room trying to get closer to Big Gray. Lu Jimin was third maternal uncle's only child. He had a temperament similar to his father's, straightforward and open-minded. He had already studied at a school in town for 2 years and it was said that his grades weren't bad. No one at home was hoping that he could pass the prefectural or county exams, they only wanted him to be literate enough to not be cheated. In the future, he could become an accountant in one of the stores in town, which wasn't a bad career to have. The female cousins were all on the Kong bed chatting harmoniously with Xiao Xiao, while all of her male cousins were further away, surrounding Big Gray. They wanted to get closer but they were also somewhat afraid. Lu Zhijiang was the most foolishly brazen out of all of them. Despite his older cousins trying to dissuade him, he stepped closer and closer to Big Gray. Big Gray gave him a warning look, yet the boy wasn't afraid at all and extended a hand to touch Big Gray's fur. Big Gray had no desire to indulge him. He first exposed his long teeth in a vicious expression to scare the boy. However, Lu Zhijiang remembered his younger cousin's words that this wolf, Big Gray, didn't bite people, so he heralded his courage again. The people chatting inside the room suddenly heard a loud scream and Lu Zhijiang's subsequent plaintive wails. All of them rushed out to see what had happened. The sight that greeted their eyes made everyone drip cold sweat down their bodies. Lu Zhijiang had been pressed into the ground until he couldn't move by that giant gray wolf. The gray wolf's sharp teeth were all revealed and they were only a centimeter away from Lu Zhijiang's neck. Lu Zhijiang had been so frightened that he had forgotten to struggle as he could only close his eyes and lay there. Big Gray's emerald green eyes fixedly stared at the boy as he thought, "Repulsive human, who gave you the guts to try to touch this wolf's head?" A helpless expression showed up on Yu Xiaoxiao's face. Big Gray only knew how to scare people. When he first arrived at the Yu residence, he had used the exact same method to frighten Lu Fangping, who was always hanging around him. The little fellow had been so frightened that he wet his pants and had a high fever for a few days. Big Gray must have felt impatient after being chased around by her older cousins and wanted to make an example out of one of them. "Xiaoxiao, quickly restrain that wolf of yours and don't let it bite your older brother Zhijiang." Madame Yao was about to explode from anxiety. If the wolf bit down, how could that youngster Zhijiang still live? Madame Hu had been inside doing needlework. When she heard her son's sobs, she came over to look and almost fainted from the sight. Her legs faltered and she sat down on the ground as she let out an ear-piercing wail. The shrill sound made Big Gray even more irritable and his expression became more fierce. Yu Xiaoxiao knew that Big Gray's vicious nature was being goaded up and hurriedly advanced to hold onto his neck. She quietly placated him. Madame Hu's piercing screams continued, so she couldn't help but scold the older woman, "Second maternal aunt, don't you know that wild animals hate noise the most? If you want older brother Zhijiang to die faster, then continue to cry and scream ah." Madame Hu acted as if someone had pinched her neck and immediately stopped weeping. She looked at her son, who had been squished onto the ground and had lost all of his color. She repressed her worry and fright and softly said, "Quickly take away this dumb beast. If it hurts my Zhijiang, then I don't care whether you're family or not." Madame Yao was also worried about her grandson, but when she heard her second daughter-in-law's impolite words, she became a bit unhappy. As his mother, you should know what your son's personality is like. Ah. If you're unable to keep an eye on him, who can you blame? Mother, Zhijiang is your full-blooded grandson. Ah. If he gets bit by the wolf Xiaoxiao brought over, as his mother, how could I not say some harsh words? Xiaoxiao's surname is Yu not Lu, so how could you treat an outsider better? Ah. Madame Hu was displeased and she wasn't someone who would easily let something go. In the past, her in-laws always gave money to her younger sister-in-law, who had already married out of the family. She always felt resentful about this. Although she never overtly made a big deal about this, she would always say a few words in front of her husband. Afterwards, when she was able to get a job at the Zhou family's factory due to her relationship with the Yu family, she found out the job wasn't too difficult, yet she made as much as the dockworkers in town. Her own husband had also joined hands with his older brother and sold watermelons from the Yu family, which made them a small fortune. Only then did she finally become closer to her younger sister-in-law's family that she used to look down on. However, when she saw her youngest son being pinned down by the giant wolf Yu Xiaoxiao brought along, she thought he had already been bitten. Thus, all of her previous grievances exploded. The fact that she didn't make Xiaoxiao pay more for this was already considered quite good. Yu Xiaoxiao patted Big Gray's neck a couple of times and said, "Big Gray, didn't I warn you before that you're not allowed to scare people anymore? How come you didn't remember? I'll have to punish you. You're not allowed to drink any more water for today and all of tomorrow." Everyone in the Lu family didn't know whether they should laugh or cry. There was a thick layer of snow outside. If the animal got thirsty, it could just eat some snow, so how was punishing it to not drink water considered a punishment? A true punishment would be to forbid it from eating any meat. However, how could they all know that the water Yu Xiaoxiao was referring to was the mystic stone water that Big Gray loved the most? Big Gray would rather abstain from meat for 3 days than to forego mystic stone water for a single day off. Big Gray moved his paws and allowed Lu Zhijiang to leave. He hung his head down in sorrow and dispiritedly circled around the corner of the wall. From the back side, he looked quite pitiful. Lu Zhijiang crawled up from the ground and was panting heavily. He brushed the dust off himself and pointed at Big Gray, who looked very sad, and asked Xiao Xiao, "What's wrong with it? It looks a bit unhappy. He got punished because of you. In the future, stay far away from him to avoid him from taking his revenge." Yu Xiaoxiao deliberately tried to scare him. Lu Zhijiang was a simple-minded guy. He had just escaped the jaws of the wolf and was thinking to get closer to the wolf again. Madame Hu pulled her son towards herself and inspected him carefully from head to toe. He didn't have any injuries and even his clothing didn't have any rips or holes. She thought about the impolite words she said earlier in her aggressive manner. It made her want to flush. She slapped the back of her youngest son's head and glared at him fiercely. "How could you be such a troublemaker? That's a wolf, not a dog. If it bit you, it'd serve you right." Lu Zhijiang covered the back of his head and retreated a few steps as he argued with his mother. "Younger cousin already said that Big Gray won't bite people. It was only trying to scare me earlier. Mother, I almost peed my pants out of fright, yet you don't even try to comfort me and hit me instead. Am I really your biological son?" Madame Hu hit him a couple more times and then placed her hands on her hips as she scolded, "You little brat. If you weren't my biological son, I wouldn't care if you died. You're coming back with me to the room and just watch how I punish you." "I don't want to go, I want to play with Big Gray." Lu Zhijiang was a tenacious little cockroach and had more guts than sense. Madame Hu went up and got a grip on his ear. She pulled him away as she scolded him non-stop. When the two of them left, the room finally became quiet again. Lu Jiwei somewhat sheepishly said to Xiao Xiao, "My mother just has this type of personality, please don't take it to heart." Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and didn't say anything in return. She poured a cup of warm water from the kettle and slipped a few drops of mystic stone water inside. She handed the cup to Lu Jiwei and said, "Eldest cousin, earlier older cousin Zhijiang was drenched in cold sweat from being frightened. If something else happens, I'm afraid he'll catch a cold. This is a cold prevention medication I made myself. Please give some to him." Lu Jiwei took the cup of water out of the room. Lu Jimin had been watching Big Gray from afar earlier and glanced at Big Gray, who was resting in the corner, with lingering fears. He said, "Earlier Big Gray was quite fierce, he really scared me." Just as the words came out of his mouth, there was the sound of knocking on the Lu family's gate. When they went out to look, there were a lot of villagers outside all holding hoes and spades as they aggressively surrounded the residence. Lu Kunjing draped a large coat on his shoulders. Before he went out, he looked at the village chief and other villagers with a perplexed expression and asked, "What's going on here?" The village chief replied somewhat nervously, "Brother Kunjin, earlier Erden's wife said that she saw a wolf enter the village. We followed the footprints on the ground and discovered that the wolf entered your residence. Did you guys see anything weird lately?" Xiao Xiao's eldest maternal uncle, Lu Pei, hurriedly interjected, "How could there be a wolf? Erden's wife's eyes must be getting worse. Earlier it was my younger sister's Xiao Xiao who came over with a snow sled to bring us stuff. Could it be that Erden's wife thought that the big gray dog pulling the sled was a wolf instead?" From behind the crowd, Erden's wife squeezed through and asserted, "How could my eyes be growing dim? I know the difference between a wolf and dog. I swear that I saw a wolf and it looked quite fierce, as if it could eat a person instantly." Yu Xiaoxiao heard the ruckus outside, so she tied a small rope around Big Gray's neck. She walked up with the wolf behind her. "Grandfather, eldest maternal uncle, what's going on? I heard that it sounds like a wolf entered here." "Not a problem, my family's Big Gray is very strong and wolves aren't his opponents. This year, my family had gotten attacked by a pack of wolves and Big Gray even saved my father's life." All of the Chishan villagers and the village chief looked toward the sound of her voice. They saw a slightly built, fair little girl leading along a large dog that was taller than her. The dog was covered in gray fur from head to toe and had its head down with its tail tucked between its legs. It looked as if it had just been roundly scolded earlier. Erden's wife pointed at Big Gray and blurted out, "That's it, that's it." The villagers all burst into raucous laughter and they lowered the weapons in their hands. Everyone could tell that although the big gray dog behind the Yu family's little girl was on the larger side, it looked very docile and obedient. How could it be a wolf? If it was a wolf, wouldn't it eat the Yu family's little girl in one bite? The village chief leveled a glare at Erden's wife and scolded her, and you said your eyes haven't gone dim. Are the wolves in your family this obedient too? Erden, can't you keep a hold of your wife? She'll spread any baseless rumor. The facts are right in front of us, yet she still tries to quibble. Sorry about that, Brother Kunjan. Let's go back, all go back. Only a false alarm. The village chief waved his hand at everyone and took the lead in leaving. It was such a cold day, so who wanted to spend time outside doing useless tasks? All of the villagers made Erden and his wife the butt of their jokes as they walked back to their own residences. They even said that Erden's wife was as timid as a mouse to be scared silly by a dog. When the Liu family's gate closed, Big Gray restored his majestic demeanor. Arrogance glittered in his emerald green eyes as he looked at the Liu family members with a disinterested eye. He snapped the rope in two and gracefully walked back into the room so he could sulk by himself about not being to drink mystic stone water for the next 2 days. Eldest maternal uncle clicked his tongue in wonder. This wolf is too uncanny. It really acted like a dog earlier. Eldest maternal uncle's youngest daughter, Liu Feiyan, grinned. Younger aunt's family's animals are all a bit uncanny. Shaolian told me that their family's little roe deer never did its business inside. In fact, in the winter, it sleeps indoors and knows how to exit to go to the bathroom. Lu Zhijiang squeezed out from behind his mother and remarked in envy, "Mother, can we also raise a little roe deer? When it gets big, we can also slaughter it for meat." Madame Hu rolled her eyes at him. "We can't even afford to raise you, let alone a roe deer. All of the hares and roe deer in the mountains are about to die of starvation. Where would we find one to take home? Stop having these daydreams." Eldest maternal aunt came out of the kitchen with a bowl of dough dumplings in her hands. She looked at her sisters-in-law and then spoke to Lu Zhijiang. "Zhijiang, there's still a lot of dough dumplings left in the pot. Go call your older brothers and sisters over so that everyone can have a bowl." Madame Hu looked at the pure white dough dumplings floating in the bowl of soup held by her older sister-in-law. Inside the soup were also some stir-fried onions and the food smelled delicious. She knew the wheat flour used in the dumplings had been brought over by Yu Xiaosao and stated in embarrassment, "Our family just ate breakfast, just give Xiaosao a bowl. No need to waste that wheat flour." Eldest maternal aunt revealed a faint smile. "Mother already said that we don't lack the food to give the rest of the children some. We can't just have Xiaosao eat and have her older cousins just watch her. How much food can Xiaosao eat anyway? Xiaosao, you must be hungry, let's go into the room so you can eat." In total, there were 7 other children in the house, so there was enough to give each child a bowl of dough dumpling soup. Liu Feiying and Lu Jiwei considered themselves to be adults already, so they wanted to give their portions to their grandfather and grandmother. After bickering for half a day, the soup was about to get cold without an end to this argument. Yu Xiaosao took out another 2 bowls from the kitchen and split the 7 bowls brimming full of dough dumplings into 9 bowls that were more than half full. The Liu family's bowls were large and crude, so more than half a bowl's worth of soup was more than enough to stuff a little belly full. The 2 elders and the 7 grandchildren all sat around the Kong bed's table as they harmoniously ate the dough dumplings. Madame Han's dough dumplings didn't contain any eggs, yet the dumplings were tasty and fine and the soup thick and filling. It suited Yu Xiaosao's appetite a lot. After Xiaosao finished her bowl of dough dumplings, Madame Yao wanted to give the remaining half of her bowl to her. Xiaosao was truly full at this point and she didn't have the habit of sharing half-eaten food with someone else. Thus, she resolutely declined her grandmother's offer. By the time she finished her simple and comforting lunch, the snow had stopped falling outside. Yu Xiaosao took advantage of this break in the weather to don her snow gear to head back home. The Liu family didn't have any good presents to send back, so Liu Kunjin took out the remaining 10 caddies of green wheat and gave it to his granddaughter. He remembered that both his daughter and granddaughter loved to drink porridge made from green wheat, so he had especially left this green wheat over for those 2. After they finished exchanging New Year's gifts, the actual New Year's Day quickly arrived. On that day, small flakes of snow floated down and it made the outside world look like it was crafted of white powder and glowing jade. Inside the residence it was piping hot and full of celebratory joy. The Yu family and Lu family celebrated New Year's Eve this year. The dinner this year was very rich and sumptuous. The meat dishes included sweet and sour fish, which embodied the hope of abundance year after year, braised meatballs in brown sauce, meat sandwiched tofu, red braised pork, pork stewed with vermicelli, and a basin of boiled spicy meat slices. There were also a lot of vegetable dishes, such as green vegetables sautéed with shiitake mushrooms, spinach stir-fried with sprouts, lettuce with oyster sauce, mapo tofu, dry fried potato slices, and cabbage seasoned with vinegar. There was also spare rib soup and savory seafood and meat soup. Vegetarian and meat dishes abounded and everyone could choose their favorites. As for the main starches, there were white and plump steamed rolls that emitted the sweet scent of fine wheat. Even if someone didn't partake in the other dishes, they would still be able to finish 2 rolls on their own. In the midst of a disaster year, most families didn't have an abundance of either meat-containing or vegetarian dishes. Very few rich families in the prefectural city were able to have a table full of dishes like the Yu family did for their New Year's Eve family dinner. Junsho restaurant in Tanggu town had advertised a New Year's Eve family dinner that cost several hundred taels. In preparation, the head steward had bought several chests full of green vegetables from the Yu family at a high price and a few hundred caddies of potatoes. The fact that the restaurant had fresh vegetables for sale and, in addition, had the newly recommended food ingredient, potatoes, was more than enough to make the wealthy people in town, who liked to compete, flock to the restaurant to get a table. Over 20 tables for the New Year's Eve family dinner menu had been booked within moments. There were many people who were unable to make a reservation, so they even asked if there would be a later menu similar to this one. They did all they could, including using their own connections, to get the restaurant to leave a table for them in the future. However, for the vast majority of commoners, this New Year's celebration was miserable and wretched. Those who were able to eat some wheat flour were already considered fortunate. Most people had to fill themselves with flatbreads made of coarse grain. As for vegetables, that was a pipe dream. Before the locust plague hit, not all of the villages were like Dongshan village and had harvested their crops early, which could be made into dried or salted vegetables. Later on, with the locusts still around, no other vegetables could be planted. Even money couldn't buy vegetables. As for meat, normal families couldn't afford to buy it all. Thus, the vast majority of people spent the time with their families around a table, sadly eating their pathetic coarse-grain flatbreads with some thin salty soup on the side to finish bringing in the new year. As for the villagers in Dongshan village, most of them had dried vegetables at home. They could put the dried vegetables in a pot, add some extra oil, and stew them for a passable meal. Thus, they were able to eat something decent for their New Year's Eve dinner. As for eating dumplings to push out the old and bring in the new, most of them didn't have any. Without any meat or vegetables, how could they make dumplings? They needed to save whatever could be saved. Compared to the comfortable and exciting atmosphere in the Yu family's old residence, the Yu family's new residence seemed a lot more cold and cheerless. The cleverest housewife was unable to cook without any rice. Although Madame Zhang was competent, she couldn't magic up food from nothing. At the time, Madame Zhang didn't believe Yu Hai's words and thought that he was trying to trick people. Thus, she didn't try to harvest any of the crops that were growing on her land. Subsequently, all of it had been eaten by the locusts. Luckily, Madame Zhang usually dug up some clams when she went out digging for sandworms, so she had made some dried clams in the past. In addition, she had also picked up some kelp and seaweed along the way and dried them under the sun. All of that was being stewed together in a pot. Furthermore, Yu Dashan had went out to sea a few days ago and had come home with a fish that wasn't large or small. Thus, they were able to cook up 2 dishes to eat. Fishermen who lived by the sea had long gotten sick of eating seafood and fish. Furthermore, Madame Zhang was very reluctant to add a lot of oil when cooking, so most of her food was cooked in plain water with a pinch of salt. Obviously, the flavor of the resulting food was just so-so. Madame Li frowned as she swallowed the clam meat that didn't have much flavor. Her eyes roved around as she said, "Mother, looks like Yu Hai truly has broken off all relations with us." Madame Zhang raised her eyes to look at her for a second and didn't reply. Madame Li continued, "I heard that Yu Hai gave eldest uncle a piece of pork that weighed at least a dozen caddies and was about as thick as 3 fingers. He also gave them a bag of wheat flour that must have weighed at least 20 caddies. They also received a bunch of cabbage and radishes. I'm sure eldest uncle's family's New Year's Eve family dinner is quite delicious and sumptuous right now." "Mother, I told you that we should have gone to second uncle's house to buy a few caddies of meat, yet you refused to agree. Now you're envious of other people being able to eat meat. Hitzi frowned as he gnawed on his coarse-grain flatbread as he complained. He had already become a regular worker at the docks, so he was earning around 10 taels a year. Although his grandmother was reluctant to use money to buy meat, he could use his own money to buy some instead. What was the point of calculating things so clearly when they were all one family? However, his mother refused his suggestion and said that she was afraid that if he bought meat, they wouldn't be able to eat any. Instead, it was likely all of the meat would go to his younger uncle's family. Arg, if they could split from the family like his second uncle did, then everything would be better. His father could go out to sea and fish while he went to the docks to work. His mother could stay at home and manage the household. A life like that would definitely be better than their current circumstances, where they were stuck eating coarse-grain flatbreads every day and had to go hungry. Little Dudu gnawed on his flatbread sullenly and moved his head away when his mother tried to feed him fish. I don't want any, smells too fishy. Since they had been living together for a few months, Madame Zhang couldn't always give her youngest son's family preferential treatment. Ever since the locust plague happened, the family didn't have a good income anymore and they had to spend money to get grain to eat. Coins flowed out of their household continuously. Her eldest son had been urged by Madame Li to save a secret purse, so he only gave her half of what he earned from selling his fish. He didn't earn a lot of money to begin with, so now she received even less money. All of the fishing villages relied on the ocean to provide for them in this disaster year. Most villagers went to the beach to dig up sandworms and oysters. The Zhou family's factories were also buying these seafoods at a good price, so people from not only the fishing villages but also those who lived slightly further away would all rush to the beaches as soon as they could to gather seafood. Most of the sandworms had been dug up in the vicinity, so now Madame Zhang needed to go to even farther away beaches to find some. Furthermore, it wasn't a guarantee she would be able to dig up any. With 3 additional mouths to feed at home, Madame Zhang fretted every day about money as her stash dried up. The stress caused canker sores to form in her mouth. But what was she to do? Her youngest son spent every day by his books and almost didn't leave his room. Her youngest daughter-in-law was watching over a child as she embroidered handkerchiefs, insoles, and other small items to sell in town. The money her daughter-in-law made from selling her items was all given to her. However, embroidery took too much time and these small items couldn't be sold for much. With so many mouths to feed at home, that little bit of money was like trying to use a cup of water to put out a cart of burning firewood. As the months passed, Madame Zhang's head of hair had turned completely white and her back became more crooked. She looked as if she had aged a decade in the past few months. Madame Zhao lightly sighed and gently persuaded her son, Dudu, you can grow taller if you eat more fish. Then, I'll just eat one mouthful. When I'm older, I can be like older brother Shido and help do some chores around the house. Little Dudu reluctantly took a mouthful of fish and didn't even chew much before he swallowed it. He even drank a mouthful of coarse grain porridge to get rid of the fishy taste in his mouth. Madame Li started to sourly remark again, you say, older brother Shido, with a pretty familiar tone. Ah. You see him as an older brother but he may not see you as his younger brother. He's probably eating food with generous amounts of meat and fish, how come he didn't invite you over to eat some? Madame Zhao leveled a displeased look at the other woman and pointedly said, second brother-in-law had split from the family a long time ago. No matter how good our relationship is with him, we are still considered 2 separate families. I don't have such thick skin to try to take advantage of him. Madame Li slammed her chopsticks down and pointed at Madame Zhao's nose, who are you calling thick-skinned? If your skin isn't thick, then who's the one always going to cadge a meal off of them? You claim that you're teaching them how to embroider, but who are you trying to trick off? Everyone else at home is eating coarse grains and salted vegetables, yet you bring your son to their house to eat delicious foods all the time. You've become fat and plump from eating there, yet you don't even care about your own husband's health. Are there truly wives like you in the world? In terms of quarreling, Madame Zhao was definitely not Madame Li's opponent. Her eyes became red from fury as she hatefully replied, second brother-in-law's entire family invites me and Dudu over for dinner as a way of relaying their gratitude to me for teaching Xiaoxiao and Xiaolian how to embroider. Older sister-in-law, there's no point in being jealous. People's relationships are built through mutual assent. You can only get rewards if you pay for them. Only someone like you can sit around doing nothing, hoping for a free meat pie to drop from the skies. Madam Li was about to reply when she was interrupted by Madam Zhang banging on the table ferociously. Why are you all arguing now? We're celebrating the New Year's. Eldest daughter-in-law, when has third daughter-in-law ever eaten or drank anything that belongs to you? The fact that she can make other people gladly feed her is her own ability. If you have the skills, you can go over and try too, right? I'd be surprised if they didn't chase you out with a large stick. The more time passed, the less patience Madam Zhang had for Madam Li, who only knew how to seek out problems in others and didn't know how to do any work. Madam Li sneered, "Mother, you're always biased towards your youngest son and youngest daughter-in-law. Have you ever thought of your oldest son's and oldest daughter-in-law's feelings? There's a reason why second brother-in-law's whole family doesn't like us. Isn't it because you acted too harshly and hurt their feelings to the bone? If we didn't split the family, wouldn't our family have everything that second brother-in-law has, such as that large house and all of the land?" Madam Zhang glared viciously at Madam Li. So who was the one that said that Yu Hai's leg was unstoppable and that his whole family was sick and weak, so that they'd end up bringing us down? Who was the one who wanted me to think of a method to split them out of our family? Without you behind my back instigating everything, how could I take the risk of being a social pariah and split them out? Then what about father's situation? If mother had treated father better when he was sick, would he have divorced you? As long as father was still here, second brother-in-law would still provide us with some resources every year to show his filial piety. Now, father has gone to live a leisurely life with second brother-in-law's family. What about our family? Madam Li looked at the table of food that could be fed to the pigs and sadly sighed. Madam Zhang instantly pulled a long face and she slapped her chopsticks on the small table on the Kong bed. She stared viciously at Madam Li with her slanted eyes and said nothing. Madam Li's blood froze from her stare and her gaze became dodgy, not knowing where to look. Yu Dashan slightly pulled on the sleeve of his wife and signaled for her to quit plucking at the tiger's fur. He knew his mother regretted not treating old Yu well at that time he was sick and for being so heartless. But, what was the use of being regretful? It already was too late. Yu Bo set down his chopsticks and blamed himself. One shall not travel far away when one's parents are still alive. As their child, when the parents are sick, I should have come to take care of them no matter what. However, when father was seriously ill, I was in the prefectural city and unable to be filial at their side. Madam Zhang's expression suddenly changed again. She glared at Madam Li and comforted her son. "Zhaobo, it's not your fault. Mother didn't tell you in fear that it would delay your studies. You aren't your father's only son. Dashan and Dashan's wife, what were you doing then? Did you guys make a single meal for your father, or carry water and wash his clothes once? You guys say I mistreated your father, but what did you do? If you had helped, would your father have become that ill? When someone was wrong, they were always trying to push their mistakes onto others." Yu Bo had given Madam Zhang the best reason to shirk her responsibilities. Yu Dashan opened his mouth yet he didn't know what to say. Madam Li, on the other hand, grumbled, "I'm his daughter-in-law. How can I go into my father-in-law's room? Besides, doesn't he have a biological son? If mother had called Dahai over to help the moment father got sick, would things turn out the way it did? Although second brother-in-law has separated from the family, he couldn't have ignored his father, right?" Madam Zhang coldly snorted and said, "People just don't know when to be grateful. Dashan, since you were a child, everything that you ate and used belonged to the Yu family. Right now, your wife is saying you aren't a biological offspring of the Yu family, and thus you're unwilling to take care of the elderly. Aren't you afraid that others will call you an ungrateful and vicious person when you go out? Dashan, a virtuous wife won't cause so much trouble for her husband. You need to take charge and discipline your wife." "How am I not virtuous? No matter how bad I am still better than you, the old hag who is ruthless to her own husband. It's not me who got divorced by my own husband." Madam Li thought. In Madam Li's point of view, although her mother-in-law said that she had a peaceful separation, in actuality, she was just cast off by her husband. It was just that father-in-law was kind-hearted. He pitied his son who was studying afar, so he left all his wealth to Madame Zhang. Yu Bo spoke at this time. Mother, let's not talk about this during the New Year's. Besides, what use is it to argue about who should take the blame now? Mother, don't be reluctant to spend the money. When spring comes and I pass the county-level exams, our family's situation will improve. After passing the county-level exams, scholars could be exempt from taxes. Therefore, those with farmland would put their lands under the name of the scholar in order to avoid taxes. The scholar would also get some benefits from this. However, in Dongshan village, there were fewer fields and more mountains. Most of the villagers depended on the sea for food. Even if Yu Bo were to pass the county-level exams, his plans may not come true. Madame Zhang's family's New Year Eve dinner was so upsetting that they all eventually left. At midnight, there were no dumplings to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. The family didn't even stay up for New Year's Eve and went to bed early to avoid being hungry in the middle of the night. At the Yu family's old residence, the family sat around together merrily and ate melon seeds, dried meat, and snacks such as French fries and chips. Yu Xiaosao also made poker cards with thick paper and taught the children to play cards. The adults watched cheerfully on the side. Fang Zizhen, who was worried about his goddaughter because of the incident with the child traffickers, braved the snowstorm to come before the New Year's. If he rushed back on New Year's Eve, then he would most likely pass away on the way back. Thus, he stayed with the Yu family for the New Year. He watched the children play Fight the Bully. Author's note: this is the present-day card game, Fight the Landlord. Feeling tempted, he asked Xiaosao to give him her place and let him enjoy the game. There were many children in the family, so after learning how to play, everyone took turns playing. Therefore, there were many people watching and only 4 people playing. Yu Xiaosao gave up her position and drew another set of cards for the adults to play. Hence, Lu Junping, Yu Hang, Lu Yanner, and Yu Shaolian happily played cards on one side of the Kong bed. Fang Zizhen, Lu Hu, Yu Hai, and old Yu battled at the end of the Kong bed. Yu Kaifeng and Madame Lu watched the games from the side with a smile, while munching on melon seeds. As for little Shido and Lu Fangping, they pestered their older siblings to let them play for a while. Fang Zizhen didn't know if he was lucky or not at playing cards. He always drew the bully landlord card, yet he never won once. The loser had to stick a piece of paper on his face. Like a curtain, his face was filled with slips of paper that little Shido practiced his writing on. Old Yu was a slow learner, so Yu Xiaosao sat next to him and helped him out from time to time. Thus, he was able to win more often. Fang Zizhen became braver the more frustrated he was and shouted, "I don't believe in this bad luck. One more time, I will definitely win this round." The occasional laughter from the room added a touch of life to the silent night. At midnight, the dumplings that were made in the evening were put into the pot. The fillings of the dumplings included cabbage and pork, pickled vegetables and pork, chives and egg, and seafood. Other families couldn't even eat dumplings, yet the Yu family had such a rich variety. The comparison would make people angry. After midnight, the family ate the dumplings, and then went to bed. The children had sweet dreams in which they received lots of New Year money. On the next day, the children got up early without anyone calling them. First, they wished their grandfather a Happy New Year, and received a red packet filled with lucky money from the old man. After Lu Fangping kowtowed, he excitedly opened the red packet. Seeing that there were 10 copper coins inside, he couldn't help but smile. It was enough for him to buy lots of maltose candy. When they celebrated the New Year in the past, his parents only gave him 1 or 2 copper coins as lucky money. Last year, they were refugees fleeing on the road who didn't even have food to eat, much less New Year's money. He got 10 copper coins just as New Year's money from grandfather alone. His parents definitely wouldn't give any less, and there were also his aunt and uncle. Lu Fangping calculated with his little fingers and reckoned that he would surely get lots of lucky money this year. Lu Fangping saw his father walking over from the west courtyard, so he rushed towards him in a hurry. As a result, he slipped on the ice and ended up sprawled out in front of Lu Hu. His elder brother, Lu Junping, covered his eyes and couldn't bear to look at him. The other children couldn't stop laughing. Lu Hu bent over, picked up his youngest son, and laughed, "Oh. Although it's New Year's, there's no need for such a big bow." Lu Fangping wore many layers, so he didn't feel any pain when he fell. Without even patting off the snow on his clothes, he bowed with his hands cupped together and smiled until his eyes turned into a line, saying, "Father, Happy New Year. May all your wishes be fulfilled. May you have a prosperous new year, and now give me the red packet." Lu Hu slapped his bottoms and then took out a red packet. He lightly poked on his little head and said, "You little money grubber." Lu Fangping took the red packet given by his father and ran to the kitchen to pay New Year greetings to his mother and aunt, who were putting the dumplings in the pot. He reaped 2 small red packets. He secretly counted and now he had 40 copper coins. For ordinary families, it would already be considered very good if they give their children 1 or 2 copper coins as lucky money. It was very rare for a family to give out 10 copper coins in one go like the Yu family. Yu Hai had wanted to give the children 1 silver bit each, but upon considering the financial situation of his brother-in-law, the 2 families discussed it and set the New Year money at 10 copper coins per person. Before the dumplings were placed on the table, the children had already greeted everyone for New Year's and their hands were full of red packets. Yu Xiaosao gathered her siblings together and murmured something to them. When Fang Zizhen stepped into the Yu residence, he was surrounded by a group of kids who were all shouting, "May you be prosperous and happy. Hand over the red packets." Fang Zizhen's ears buzzed from the noise and he threw out the red packets. After getting the red packets, the children swiftly dispersed, leaving a completely bewildered Fang Zizhen with a blank expression. Yu Hai came over with a smile and said, "Xiaosao called the children together just now and plotted something mysteriously. It seems like the target was you." With lingering fear, Fang Zizhen said, "When there are many children, it's quite scary. Thinking back to the days when I was surrounded by dozens of enemies on the battlefield, that wasn't even as scary as the sudden attack I just experienced. Fortunately, I was well prepared, or else I would have been disturbed for a while." After getting their red packets, the siblings all ran into a room. Little Shido felt the contents of the red packet. It was round and didn't seem to like a copper coin. Lu Fangping couldn't wait and had already opened the red packet. "Brother Shido, what is this?" "Silver." As he asked, he wanted to put it in his mouth and take a bite to verify. Little Shido also took out a thumb-sized and realistic-looking silver peanut. It was known to be used by the wealthy and influential families as rewards or New Year's money. A small silver peanut was worth at least 5 mace, which was equivalent to 500 copper coins. Second sister's godfather was very generous. Second sister's New Year's money seems to be different from ours. Little Shido saw the golden sheen in his second sister's hand and hurried over to take a look. Yu Xiaosao had watched a palace drama in her previous life called The Legend of XX. One of the concubines in it rewarded Su Pisheng a handful of golden melon seeds, which looked like the ones in her hand. Small as they were, each one was at least 20 to 30 grams. After all, it was gold, which was more valuable than the silvers her siblings received. She carefully put them away and explained to her curious siblings, "These should be the golden melon seeds that the emperor rewarded Godfather. It only appears in the imperial palace. Its value isn't just in its monetary worth, but it's also an honor." Lu Junping, who was a few years older, carefully put away the silver ingots and advised his younger siblings, "These golden seeds and silver ingots are very valuable. Don't go showing it off outside, or you will be swindled. Fangping, give all the silver peanuts to mother for safekeeping later. It's worth a few hundred copper coins, so it's better to be careful than to lose them." Lu Fangping held on to the silver peanuts and whispered unwillingly, "Can't I wait till later to give it over? The silver peanuts haven't even been warmed by my hands yet." Because they stayed up too late playing, the Yu family's breakfast was later than usual, but it was still a lot earlier compared to families who normally got up at around 10 in the morning for breakfast. Madame Zhao estimated the time that second brother-in-law and second sister-in-law would finish their breakfast before taking the children over for New Year's greetings. Madame Li took a look out the window, pushed her son toward outside signaling with her mouth and said, "Haitzi, go with your aunt to your second uncle's house to give New Year greetings. Didn't you say that your job as a full-time worker was given to you by Brother Six based on Xiaosao's reputation? Take advantage of the New Year's to go thank them." Madam Lee was very calculating. If she'd really wanted to thank others, why didn't she tell him to go to their house with a gift before New Year's? Instead, she waited until New Year's Day to have Haitsi to go to their house to give greetings. Those who haven't married were all considered children and can get New Year's money. Was this thanking them or asking them for New Year's money? Haitsi didn't think that much of it. Having a better relationship with second uncle's family wasn't a loss. He opened the door and said to Madame Zhao, "Wait for me, Aunt. I'm coming with you guys to go to second uncle's house for New Year greetings." Madame Zhao didn't like Madame Lee taking advantage of others to earn easy money. Thus, she didn't like Haitsi as a result, even if he already learned to be good. However, since the younger family member already said it, then she would seem too petty if she refused, so she nodded and took her young son back to the room to wait. It was too cold outside, and she didn't want Dudu to freeze. Haitsi quickly washed, put on a half-new coat that didn't have patches on it and went out. Madame Zhao took her child and half-walked, half-slipped to the foot of the West Mountains. There was a slope on the way to the old residence and it had just snowed, which made it harder to walk. Madame Zhao could barely take care of herself, much less a child as well. Haitsi saw that his aunt was struggling with walking, picked up Dudu and placed him on his shoulder and said with a smile, "Aunt, I'll go ahead with Dudu. You take your time behind us and don't fall." Little Dudu, who was sitting on Haitsi's shoulders, giggled. Madame Zhao saw this and was frightened. "You be careful, don't slip." Haitsi ran as if he was flying up the slope and then jogged the rest of the way to the Yu family's old residence. Normally, he was busy working at the wharf, leaving early and returning late. He seldom had the chance to go to second uncle's house. He would take advantage of the break he got for New Year's to come more often. He wouldn't be like his mother or father. One of them only silently listened to his wife, while the other one only wanted to take advantage of others and was refused at the door. As relatives, they should have better relationships. Brother Six had said that second uncle's family will definitely flourish in the future. He didn't want to go up and benefit from their association, but who could guarantee nothing would happen in the future? Having one more rich relative was never a bad thing. Before long, he had taken his little cousin up to the old residence. Before stepping through the door, little Dudu happily shouted, "Older brother Shido, Dudu has come to play with you. Older sister Xiaoxiao, can you take me on the sleigh today?" The two families, who were just about to eat breakfast, put down their chopsticks upon hearing the sound. Madame Lu came out of the house and was a bit surprised to see Haitsi, but soon recovered with a warm smile. Haitsi came. "Come in and get warm. Little Dudu, where your mother?" "She didn't come." Little Dudu came down from Haitsi's shoulders and said, "Happy New Year to second aunt. My mother is slow and is behind us." "Older brother Shido, I'm here." Haitsi said, "Happy New Year's" to Madame Lu and followed little Dudu silently into the room. He was hit with the unique fragrance of the dumplings. He swallowed his saliva quietly and with a smile said, "Second aunt, you guys haven't eaten yet. I'll come back later." Yu Hai came out of the inner rooms and saw the tan and strong Haitsi. He patted him on the shoulders and said, "Why are you being an outsider with second uncle? Didn't eat yet? Come in and have a bowl of dumplings. Your second aunt and oldest aunt made a lot." As he said this, he pulled Haitsi into the house and pushed him down at the table on the Kong bed. Madame Lu thought that Madame Zhao must have not eaten, so she went into the kitchen and brought in a basket of frozen dumplings. She revived the fire to cook the dumplings. As for the extra bowl of dumplings, she let her husband, who followed her in, to take it to Haitsi. Little Dudu was carried to the edge of the Kong bed and put down to sit with the children. Little Shido picked a dumpling from his bowl and blew on it before putting it in the little guy's mouth. Little Dudu's mouth was bulging and he was chewing hard. His pair of black eyes were bright. "Brother Shido. It's a pork dumpling, and there's so much meat. It's so delicious." Xiaoxiao took out a small bowl and gave the dumplings in her bowl to the little one. She smiled. "Eat more if it's delicious. If it's not enough, we can make more." Haitsi, who had been working for nearly a year, had become a lot more mature, so he no longer ate like a bandit like he did when he was a child. He smiled innocently, but his heart wasn't as peaceful as it seemed. Second uncle's family really is rich and the disaster year didn't seem to have any impact on them. They have cabbage and pork dumplings, and pork made up the majority of it with only some cabbage added in. The dumplings with leeks and eggs are so fresh, and there are a lot of eggs in it seems that there are sandworms added in too. The fragrance is so tempting. When Haitzi felt that his saliva couldn't be held back anymore, Yu Hai came in carrying a bowl full of dumplings and said, "Haitzi, this is a bowl of cabbage and pork-filled dumplings. Eat this first. If it's not enough, your second aunt is in the kitchen cooking another pot." "Thank you, second uncle. This is enough for me to eat." With Haitzi's current appetite, a bowl of dumplings would only allow him to be half full. However, he doesn't dare to openly eat and let second uncle think he came over to get money. Old Yu ate the dumplings stuffed with pickles and pork and said to Haitzi, "You aren't an outsider, you don't have to be so polite. Eat." Haitzi restrained himself at first but became more relaxed later. He ate the fragrant and delicious dumplings with big bites and his eyes began to burn. How long had it been since he had such delicious dumplings? In the past, when the conditions were good, the dumplings he had at home were all cabbage and pork-filled dumplings with more cabbage than pork, and each person only had so many. In order for him to eat more, he had stolen Xiaoxi's and little Shitu's dumplings. On the second day of the New Year's, when he went to his maternal grandfather's house, he could sometimes eat dumplings, but the taste of those was far inferior to the ones of second uncles. "Have some soup, don't choke." Old Yu saw that Haitzi was eating so fiercely, he felt bad. He estimated that this year had been rough on them there, so it was good enough that they weren't going hungry. Although he divorced Madame Zhang, humans were emotional beings. He watched Haitzi grow up. Although they weren't blood related, anyone would have emotions toward a dog once they've raised it long enough. Madame Lu and Madame Zhao came in with 2 plates of dumplings each. Yu Kaifeng and Lu Hu had already eaten, so they gave up their seats. Madame Zhao ate some cabbage and pork-filled dumplings and tried 2 chive and egg-stuffed dumplings. She praised her second sister-in-law's cooking repeatedly. Madame Lu smiled and said, "I dare not take the credit. Several of the stuffed dumplings were created by Xiaoxiao. Especially the chive and egg-filled dumplings. She added some sandworms to make them more delicious." Yu Kaifeng also praised, "These pickled vegetable and pork-filled dumplings are more authentic than what we ate in the Northeast. Our family's head had 2 full bowls. Sister-in-law, you eat first, we'll go digest our food." Quote, at the table on the Kong bed, everyone was eating happily. Under the Kong bed, there were 2 small beings who were unwilling. "I don't want to gnaw on bones. I also want to eat dumplings." Little Dudu liked Little Black and Little White the most. Upon hearing their pitiful whine, he stretched out his head and gave them 2 of his dumplings. Madame Zhao saw this and scolded her son, "Dudu, how can you give the dumplings to the dogs? How wasteful." In her opinion, people couldn't even get enough to eat. What was the point in raising dogs? What's more, giving dogs meat dumplings to eat was just outrageous. Seeing that Madame Zhao's body was shaking with anger, Madame Lu hurriedly advised, "It's just 2 dumplings, don't scare the kids. Dudu, hurry and eat. Don't let the dumplings get cold, or you'll get a tummy ache." Yu Xiaoxiao was full. Seeing that the 2 little ones were staring at the table after eating 1 dumpling, she bent down and patted their heads and said, "Your breakfasts are in the west room and Big Gray is in there too. Go, I'll take you over there." Little Black and Little White, upon hearing the words, finally moved their eyes away from the table on the Kong bed. They followed behind Xiaoxiao with their butts up in the air. Their small steps became brisk as they knew that their little master wouldn't treat them badly. Yu Xiaoxiao brought a bowl of dumplings from the kitchen. When she walked into the west room, she saw that Big Gray was eating a piece of cooked pork. Ever since trying the taste of cooked meat, Big Gray wasn't willing to eat raw meat, especially the dead boar meat, which had been frozen for many days and was hard. Thus, Yu Xiaoxiao cooked a pot of meat for it and the 2 little ones every day, putting in a small amount of salt and seasonings. The big one and 2 small ones all happily ate it. 1 bowl of meat dumplings was split in half into Little Black and Little White's food bowl. Little Black couldn't wait to eat it and burned his tongue, making a whine of sadness. Little White was gloating at the side as if he was saying, "Fool, who dares to eat dumplings just out of the pot without getting scalded?" Little White was smarter. He first took a dumpling out of the food bowl and put it on the ground to cool for a while. Then he carefully tried it. When he decided that it wasn't too hot, he ate it with relish. Big Gray smelled the fragrance of the dumplings and suddenly felt that the delicious pork lost its delicious taste. He paced to the edge of Little Black's food bowl, squeezing the little guy out of the way and took one out to slowly try. The taste wasn't bad. Then he opened his mouth and took half the basin. Little Black looked at this with tears in his eyes. He dared not be angry, but his eyes were full of complaints. Is there a father like you? Taking his kid's food. Why aren't you taking it from Little White and just bullying me? Woo woo woo. You Xiao Xiao, who had just turned around and went out, heard Little Black's sad cries and thought something had happened. So she returned to take a look. She saw Little Black watching pitifully and Big Gray lying on the edge of his food bowl, eating all the dumplings in 2 or 3 bites. After finishing, he took the piece of meat from his bowl and put it in Little Black's food bowl. He used his paws to pat his son's head, telling him to eat. Little Black stared at the meat in the food bowl with tears in his eyes and endless resentment in his heart. I don't want to eat meat, I want to eat dumplings. Woo woo woo. Little master, be the judge. A father picking on his son, are there any heavenly principles? With a head full of imaginary black lines, Yu Xiao Xiao gave Big Gray a warning glare, and then gave the little guy a few more dumplings. Little Black licked his little master's hands with gratitude. Little master, you're the best. Little Black loves you the most. After that, he gobbled up his dumplings for fear that his father would steal them away again. Big Gray wanted to do the same thing and rob Little White's dumplings. However, Little White wasn't as easy to deal with as Little Black. Not only was he unable to snatch the dumplings, but he also ended up being bitten on the face by Little White, leaving a row of teeth marks. Big Gray looked threateningly at his unfilial son. If master wasn't next to us, I would have smacked you silly. You dared to fight with your father. Just wait. Little White unhurriedly finished his dumplings, and didn't even spare his father a glance. If you dared to bully me, master won't let you drink the tasty water. Humph. Seeing that Xiao Xiao had gone out the door of the west room, Little White strode out proudly behind her and ignored Big Gray, who was scratching the floor with his claws. When Big Gray turned his head to look at Little Black's bowl, the little guy immediately stuffed the last 2 dumplings into his mouth and then rushed out of the room at the fastest speed. Big Gray was full of complaints within his heart. Master, why don't I get anything good to eat, and yet I'm always being ordered to work? In the main room, Madame Zhao, her son, and Haitzi had already finished eating the dumplings. Old Yu teased the cute little Dudu and asked him to do the New Year's greetings. Dudu, if you wish grandfather a happy new year, then you can get a red envelope. Under the guidance of his older brothers and sisters, Dudu kneeled down with slight difficulty, lowered his head onto the Kong bed several times, and said some auspicious words. May grandfather have a happy new year, and live a long and healthy life. In the past, before they had divided the family, the younger generations also kowtowed to the old Yu couple as New Year greetings. After Yu Hai's family separated from the family, the children just had to bow with their hands clasped in front of themselves. It didn't matter how they did the New Year greetings, as long as they were able to express their sincerely. After little Dudu received the red envelope from his paternal grandfather, he was encouraged by his older siblings to open it. Little Shido said with a grin, Dudu, why don't you count to see how many copper coins you received as lucky money? Little Dudu had learned how to count, so it wasn't hard for him. 1, 2, 3, 10 coins. There's a total of 10 copper coins. Madame Zhao took the red envelope from her son's hands and prepared to give it back to the old man. Father, it's too much. The child would be happy with just 1 copper coin. In her opinion, her father-in-law relied on her second brother-in-law's family for all the basic necessities of his life. There were so many children, so if he gave 10 copper coins to each, that would be at least 80 to 90 copper coins. Didn't it all come from her second brother-in-law? Today, she didn't bring the kids over for New Year greetings with the intention of getting lucky money. She wasn't as greedy as her sister-in-law, Madame Li, who would destroy all the affection between relatives for the sake of a little money. Old Yu looked at her, took the red envelope, and then put it back into the hands of his aggrieved grandson. He said, take it. Everyone gets one. Don't worry, I have money. Your second brother-in-law gives me some pocket money every month, but I usually don't have anything to spend it on. After saying that, He also gave Haitzi a red envelope. Little Dudu's face lit up with happiness. His small hands were full after receiving red envelopes from his second uncle, second aunt, and oldest uncle. Madame Zhao felt slightly embarrassed, so she decided to go back after briefly chatting with them. Old Yu thought about it, and then said to Madame Lu, second son's wife, "Are there any more dumplings in the kitchen? Let third son's wife take a bowl of dumplings back for her husband. He got divorced, but third son was still a descendant of his Yu family." Madame Lu didn't say anything and went to the kitchen to get a bowl of dumplings. She placed it in a small bamboo basket, covered it with a cotton cloth, and then handed it to Madame Zhao. Seeing this, Haitzi wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to open his mouth. After sending off Madame Zhao and the kids, the Yu family soon welcomed another group of people who came to give New Year greetings. Zhou Shanhu, who had a good relationship with Yu Xiaosao, was in the front, while her older brother, Zhou Xiaohua, followed behind her. There were also the Qian families Qian Wen, Qian Wu, and Qian Yefeng. The three families lived close by and frequently interacted with each other, so the children had a good relationship. Qian Wen, who would turn 14 after the new year, had already grown up to be a graceful and beautiful young man. He was also preparing for the county-level exams in February. He usually worked very hard, and before the school suspended classes, he rarely came back for breaks and stayed at the academy to study. The academy had suspended classes due to the disaster year, so he stayed at home and studied hard. As a result, it had been a long time since Xiaosao had seen this youth. Yu Xiaosao took out snacks to entertain her friends. Zhou Shanhu widened her eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "Stir-fried pumpkin seeds, stir-fried peanuts, maltose candy, sesame candy, peanut candy. Xiaosao, you have such a rich variety of snacks at home. And this, it's the seeds of the sunflower that you guys planted in your backyard, right?" With a smile, Yu Xiaosao nodded and said, "Yes. I sautéed it with salt and pepper. Have a taste and see if it's good." Zhou Shanhu didn't act courteous and grabbed a handful of the seeds. She followed Xiaosao, placed a sunflower seed in her mouth, and bit on the shell. Then she clumsily took out the unshelled seed and savored it in her mouth. She nodded and said, "It's quite tasty. The things brought back from the Western Hemisphere taste quite good. You guys should quickly try it." The children excitedly ate the candies, melon seeds, and peanuts as they happily chatted. Before long, the family welcomed another group of visitors for the new year. Among the group was Uncle Xuanzhu's daughters, Lu Huifeng and Lu Yingzi, and second son, Taidener. That Zheng Xiaokui, who always wanted to get closer to the young royal prince, also came. While eating the Yu family's rich variety of snacks, Zheng Xiaokui felt envious and jealous within her heart. How could the Yu family live such a good life if they hadn't gotten acquainted with the royal prince? If I can become the royal prince's concubine, my family will definitely live a better life than the Yu family. One should know one's own limitations. With a tan and scrawny appearance and decent facial features, she might be praised as good-looking in Dongshan village. However, any random young girl on the streets in town could be better looking than her, let alone the capital. Royal Prince Yong wasn't a womanizer, so there was no way that he would be interested in her. No matter what intentions these children had, since they had come to give New Year greetings, those with the ability would give the children some dried fruits and snacks. After Madame Lu gave the kids some sunflower seeds, peanuts, and various sweets, the children contentedly went to give greetings to the next family. The children of the Yu family were also pulled along by their good friends to pay New Year greetings to other families. Not all families were like the Yu family, who prepared a lot of delicious food. In the past years, there were all kinds of nuts and dates on the mountains. In autumn, all the households would gather some for their children to snack on. However, this year, the mountain had been gnawed bare by the locusts. Thus, there were fewer families that could entertain the young guests this year. Families that were more well-off, like the village head's family, Qian families, and Zhou families, would prepare maltose candy or some sort of nuts. Many people barely had enough to eat, so where would they get snacks to give the kids who came to pay New Year greetings? However, the simple rural children, whether they could get snacks or not, were very happy to pay New Year greetings to other families. These cute little fellows added some festive atmosphere to the dreary new year. After eating the sweet and delicious glutinous dumplings and enjoying the colorful lantern show, the spring festival was coming to an end. In order to prepare for the district examination in February, Rongshuan Academy resumed classes after the Lantern Festival too. But eating became a big problem. It was easy to buy grain, but it was difficult to find green vegetables. The cooks in the cafeteria were racking their brains for the sake of the children's meals. At the beginning, there were only salted vegetables and dried vegetables, which were extremely expensive. Fortunately, the sons of wealthy merchants in the south transported some radishes, cabbages, and meat from the south, and thus alleviated the problem of eating vegetables. Little Shido also registered for district examination in February. In order to ensure that her younger brother could eat well before the exam, Yu Xiaoxiao moved to the house in town. She also brought a portion of the vegetables, which they had stored in boxes at home, to town. During the transportation, she covered them with a thick quilt to prevent them from freezing. The Yu family house in town was located close to Rongshuan Academy, which made it convenient for her to cook for little Shido. Little Shido applied to be a commuting student so that he could eat all 3 meals at home. The food at the school was too simple, and the cooking skills of the chef was also average. How could it be better than the meals made by second sister? Every morning, Yu Xiaoxiao would cook fragrant corn porridge for her younger brother, along with a boiled or fried egg, and egg pancake. At times, she would make pan-fried chives cake, or steamed meat buns. For lunch, the siblings would eat a meal that consisted of 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and soup. The staple food would be rice or steamed buns. For dinner, it was either dumplings or different types of noodle dishes. Every meal was different for the whole week. Every day, little Shido would go to the academy with a bulging tummy and show off to his classmates. One day, little Shido returned with an expression as if he had done something wrong. Yu Xiaoxiao was about to ask if he had gotten in a fight with someone at school, but she looked up to see 2 little tails behind her younger brother, little Shitu's roommates, Lu Jinye and little Fatty, Sun Runs. Their other roommate, who was younger, wasn't participating in this year's district examination, so he didn't return to the academy to study. Little Fatty, Sun Runs, warmly said, "Second sister, let's eat our meals together. My father gives me 10 taels monthly for my meals. I'll give them all to you. If it's not enough, I'll send a letter to ask my father for more." Lu Jinye had already turned 13 years old after the new year. He explained with slight embarrassment, "The food at the cafeteria isn't very good. If we can't fill our stomachs, then we can't focus on studying. We know that Miss Xiaoxiao has excellent cooking skills, so we want to come and eat together." Whether it was 1 sheep or a flock of sheep, they needed to be herded. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't refuse them and only said, "It's a disaster year in the beginning of spring, so the ingredients are relatively simple. If you guys don't mind, then let's eat together. However, you guys need to return to the academy after dinner." Of course, Lu Jinye and Sun Runs hastily nodded. Little Fatty was even more elated as he asked, "Second sister, what delicious food are you making for tonight? I'm not picky as long as it can fill my stomach." Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes in her heart and thought, "Not picky? If you're not picky, then why aren't you eating at school and coming here for meals? Tonight, we're eating pork and bean sprouts braised with vermicelli. Since you guys came, I'll add sour and spicy shredded potatoes." Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't going to pamper them. She would cook with the ingredients they had at home, and they would eat whatever she made. Little Fatty, Sun Runs, widened his eyes and asked in surprise, "Sour and spicy shredded potatoes? Is it the sour and spicy shredded potatoes that cost 5 taels at Junsho restaurant? The newly imported vegetable from the Western Hemisphere?" Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao nodding lightly, little Fatty danced excitedly, "Second sister is the best. We're so lucky to be able to eat delicious food. I have long wanted to try Junsho restaurant's new dish, but I couldn't get a table." Little Shido couldn't bear to look at him and reminded, "Who's your second sister?" "Sun Runs, don't forget that you're 2 months older than my sister." Sun Runs's thick face had been well trained. He grinned and said, "We have such a close friendship, so isn't your second sister also my second sister? I'm just following you all. All right, this isn't important. Go." Let's go study in your room. We need to work hard so that we don't let down our second sister who's working so hard to cook for us. Yu Xiaosao, who was cutting potatoes in the kitchen, saw the three half-grown children dressed in scholarly gowns going into her younger brother's room with their arms around each other. Shortly afterwards, she could hear the sound of them reading aloud. She lightly shook her head and smiled. The potatoes in her hands were cut into thin shreds, and then soaked in clear water. She added a piece of firewood into the stove and poured some oil into the cauldron. After she stir-fried the onion, ginger, minced garlic, and chili pepper to get the flavor, she put in the shredded potatoes that were soaked in water and continued to stir-fry them. She added matured vinegar to enhance the fragrance, and then also added some salt. At the end, before plating the dish, she poured in MSG made from the Zhou family's seasoning factory. The sautéed shredded potatoes glistened under the light. With a delicious sour and spicy taste, it whetted one's appetite and made one want to eat more rice. Little Fatty could finish half a plate by himself. Yu Xiaosao didn't even eat one mouthful and it was completely devoured by the three little fellows. For another dish, she used the marbled meat of wild boar and homegrown bean sprouts, which were braised with vermicelli, and made into a home-cooked dish. The wild boar meat was stewed until it was soft and mushy, and melted in one's mouth. The vermicelli had absorbed the fats from the streaky meat, so it was very flavorful when eaten. The bean sprouts also added a refreshing taste to it. This, pork and bean sprouts braised with vermicelli, received unanimous praise from all three kids. Lu Jinye really liked the spinach and eggs soup. Although his family was quite well off, he seldom saw leafy greens for the entire winter. It really aroused one's appetite when seeing the green and yellow colors of the spinach and eggs soup. These were usually very simple dishes, but they were rare delicacies during a disaster year. Lu Jinye and Little Fatty ate until their bellies were bloated and they couldn't even bend down. After eating, Little Shido very naturally cleaned up and went to wash the dishes. Upon seeing this, the two little guys also followed him into the kitchen and helped wash the dishes. Yu Fan's second sister had worked hard to cook the meal, so they had to help out with the chores. Otherwise, how would they have the face to come over to eat in the future? When washing the dishes, Lu Jinye quietly said to the simple-minded Little Fatty, "If we want to eat these dishes that Yu Fan's second sister made for this meal outside, it will cost at least 10 taels. The potato and spinach were especially rare ingredients. The snow hasn't melted yet, so I don't even know where Yu Fan's family got the leafy greens. Vegetables are so expensive right now, so us giving 10 taels a month seems too little." Little Fatty nonchalantly said, "If 10 taels isn't enough, then let's pay 20 taels. Just say that we need more nutrition before the exam. I'm sure our families won't be against that. I know your family well. There's no way that your family can't afford 20 taels, right?" Lu Jinye nodded and decided to ask his family to send him more money tomorrow. Even with 20 taels, Yu Fan's family would be the ones suffering losses if they ate like this for every meal. The next day, Lu Jinye and Sun Runs had someone send a letter back to their respective homes. They told their families that in order to not affect next month's exam and to be able to get better food, they were going to eat at their classmates' house. They asked their families to send some more money over. When their families read the letters, they felt slightly alarmed in their hearts. What kind of meals was it that even 10 taels a month wasn't enough? Their sons were too young and naive, so could it be that they were being deceived? During the first month, the silk and satin shop had average business. Thus, Lu Jinya's father decisively packed his bags, brought along some of his son's favorite snacks, and went to Tanggu town. Sun Runs' father also asked the prefectural magistrate for a few days off to check on the people who his son was eating meals with. The two had already met since their sons were classmates. When they met on the road, they decided to travel together. Setting out early in the morning, they rushed over and finally reached Tanggu town in the evening. When they arrived at the entrance of Rongshuan Academy, the students had just gotten out of class. The two fathers waited at the entrance for a while and soon saw their sons coming out with a young student, who looked fair and beautiful. "Xiao's." Sun Runs' father called out first. Hearing this, Little Fatty looked up and saw his father. Then he ran over happily. Lu Jinye also saw his father. He usually acted in a very stable manner, but he also hastened his pace and asked, Father, why did you personally come? Isn't it busy in the shop? Lu Jingui looked at his son and saw that his son had a ruddy and healthy complexion. He also seemed to have gained some weight, so his heart finally relaxed. When you first sent a letter back saying that you're eating salted vegetables every day at school, your mother was already very worried. Several days ago, we received news about you eating meals with other people, so your mother told me to come see if you're eating well. Now that I have seen you today, I can finally feel relieved. Uncle Lu, we're eating very well every day. If we don't have enough time in the morning, then Yu Fan will bring the food over for us. For lunch, there is meat and vegetables. We have a very sumptuous meal in the evening. Yu Fan's second sister has excellent cooking skills, and the dishes are different every day. Little Fatty, Sun runs, cuddled with his father for a moment. When he heard Lu Jinggui's words, he hastily explained. Sun Run's father, Sun Jiaqi, and Lu Jingui looked at each other, and clearly saw disbelief within each other's eyes. If his son said this in the past, he would definitely believe him. However, with the current situation, it was already considered very good if they would eat vegetables, let alone eating different vegetables every day. Sun Runs also apparently saw the disbelief within his father's eyes. He said indignantly, Father, you don't believe your son's words. If you don't believe me, then come to Yu Fan's house with us and you will know if I'm telling the truth or not. Sun Jiaqi patted his son's head. He didn't know who his son got his hot temper from. He looked at Yu Fan, who stood there with a slight smile, and then asked with a smile, Xiaos, is this the Yu Fan who you told me about? Yu Fan stepped forward and politely bowed with his hands clasped in front of him. This fellow is Yu Fan. It's nice to meet Uncle Sun and Uncle Lu. Don't stand on ceremony. My family's Jinye has troubled you. Lu Jingui had an affable smile on his face and said a few polite words. Yu Fan politely said, I dare not say that. Brother Jinye and Brother Runs usually helps me a lot. We're close like brothers, so uncles don't need to be so courteous. It's getting late. Uncles haven't eaten dinner yet, right? May this fellow have the honor to invite the two of you for a casual meal. No need. You're being too courteous. Sun Jiaqi was about to decline the offer, but he was interrupted by his son. Father, didn't you not believe what I said? Won't you know the truth if you come with us? Second sister said she will cook poached chicken for us tonight. Father, do you know what poached chicken is? Have you tried it before? Is it tasty? Poached chicken originated in the Qing dynasty, and was a typical southern dish. It would be strange if Sun Jiaqi had eaten it before. But, chicken was quite expensive recently. At the beginning of the disaster year, in order to be frugal with food, the people who raised chickens had slaughtered all their chickens. When winter arrived, there were barely anyone selling chicken in the market. Occasionally, there would be one or two places that sold chicken, but it would be extremely expensive. He took another look at the fair-looking and well-behaved Yu Fan, and felt very astonished in his heart. Didn't his son say that Yu Fan came from a farmer's family? Perhaps it was raised by his own family. But that wasn't right. From his understanding, all the villagers around the prefectural city barely had enough food to eat. Where would they have the grain to feed chickens? Lu Jingui also had the same doubts. With a half-believing mindset, he followed his son to the Yu family's house, which was 500 meters away from the academy. Second sister, we're back. As soon as Yu Fan entered the house, he habitually called his second sister. Yu Xiaoxiao's voice sounded from the kitchen. You guys came back 10 minutes late today. Put your school bags down and wash your hands. We will be able to eat soon. Yu Fan put his school bag back in his room and scooped a basin of water in the kitchen. He hesitated for a moment, and then reminded her, Second sister, you should prepare 2 more dishes because Sun Runs and Brother Jinya's fathers came. While the chicken was being cooked on low heat, Yu Xiaoxiao washed her hands and followed her younger brother out. She exchanged greetings with the 2 fathers. Sun Jiaqi waited for a while and didn't see any adults come out, so he asked, Are you siblings the only ones at home? Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and said, There are both young and old in the family, so my parents couldn't leave the house. I was afraid that my younger brother wouldn't be able to eat well at the academy, so I volunteered to come cook for him. Please sit down for a while. The food will be ready soon. Shido, prepare some tea for the uncles. With 2 more adults, the food that she prepared wouldn't be enough. Fortunately, they had readily available ingredients at home. She got some lettuce from the west room, 2 potatoes from the cellar, and cut some pork. She prepared to make stir-fried lettuce with oyster sauce, and sliced potatoes pot. In addition, there was also the poached chicken, and stir-fried chives with eggs. It should be enough for everyone to eat. When these dishes were brought out, Lu Jingui and Sun Jiaqi were stunned. Who exactly was this Yu family? They were actually capable of getting fresh chives and lettuce in this season. And what was this dish? They were also experienced and knowledgeable people, yet they actually couldn't recognize the ingredient that was sautéed with pork in this dish. Sun Runs proudly showed off to his father. "Father, you never tried this dish before, right? The ingredient inside is called potato. Last year, Royal Prince Yong brought seed back from the Western Hemisphere. Even the aristocrats in the capital might not be able to eat it." Potato. As the assistant of the prefectural magistrate, Sun Jiaqi naturally knew about potatoes. However, he had heard that Royal Prince Yong had successfully grown several thousand caddies of potatoes. The imperial court attached great importance to this matter and prepared to use them all as seeds. The emperor had asked the imperial chefs to try cooking with them and used them to entertain the meritorious officials. The Yu family were merely farmers in Tanggu town, so how were they able to get potatoes? Could they be lying? As if she could read their minds, Yu Xiaosao said with an indifferent expression on her face, "Uncle Sun lives in the prefectural city, so you must know that the corn and potatoes that Royal Prince Yong brought back to the capital were transported from Tanggu town, right?" "You mean?" Sun Jiaqi's eyes widened abruptly, and he looked at her with surprise. "That's right. Thanks to Royal Prince Yong, we were able to get the seeds for corn and potatoes. We lived up to the expectations of Royal Prince Yong and successfully grew the corn and potatoes after many setbacks. Royal Prince Yong is benevolent and let us keep some of the potatoes as a reward." Yu Xiaosao spoke in a manner that was neither humble nor arrogant. Sun Jiaqi and Lu Jinggui's gaze when looking at Yu Xiaosao and her younger brother had changed. Since they were acquainted with Royal Prince Yong, who was favored by the emperor, it was no wonder that they, who were born from a peasant family, could act in such a generous manner. If Yu Xiaosao knew about what the two were thinking, she would definitely smile bitterly. "You two are thinking too much. All the ingredients of the table belong to my family. The potatoes, chives, and lettuces were all grown by her family. They stored the wild boar meat and chicken last year. When the Zhou family was getting rid of the last batch of chickens at the end of autumn, the Yu family bought a lot of them. After slaughtering them, they stored them in the cellar. If they ate sparingly, it was enough to last them until the spring." Under Yu Xiaosao and her younger brother's warm attitude, Lu Jingui and Sun Jiaqi picked up their chopsticks and first tried the sliced potatoes pot. The main ingredients of this dish were potatoes and a decent portion of streaky pork. The slightly fried potatoes were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and with the fragrant and delicious streaky pork, it was really a new taste to the two fathers. Little Fatty gnawed on a chicken wing and recommended to his father, "Father, try the poached chicken made by second sister. It has an authentic flavor and tastes amazing." Sun Jiaqi knew that his son had a picky mouth, and he was extremely picky with food. If he said that it was good, then it definitely tasted good. He looked at the so-called poached chicken. With pure white meat and slightly greasy skin, it emitted the faint fragrance of scallion oil. The plating was also very detailed with the chicken meat placed in a beautiful shape and scallions arranged like flowers around the border. Among the 3 elements of color, smell, and taste, color had already been achieved. As he picked up a piece of poached chicken, his son reminded him, "Dip it in the sauce, it will taste even better." He did as his son said and dipped it into the sauce on the side. After that, he placed the piece of chicken in his mouth and carefully tasted it. The chicken skin had a refreshing mouthfeel, while the flesh was smooth. With a light and delicious flavor, it retained the original taste of chicken meat yet also had a distinctive flavor. Everything was just right. Even the chef of Junshou restaurant might not have such culinary skills. The chives were fresh and tender, while the eggs were fragrant and soft. The lettuce had a crisp mouthfeel and the potatoes were very flavorful. The poached chicken was meaty, tender and delicious. The 4 dishes seemed like they were cooked by an experienced chef. The two pairs of father and son ate until their mouths were covered with grease, unable to stop. Lu Jingui quietly asked his son, "Do you guys eat like this for every meal?" Lu Jinye replied in a low voice, "When you guys aren't here, we generally have one meat dish and one vegetable dish, which is enough for us." Xiao Sao said we shouldn't be partial with food and should eat a well-balanced diet. She has excellent cooking skills, so she cooks different things for us to eat every day. Even Sun Runs, who doesn't like to eat vegetables, eats half a bowl of vegetables for every meal. While the father and son were whispering to each other, Sun Runs, who had a bloated tummy, thought of something and said, "Second sister, what about the grasshopper sauce? It's so yummy. Quickly take it out for my father to try." Yu Xiaosao rolled her eyes at him. He made it seem as if she was a miser who was unwilling to let them eat it. She said sulkily, "Who serves grasshopper sauce to guests? Moreover, even if I take it out now, is there still room in your stomach for it? You can just eat it with corn pancakes tomorrow morning." Sun Runs burped and said embarrassingly, "Then let's eat it tomorrow morning. I'm already full up to my throat. So full. You fan, remember to help me put more grasshopper sauce on the pancake tomorrow. Sun Jiaqi couldn't help but cover his face. He seriously didn't want to admit that this shameless glutton was his son. However, based on the interactions between his son and the Yu siblings, it seemed like the kids usually had a pretty good relationship. They seemed even more harmonious than a family. The fathers were especially surprised at the scene of the kids fighting to wash the dishes after the meal. At home, their sons had never done the dishes before and hadn't even been in the kitchen. What? Gentlemen shall stay away from the kitchen. It seemed like there was just nothing attracting them to the kitchen. For the sake of being able to eat delicious food every day, they were seriously working hard. After the meal, the two fathers inquired about their sons' meals for the past few days. They noticed that the nutrition was well balanced for every meal. Furthermore, like what their sons said, every meal was different, and there weren't any duplicates within a week. Based on the current market price and split among 4 people, a month's worth of ingredients for the meals would cost far more than the 20 taels that their sons stated. It was getting late. When two fathers bid their farewells, they both took out 4 silver ingots that were worth 10 taels each. Sun Jiaqi said to Yu Xiaosao, who wanted to decline the money, "Little girl, don't refuse so quickly. If it was in the past, we wouldn't even give you 10 taels. But, with this year's situation, people wouldn't be able to buy your vegetables even if they had money. Right now, people are willing to fight for a batch of fresh green vegetables even if it cost 10 taels. Therefore, according to your meal today, we were the ones who gained a good bargain by giving you 50 taels a month." Lu Jingui chimed in, "Brother Sun is right. Miss Yu works so hard to cook 3 meals a day for these 2 kids. If we make you guys suffer losses, how can we continue to bother you in the future? If you don't accept it, then Yer won't come to bother you anymore." Sun Jiaqi also nodded in agreement. Little Fatty had a terrified look on his face. "No. Second sister, save me. I'm used to your cooking now, so if you tell me to go back to eat the pig's feed at the cafeteria, I will die." Sun Jiaqi patted his son and scolded, "It's the first month of the year. Why are you talking about death?" Sun Runs stuck his tongue out at his father, and then immediately pretended to be pitiful in front of Yu Xiaosao. "Second sister, take pity on me and just take it. My father doesn't lack the money anyways. Only a fool wouldn't take the money that was forced into one's hands." Yu Xiaosao also felt the nutritional meals that she made every day were certainly worth the 50 taels. At Junshou restaurant, 50 taels wasn't even enough for a meal. Under Sun Runs's imploring and Lu Jinya's earnest gaze, Yu Xiaosao, reluctantly, accepted the 80 taels of silver. In addition to the 10 taels that they each gave her at the beginning, it was a total of 100 taels for the monthly food expense. She didn't dare think about it in the past, but now, she reckoned it was considered acceptable. An alluring aroma always drifted out from the Yu residence, so not only were their neighbors constantly asking about what they were eating, but recently there were also a lot of strangers appearing nearby. With their inquiring appearance, it seemed like they had bad intentions. With the 2 siblings being the only ones in the Yu residence, they were like kids frolicking in the market with golden bricks in their hands, and thus caused certain people to have malicious thoughts. After being warned by the little divine stone, Yu Xiaoxiao sent a letter to ask her father to bring Big Gray along the next time he delivered ingredients to them. Most of the people with bad intentions were frightened when they saw the majestic Big Gray wandering around the entrance several times. There were also certain scheming fellows who immediately reported to the Yamen that a vicious beast had entered Tanggu town. They wanted to use the power of the local authorities to get rid of the gray wolf raised by the Yu family. After receiving the report, the bailiffs hastily rushed over and instantly realized that it was just the pet that Royal Prince Yong entrusted the Yu family to raise. It was just a false alarm. After that, the head bailiff informed the neighbors of the Yu family that Big Gray was a pet wolf that had been raised by people since it was a pup. If people didn't provoke it, then it wouldn't bite people. In recent days, the Yu family were being harassed, so they specially brought Big Gray over from Dongshan village to guard their house. After this, most of the people with ulterior motives had withdrawn their intentions. However, there were also some people who didn't give up and felt that a pet wolf wasn't very threatening. In the middle of the night, they climbed over the walls and entered the Yu residence. The Yu family's neighbors were awakened by a scream in the middle of the night. When they got dressed and came out to check on the situation, they saw a figure rushing out of the Yu residence while holding his butt and fleeing in a desperate manner. Behind him was Big Gray, who was guarding the house. Anyone could tell that that person had gone for wool and came back shorn. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the two siblings were the only ones in the house and go in to get some benefits, but he ended up being bitten by the wolf raised by Royal Prince Yong. Most importantly, he got bitten in vain. Who would dare ask the royal prince to pay the medical fees and compensation? It would be strange if that person didn't get arrested as a thief and get punished. With Big Gray around, the siblings could finally sleep peacefully. The days passed by, and it was getting closer to the district examination in late February. Little Shito and the other two kids studied even more diligently day after day. Fortunately, Yu Xiaoxiao was there to prepare different meals for the three children every day. Otherwise, the three little guys would be getting thinner every day like their classmates, who were studying in the academy. Because they got proper nutrition from their meals, the three children had a ruddy complexion and were full of spirit. That fellow Sun Runs had even gained weight. At the academy, the teachers always used him as an example to encourage the other examinees to also prepare for the exam with full enthusiasm. As the date of the district examination approached, the studying atmosphere in the academy became more and more tense. For the sake of their own future, to bring glory to the academy, and to bring honor to their families, all the examinees, who were preparing for the district examination, did their utmost to study. Yu Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, instilled the idea of having a proper balance between work and rest. When studying, one had to alternate between tension and relaxation. Like a rubber band, if one was too tense, one could easily break. Thus, during breaks, Yu Xiaoxiao would bring the three kids to experience life in Dongshan village. At times, they would go catch birds in the mountains. Before the winter, there were a lot of locusts on the mountains. So, even when there was a sharp decrease in the number of other animals, there were still many birds in the winter. Using the method of setting snares to catch birds from the textbooks in her previous life, she brought the kids to experience the sense of achievement of catching birds. The millets that were used as bait were mixed with mystic stone water, so they had a good harvest every time. They collected all the birds and brought them back to town as food. Sometimes she would bring them to collect seafood at the beach. The seafood that they collected at the beach was also taken back to town and made into delicious seafood dishes for them to eat. Sometimes she would also take them to the docks to see dock workers doing hard labor and help Yu Xiaolian with her business. This helped increase their real-life working experience and experience the hardships of the common people. Thanks to Yu Xiaoxiao, they were able to spend their breaks in a pleasant and meaningful way. With broadened horizons, they were able to write more in-depth essays and the teachers frequently praised them. Not only did going out to play not delay their studies, but it also effectively improved the quality of their writings. The three little fellows were full of anticipation for their breaks. The district examination, which was scheduled for late February, was the first stage of the county-level exams. Normally, the date of the exam and series of cumbersome registration procedures would be announced a month before the district examination. Fortunately, Rongshuan Academy always did group registrations, and thus saved a lot of trouble for the examinees. Tanggu town's testing location was next to the yamen, which was located in the north and faced the south. It was a decent size. According to the teacher's introduction, in the south side of the examination hall, there was a door on the east and west side, and it was surrounded by wooden fences. The examinees had to line up in 2 rows and could only enter after a full-body search. After entering the wooden fences, there was a large courtyard in the main entrance. After entering the main entrance, there was a big courtyard. This was the place where the examinees had to wait for their names to be called. On the north side of the courtyard, there were 3 large halls, in which the examiners sat and called the names of the examinees. There were also numerous rows of simply constructed seats, which was the place for examinees to take their exams. Unfortunately, in ancient times, there was no such thing as checking out the testing location in advance. Otherwise, Yu Xiaoxiao would have really wanted to take a look at the examination hall. Today was the first round of the district examination. The examinees had already arrived at the testing location before dawn and gotten a full-body search by the inspectors. Every examinee had an exam basket, which contained the necessities of the examination such as stationery, food, examination identification, and more. The exam basket needed to be thoroughly inspected to prevent prohibited items from being carried in. Rongshuan Academy's exam baskets were fully prepared by the academy. However, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't like the simple food prepared by the school, which were only rice balls, steamed buns, and salted vegetables. So, she changed the food in his basket into the specially baked peanut and sesame biscuits and jerky. She also included a copper brazier that could warm his hands when it was cold. The specially made heat preservation water bag contained boiling hot mystic stone water, and it was tightly wrapped with a small quilt. Each exam took an entire day and it was still rather cold in late February. Yu Xiaoxiao hoped that her younger brother could drink some warm water at noon. She had heard that many examinees, who had relatively weak physiques and usually had good grades, were unable to perform well for the exams. The main reasons were the weather and the food. Furthermore, there were people who couldn't endure the 5 days of exams due to illness and failed in the examination. Little Shido waved his hands at his parents and second sister, who sent him to the testing location, and then calmly stood in line. Before entering the examination hall, the inspector looked at clothing, which reflected the characteristics of the academy, and was slightly surprised when he inspected his exam basket. After repeatedly checking the small quilt, water bag, and brazier, the inspector led him into the examination hall. At this time, there were already many students quietly waiting in the courtyard. Although the sky hadn't lit up yet, there were many paper lanterns in the yard, which made it very easy to see. Little Shido followed the other students, walked in an orderly manner, and then entered when his name was called. The examinees stood in the yard and faced the examiners as they waited for roll call to enter the central hall to pick up their exam papers. They also had to go through a vowing process. In order to prevent cheating, every examinee, who participated in the district examination, must have a scholar who lived on government grants as a guarantor. After little Shido got his exam paper, he sat down on his assigned seat. After all the examinees received their exam papers, there would be bailiffs walking around to show the exam questions. One of the bailiffs recognized little Shido and specially stopped in front of him for 2 more seconds. After seeing the exam questions and carefully analyzing it, little Shido thought about the questions as he grinded the ink. When the ink was ready, he began to seriously answer the questions. In the early morning of February, the temperature was very low. The limbs of the students, who stood in the cold wind for more than 2 hours, had become a little stiff. Little Shido took out the water bag from the small quilt and drank 2 mouthfuls of the warm mystic stone water. He felt warmth returning to his body again. He warmed his hands with the brazier, and then began to write with passion. With the heat provided by the mystic stone water, he didn't feel cold at all. His writing on the paper was the same as usual without any sense of stiffness. Today was the first round of the exams. The exam was on writing 2 essays on the 4 books and a poem with 6 5-characters rhyming verses. There was a standardized format for the title, poem, and writing methods, and the maximum word count couldn't exceed 700 characters. Generally, for the first round, one could pass as long as the writing flowed smoothly. Only those who passed the first round could participate in the second round of the exam. For little Shido, there was no need to worry about the first round. At noon, he stopped writing and, as if he was having a picnic, he leisurely ate the delicious biscuits and took a few bites of the pork jerky. After he drank a few mouthfuls of water, he finished all of his writings in one go. He carefully checked it again, slightly revised it, and then transcribed it onto the exam paper. When he finished, he looked around and noticed that most of the examinees were huffing into their own hands while swiftly writing. It was a cloudy day today, so the temperature was lower than that of previous days. Some of the examinees were so cold that their faces had turned white and their lips were purple. Some of them sneezed and sniffled, and appeared to be in a bad condition. Little Shido felt somewhat puzzled. Why didn't he feel cold? Could it be the effect of the protective stone that his second sister gave him? The little divine stone, who was tied around little Shitu's neck, rolled its eyes endlessly. Master actually lent me to others so casually. Isn't that being too disrespectful to me, this divine stone? It thought back to how Yu Xiaosao kept reminding it to take care of her younger brother before they came here. She also said that it was considered a merit, which would help it cultivate its power. Thus, it reluctantly agreed. Yu Xiaosao told little Shido that this protective gem was blessed by a great master and could bless him to smoothly pass the examination. When the exam ended in the evening, most of the examinees were cringing their necks and shivering as they came out. However, little Shido, who had tasty snacks to eat and the protection of the little divine stone, was even more spirited than before he went in. As soon as he came out of the examination hall, he saw his second sister, who came to pick him up. Little Shido rushed over, like a cannonball, with his exam basket. Second sister, what tasty food are we eating tonight? I want to eat Junsho Restaurant's roasted duck. Can we go buy one back? Sun Runs and Lu Jinye also came out and joined the siblings. Hearing that they could eat Junsho Restaurant's roasted duck tonight, the two really looked forward to it yet didn't have any hope. Junsho Restaurant's one duck 3 dishes was very famous in both Tanggu Town and in the capital. It was currently the time when ducks were out of season, so Junsho Restaurant only sold 20 roasted ducks a day. The price of one had increased to 50 taels, yet there was still an excessive demand for it. It was apparent that they didn't believe that Yu Xiaosao was capable of getting the roasted duck. Yu Xiaosao took the 3 kids back home first and had each drink a bowl of brown sugar ginger tea to warm up their bodies. The Kong bed was so warm that Sun Runs and Lu Jinye quickly fell asleep as soon as they took off their boots and snuggled into the warm quilts. Yu Xiaosao entered Junsho Restaurant's back kitchen from the back entrance. When she found out that today's roasted ducks had been sold out, she rolled up her sleeves and personally roasted 2 of them. One was for little Shido to bring back to the headmaster of the academy to satisfy his cravings, and the other was for them to eat, 1 duck 3 meals in the evening. The sauce was brought back from Junsho Restaurant, while the pancakes were made by Yu Xiaosao herself. As he ate the fragrant duck meat wrapped in pancakes and drank the delicious duck bone soup, Sun Runs immediately felt alive again. If I can eat such delicious roasted duck every day, I would be willing to take exams every day. Lu Jinye scolded him. Aren't you afraid of becoming muddled from taking exams every day? A roasted duck cost 50 taels, yet it's still hard to get. The money you paid was only enough for 1 duck. Are you planning on going hungry in the future? Generally, the district examination had 4 to 5 rounds with an interval of 2 to 3 days between each test. The entire district examination lasted for more than half a month. Fortunately, for more than half a month, the 3 little fellows were able to eat well and had healthy bodies. They were completely fine even after suffering in the cold wind for a whole day. Before the next exam, Yu Xiaosao made delicious food for the 3 kids for every meal, for fear that they couldn't make it through the 5 rounds of exams. For each of the following rounds, the seating was arranged according to the results of the previous round. Little Shido's performance for the first round was relatively stable and he wasn't affected by the cold wind and the atmosphere in the examination hall, so he naturally received good results. In the second round, his seat was close to the examiners. An instructor of the Confucianism department saw the fair and cute appearance of the 8-year-old little Shido and said with a smile, "Official Zhao, Tanggu Town is full of talents. Even such a young child has come to take the district examination." County Magistrate Zhao recognized Yu Fan, so he smiled and said, Looking at his clothes, he seems to be a student of Rongshuan Academy. Since the teachers of the academy had registered for him, then they must have confidence in him. Based on his seating, it seems like he did very well yesterday. The official registrar of Tanggu town smiled and said, "The examinee looks to be only 7 or 8 years old. He should be the youngest among the examinees, right? To have such achievements at such a young age, Rongshuan Academy certainly deserves their reputation." Little Shido didn't know that he had caught the attention of the examiners. Like the first day, he wrote down his student number and name first and carefully looked over the questions. Today, they needed to write one essay on the 4 books and an essay on filial piety. In addition, they had to write down a section from Sacred Edict and Board Instructions from memory. With a minimum of at least 100 characters, they should not make any mistakes and modifications. Writing from memory was Little Shitu's strongest ability. The little guy was originally smart, and after drinking Mystic Stone water for over 2 years, his memory had become even better. It was almost to the point of never forgetting after one look. This was one of the main reasons as to why Headmaster Yuan agreed to let him participate in the county-level examination. The writings for the 4 books and Sacred Edict and Board Instructions were very easy for Little Shido. He just spent more time on the theory of filial piety. After that, he just had to check his answers, transcribe the writings, and wait for the end of the exam. When the examiners saw that he had finished a long time ago, their impression of him slightly deepened. For the next 3 rounds, one round consisted of writing an essay on the 5 classics, an essay on rhymed prose, a poem with 8 5-characters verses, and writing from memory the first 2 lines of Sacred Edict and Board Instructions. The last 2 rounds were focused on classical text, rhythmical prose, the 4 forms of poetry, and so on. Although the 4 forms of poetry and rhythmical prose were slightly difficult for Little Shido, he still finished answering them seriously. As for the quality of the content, different people would have different opinions. During the exam, Little Shido also noticed that his younger uncle had also gotten into the 5th round. His younger uncle was under high pressure, and although he ate food that was specially prepared by Madame Zhang, he was unable to eat well normally, so his health had seriously deteriorated. Therefore, the 5 rounds of exams were the same as a torture for him. At the end of the last round, he fainted as soon as he went out of the examination hall. Yu Dashan and Madame Zhang, who came to pick him up, helped him sit down at a small eatery nearby. After drinking a bowl of hot soup, he gradually recovered his senses. Yu Xiaosao also saw the scene, but with Madame Zhang's blood-sucking, leech-like personality, she would definitely cling onto them if she helped out, so she didn't go over. Sun Runza's and Lu Jinya's families had also come to the last round, so Yu Xiaosao just took her younger brother home. Now, they just had to wait for the results to be published. In mid-March, the list of qualified candidates for the prefectural examination was announced. The names of the 3 kids were all listed in the front. Yu Xiaosao looked through the list and saw that her younger uncle's, Yu Bo, name was also listed on there. Brother Qian Wen, you also came to check the results. My second sister squeezed inside, so just ask her to help you check it. Hearing Little Shitu's voice from behind, Xiaosao looked over the list again and saw Qian Wen's results. His name wasn't too far behind her younger brother's name. She worked hard to get out of the crowd and found her younger brother. With a smile, she patted him on the shoulder and said, "Well done, you're within the top 20. As long as you work hard, our family will have a little county scholar official soon." With a gentle smile, Qian Wen said, "Congratulations, Little Shido." Yu Xiaosao said with a smile, "Qian Wen, I saw your name, too. So, congratulations to you, too. When you guys go to the prefectural city for the examination, please help us take care of our Little Shido." As if he had already expected this result, Qian Wen didn't show an overjoyed expression. He nodded and said, "With the relationship between our families, I would do so even if you didn't ask me." After chatting with Qian Wen for a while, Yu Xiaosao brought her younger brother back to Dongshan village. There was less than a month before the prefectural examination. After the results for the exam was announced, Rongshuan Academy only gave the students 2 days off. It was already mid-March, and she needed to go home to cultivate the early maturing vegetables. It would be too late if she delayed it any longer. She planned on using these next 2 days to sow all the vegetables fields, and then let her father and the rest of the family handle tending the fields afterwards. When they got back to Dongshan village, they saw a lot of horses parked in front of their house. Upon entering, they confirmed that it was indeed Royal Prince Yang. Zhu Junyang drank the fragrant tea, which was top-quality bilawacham that he brought over himself. Even if it was the same tea leaves, tea made from the Yu family's water would taste more fragrant than other places. It was the same for the Yu family's food. Even the rice had a much better mouthfeel. Could it be that the water in the Yu family's well was different than that of other places? His elegance when tasting tea, with his eyes lowered, his graceful disposition, and his indifferent and beautiful face, this simple courtyard seemed to have also become more vivid. Yu Xiaoxiao was amazed once again. Hearing the movement, Zhu Junyang lifted his eyes and looked over. Seeing the glow within Xiaoxiao's eyes, his heart suddenly felt more relaxed and comfortable. With a faint smile, he softly asked, "How is little Shitu's results for the exam? Is he on the list for qualified examinees?" Little Shito interjected, "I passed. I'm qualified to participate in the prefectural examination." A bright smile appeared on the faces of Yu Hai and Madame Lu, who were originally worried. Yu Kaifeng and her husband also quickly congratulated them. Yu Hai humbly replied, "This is just the first stage. We don't know how the next 2 stages will turn out. Don't be so happy yet. Little Shito, you can't be too proud. You need to continue to work hard." Little Shito nodded hard. Madame Lu couldn't help but smile, and said, "You guys must be hungry. Mother will cook something yummy for you guys." Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to go help, but Madame Lu said to her, "Yuner can help me. You should go work on the vegetable seeds. Since you weren't home, we just plowed and fertilized the fields. Now we just need to plant the seeds." Yu Hai also said, "We should also pre-soak the watermelon seeds. I originally wanted to do it myself, but your mother was afraid that I would mess it up and delay the harvest. These past few days, we have been continuously receiving orders from the prefectural city, hoping that we can grow more watermelons." Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it and said, "Then let's plant watermelons in our over 10 mu of farmland in the village. We can grow the corn in the plantation located on the outskirts of Tanggu town. By the way, father, not a single grain was reaped in the plantation last autumn. The tenant farmers must be having a hard time, right?" Yu Hai nodded and said, "Yes, it hasn't been easy. It's not only our plantation, but it was also the same for others. It was just slightly better at our Dongshan village. The only thing that I could do was to waive their rents. The majority of the common people had no extra grain at home. They all relied on their autumn harvest to get through the cold winter and the period before the new crops were ready. Although the imperial court had distributed food for disaster relief and there was average-priced grain for sale in town, there were still many people who couldn't afford grain. As a result, there was an increase in people selling their houses, land, and children at the beginning of spring. Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it and said, "After younger brother takes the prefectural examination, let's also plant the corn. The plantation has over 100 mu of land, so we'll need a lot of people to plow, fertilize, sow, and manage the fields. The tenant farmers definitely don't have enough food to last them until the corn is ready to be reaped. Why don't we hire the tenant farms as long-term workers? Those who work more will be paid more, and those who do a good job will get a bonus. What do you think?" "That's a good idea. Let's work out the rules first. In a couple of days, I'll go to the plantation with your oldest paternal uncle and ask for their opinion." Yu Hai felt that this was a very good idea. Zhu Junyang interjected, "This prince has also bought some land around Tanggu, so I need to hire some people to manage them. I'll entrust this matter to you, too." Yu Xiaoxiao curiously asked, "Young royal prince, why do you suddenly want to buy farmland in Tanggu town? Are you also planting corn?" "It's the emperor's orders. Last year, the locusts destroyed all the corn in the plantation at the capital. However, the output estimated by the Minister of Revenue was far less than that of your families. The Emperor and Ministry of Revenue wants to experiment in both the capital and Tanggu town to see which land is more suitable to grow corn." Zhu Junyang took the imperial order and planned a long-term stay in Tanggu town. The experimental fields in the capital were handed over to the group of old fellows in the Ministry of Revenue to take care of. Yu Xiaoxiao lifted her eyebrows and thought, without this maiden's mystic stone water, no matter how hard they work, the experimental fields in the capital still won't be as good as the fields in Tanggu town. Was this considered helping the young royal prince again? But she still honestly replied, corn is very easy to grow since it has good adaptability to different types of soil. Last year, we planted them in sandy soil, and there was still quite a high yield. Zhu Junyang nodded. He slightly looked around and said, the emperor said that your family is experienced in growing corn, so we'll need your family's help with the experimental fields in both locations. Of course, we won't let you guys work for nothing. If this task is done well, then you will definitely be rewarded. What kind of reward? Gold, silver, and precious gems. Silk and satin, fertile farmland and beautiful houses. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes were shining brightly, and with her fist holding up her chin, she appeared like a kitten that caught a little fish. She looked quite cute. Zhu Junyang couldn't help but ruffle her hair with his hands. He answered, you can get all of them. Even if they're not within the emperor's rewards, this prince will compensate you. Can you rest assured now? Yu Xiaoxiao shook off his hands, glared at him, and said, men and women should not casually touch each other. I'm already 11 years old, so I'm not a child anymore. Please pay attention to your actions. Yu Hai's eyebrows were almost twisted together, and his eyeballs were about to pop out. If the other party wasn't Royal Prince Yang, he would have already snapped his hands in two. What was up with this Royal Prince Yang? He wouldn't be interested in his family's cow, right? No way, he must keep an eye on her. His daughter was only 11 years old, so he couldn't let her be taken away by this big wolf. So what if he was the royal prince? Even the royal prince shouldn't casually touch other people's daughters. Zhu Junyang didn't know that her father had started to guard against him. He looked at Yu Xiaoxiao from top to bottom, and said, 11 years old. I can't tell. You need to eat more in the future, so that you can grow taller and not end up becoming a little shorty. Yu Xiaoxiao was very distressed about her short stature. She had been consuming mystic stone water for more than 2 years, and Dr. Sun said that she had already recovered from the illness that she carried since she was a fetus. She had been eating very well for more than a year, but despite eating so much, she still couldn't gain much weight. Moreover, she hadn't grown much taller either. Shaolian was almost half a head taller than her. Could it be due to the lack of natural endowment? Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao looking dejected like a defeated kitten, Zhu Junyang felt bad and said, don't worry too much. Some people grow up earlier, while others grow later. The youngest grandson of the mayor of the capital was only a little taller than you when he was 15, but after not seeing him for over a year, he was almost the same height as me. You're only 11 years old, so you still have 6 to 7 years to grow. Yu Xiaoxiao glared at him and thought, who's the one to stab other people in the heart first? You want to give me a red date after slapping me? This maiden will remember this. From now on, I'm going to make dishes that you don't like to eat. She turned around angrily and went into the storage room to get the mystic stone water used to breed vegetables. She called it breeding, but it was actually a very simple process. She just needed to soak the seeds in the mystic stone water, and the seeds would be ready to be planted in a couple of days. The reserved watermelon seeds needed to be soaked until a small bud sprouted, which would increase their likelihood of survival when planted. Thus, they needed to be soaked for a few more days. That was just right, since they could plant the watermelons when they were done planting the vegetable seeds. This year's vegetables had been delayed for nearly half a month. In order to not delay the farming season, Madame Lu asked for the help of her close friends, paying them 30 copper coins per day. There was a total of 4 to 5 mu of vegetable fields, so with 7 to 8 people, they could finish the work in a day. After sowing the vegetables seeds, it was about time for Yu Xiaoxiao to go back to town to be a cook for her younger brother. In order to not affect the growth of the vegetables, Yu Xiaoxiao decided to just throw the multicolored stone into the well in the backyard and asked the little divine stone to release its spiritual power into the water. After that, she solemnly instructed her father that he must use their family's well water to irrigate the land and watermelons with the reason that she discovered that there was something special about the water in their family's well. After being reminded by his daughter, Yu Hai also noticed that rice tasted better when cooked with their family's well water. It remained to be seen whether it was good for the vegetables and watermelon seedlings. There was one thing that was very good about Yu Hai, which was the fact that he firmly believed and followed his daughter's words. Of course, he also performed a small experiment. He selected a small portion of vegetable field to irrigate with the pond water behind the house instead of the well water. He soon noticed the difference. The vegetable field watered with well water did indeed grow faster and better than the portion that was irrigated with pond water. How did his daughter notice this? Did the immortal tell her in her dream? Or did the immortal cast magic in the well water? Yu Hai buried this question deep within his heart and never told anyone. As for the matter of the well water in their backyard being different from that of other places, he held a small meeting with the family and told them not to mention this matter to others, lest it attract unnecessary trouble. With her father and oldest uncle at home, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't have any worries and concentrated on being a chef in town. After the result of the exam was published, the fathers of Sun Runs and Lu Jinye came over again. They each gave her 50 taels as food expense and asked her to please take care of their children. With the same mindset of, whether it was 1 sheep or 3 sheep, she still needed to herd them, she didn't decline their requests. In the courtyard of the residence in town, she freed up a small area of land to plant various kinds of vegetables. With the little divine stone, the vegetables that they wanted to eat were made to mature faster, and it was all right since the other 2 little fellows knew nothing about farming and only thought that the vegetables planted by Yu Xiaoxiao grew quite fast. Zhu Junyang stopped going to Dongshan village once he found out that Yu Xiaoxiao was acting as a cook for her little brother, who was preparing to sit for the prefectural examination. He bought a house near their residence in town and brought head steward Lu along to visit them every day so that he could join in on the meals. Every day, Yu Xiaoxiao struggled to come up with new ideas for their meals. Spring was about the time when the ingredients were lacking. The Yu family still had vegetables, but meat was a different matter altogether. The pork, chicken and duck meat that they had stored from last year were nearly finished, but the 3 children loved meat, so if she made them go vegetarian, they probably would not stand it after a few days. When the children went off to the academy, Yu Xiaoxiao began to loiter around in the market, looking to see if there were meat or eggs to buy, but she was only met with disappointment. The people were all afraid to waste food during the year of disasters, so everyone had quickly taken care of their livestock and poultry. Wild game was also out of the question as wildlife on the mountain had also decreased massively in number. While she was loitering around town, she met 3rd young Master Zhou, who was rushing back from the prefectural city. The elegant youngster who wore bright clothes and paraded through the streets on his horse saw her looking perturbed, and asked, "Xiaoxiao, are you troubled? Our families are so close, what's stopping you from sharing your problems?" Yu Xiaoxiao remembered that Junshou restaurant never seemed to be lacking in ingredients, so 3rd young Master Zhou must have his ways. As such, she told him her problem. "I might not be able to help you on other issues, but this problem isn't even a problem to me. My Zhou family has our own ship and we head south twice every month to stock up, so we're never lacking in meat and eggs. You can just get them from the back kitchen whenever you want to, or rather, I'll just let Qian Xiaoduo deliver meat and eggs to you twice every week." "That's a deal." 3rd young Master Zhou knew Yu Xiaoxiao was too polite, so if he let her take from the restaurant herself, she'd definitely be ill at ease. Since he had already come this far, he might as well have someone deliver it to her. Embarrassed, Yu Xiaoxiao replied, "Thank you so much. However, I must compensate you for the ingredients, otherwise, why must you regard me as an outsider? I'll deduct the cost of the ingredients from your share of the profit, will that do?" Displeased, 3rd young Master Zhou said as he glared at her. Sometimes, Yu Xiaoxiao was just too polite as if she did not take him for family. If he did not take her money, she would definitely not accept the ingredients. He would claim to have deducted the cost from her share of the profit, but she would not actually know if he did it or not anyway. At the end of every year, Yu Xiaoxiao would pop up to get her deserved profit from her share of the dividends from her roasted poultry recipes and the factories they shared. She never counted the banknotes she was given and instead left immediately. She never took a look at the accounts, too, seemingly not even afraid of being cheated. Of course, he would never mistreat his own people. Yu Xiaoxiao laughed dryly, changing the topic. "I heard you've been busy with the Junshou restaurant in the prefectural city. How is it going? When will it be open for business?" "It's set at the start of next month." "Oh, Right, how are your family's vegetables? If we could create a vegetable feast as a gimmick when the Junsho restaurant in the prefectural city opens for business, it'd definitely be a huge success. Thinking of this, third young Master Zhou's eyes lit up, staring unwaveringly at Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao pondered over it, then smiled. When the Junsho restaurant in the prefectural city opens for business, I should be able to harvest a little, although it won't be a lot, or of much variety. It'll consist mostly of green leafy vegetables. Zhu Junyang stared at Yu Xiaoxiao, who stood not far away, smiling happily, and by her side, third young Master Zhou, who had a look of joy and focused his gaze solely on her. The harmonious sight made him boil with rage. A violent urge to tear everything apart surged in him. Head steward Lu, who stood behind him, could feel his master's emotions start to spin out of control, and he tensed up immediately. He followed his master's cold and violent gaze and saw Yu Xiaoxiao. She was like a life-savior to him as he hurriedly called out, "Miss Yu, how coincidental." Yu Xiaoxiao, who was busy discussing the prices of the dishes with third young Master Zhou, turned towards the voice. Her heart trembled when she saw a cold-faced royal Prince Yang who exuded an unapproachable aura. She remembered that Princess Consort Jing had once hinted about Royal Prince Yang to be seemingly possessed by a demon when he was in a temper, a person without sense or reason. She cursed silently in her heart, which idiot angered this bad-tempered cheetah? Nonsense aside, let's quickly calm him down. Young royal prince, how have you had free time to come out for a stroll today? Although Yu Xiaoxiao was reluctant, she still slowly inched towards him with a slightly tense smile. The closer she got with royal Prince Yang, the colder it seemed to get. Yu Xiaoxiao felt that her hairs were about to stand at attention. Royal Prince Yang stared coldly at her with his bloodshot eyes, not speaking a word. Innocently, Yu Xiaoxiao blinked. What's the matter? Who offended you? I'll help you to beat him up so you can feel better. Don't let out your anger on innocent bystanders, okay? Royal Prince Yang squeezed out a word and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Head steward Lu secretly prepared himself while he cried on the inside, the master teaches the disciple but dies of hunger. Ever since master turned 15 years old, I've never been able to best him. In a moment, when master's temper flares up, I need to do my best to restrain him even if it takes all of my strength. Hopefully Miss Yu will be able to successfully douse the fire. Me, Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened as she pointed to herself, confused. What did I do? You mean, I offended you? When? How did I not know? Zhu Junyang still stared frostily at her, making Yu Xiaoxiao feel as though she had been targeted by a starving leopard. She was in imminent danger and unable to escape. Inwardly, she laughed bitterly, making the decision to act cute after a bit of thought. Yu Xiaoxiao's big eyes brightened, then she hit the back of her left hand twice with her right hand, saying, "You don't have eyes," and offended the young royal prince. You deserve to be hit. All right, I've already beat up the person who offended you. Is it okay now? Yu Xiaoxiao blinkingly watched royal Prince Yang as the mischievous dimples at the edge of her lips flickered. Head steward Lu wiped his face. Miss Yu, do you think you are coaxing a 3-year-old child? Who are you trying to fool? Zhu Junyang's gaze traveled slowly from Yu Xiaoxiao's try-hard cute face to her left hand that was hit. The fair and tender skin on the back of her hand now had a spot of red, and it was such an eyesore to look at. He could not help but furrow his eyebrows as the red in his eyes slowly faded, although his gaze stayed on the little hand that had turned red from a few hits. What? Is the punishment unsatisfactory? I'll hit a few more times until your anger dissipates. Yu Xiaoxiao was slightly relieved when she felt the oppressive aura around her start to lift. She raised her right hand and aimed towards her left hand. She actually did not hit hard. Her skin was just too fair and tender, so even a light touch would cause it to redden, although it would also fade quickly. A large hand caught her right hand and prevented it from hitting her left hand. Following the big hand, she raised her gaze to see Royal Prince Yang's creased brows, seemingly displeased. Finally, he showed expression, albeit one of displeasure, but it was enough to feel as though they had gone from the South Pole to the warm town in spring. Since when was it your role to teach a lesson to the people that offended me? The irritated beast in Zhu Junyang's heart seemed to have settled into hibernation after he saw the red patch on the small hand. He looked at Yu Xiaoxiao and wanted to hit someone, but at the same time he was also afraid of not being able to control his strength and seriously injuring someone. He felt so ambivalent and irritated. Head steward Lu finally put his heart back into his stomach. As long as his master spoke normally, it meant that he had his senses back. He was filled with gratitude towards Yu Xiaoxiao. Miss Yu was indeed a professional at dousing fires. She successfully extinguished a fire again. Yu Xiaoxiao's face crumpled in fear. Then, you'll do it yourself. But please be gentle. I'm scared of pain. If my hand is swollen, I won't be able to cook delicious meals for you. Zhu Junyang glanced at the ignorant third young master Zhou who had moved over and his irritation flared. He dropped Yu Xiaoxiao's hand, unpleasantly saying, "When did I say I wanted to hit you? There are many forms of punishment, I'll have to think about how to punish you." Yu Xiaoxiao's courage increased when she noticed that the danger was eradicated. "Before you punish this commoner girl, can I be informed of the offense I have committed, so that I can die with a clear conscience?" Zhu Junyang huffed coldly. "Even until now, you still don't know your offense, that's one more fault." Third young master Zhou could finally speak up. "Royal Prince Yang, Xiaoxiao is still young and there will definitely be areas where she will not be so thorough, please have mercy." HMPH. Someone is pleading for you, another fault. Zhu Junyang was even more infuriated. "I'm the one talking here, so what business is it of yours? Go back to wherever you came from." Third young master Zhou still wanted to say something but he was stopped by head steward Lu. Head steward Lu could faintly feel that his master's temper this time had something to do with Miss Yu and this fellow. He would not be able to guess the outcome if he allowed third young master Zhou to continue interfering. Head steward Lu hurriedly changed the topic while smiling broadly. "Miss Yu, you're going somewhere." Yu Xiaoxiao felt absolutely no pressure when she spoke to head steward Lu. She smilingly replied, "The ingredients left at home aren't enough. Third young master Zhou said that he could give me some from Zhenshu restaurant. I was just about to head over to the restaurant to get some ingredients. Why didn't you tell me if there aren't enough ingredients? What kind of ingredients can't I get for you, until you have to beg for them from a restaurant?" Zhu Junyang got even more displeased and grumbled cholerically. Yu Xiaoxiao maintained her smile. "Young royal prince, poultry, meat and eggs are a bit hard to buy in Tanggu town, and it would take too long if I sourced from other places. Zhenshu restaurant will restock their ingredients every month, so it's just as though they're helping me to buy ingredients at the same time. It's also because my family has been in a partnership with Zhenshu restaurant for many years, otherwise I wouldn't trouble third young master Zhou." Zhu Junyang was even more upset that he had not been thorough in his consideration. Why had he not thought of sending over more ingredients? He turned to head steward Lu and ordered, "Go, have Wu Deshan quickly send some people to the prefectural city to purchase some ingredients, especially all kinds of meat and eggs. If they can't be bought in the prefectural city, go to the capital city." Yu Xiaoxiao's lips twitched, mumbling, "Even if you go by now, it would still take a long time. Are we just going to eat vegetarian dishes for lunch and dinner like a rabbit? This prince will treat you to Zhenshu restaurant for lunch and dinner." After eating so many meals at Yu Xiaoxiao's, it seemed he still had not treated her to a meal. Yu Xiaoxiao fluttered her big eyes and complained, "We probably wouldn't be able to get a table if we went now." Zhu Junyang lifted his chin and glared at third young master Zhou. "You, what do you think?" Zhou Zixu wiped sweat off his forehead, laughing along. "It's Zhenshu restaurant's utmost honor to have Royal Prince Yang dine in our restaurant. This commoner will treat lunch, so please honor us with your presence, Royal Prince Yang." The Zhou family were imperial merchants, but if the Zhenshu restaurant was to be successful in the capital city, they would still need to get themselves a strong backing. Royal Prince Yang was currently one of the most influential people in the capital city, and also the emperor's most trusted officials. It would be great if they could get his support, and even if they couldn't, he must also leave a good impression on him. Unexpectedly, Zhu Junyang did not appreciate the gesture. Instead, he proudly said, "Does this prince need to repeat myself? Lunch and dinner will be my treat. Am I unable to even afford 2 tables at a restaurant?" Royal Prince Yang was indeed a member of the imperial family. He was as moody as the rumors said. Third young master Zhou really could not grasp his temper, so he turned his pleading gaze towards Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao, who got his signal, spoke to Zhu Junyang. At this moment, Junsho restaurant wouldn't have any fresh vegetables. Why don't we go back to harvest some to bring over? Or you could head over to Junsho restaurant first and wait for us. Zhu Junyang spoke without thinking. How important are you to have this prince wait for you? Go back and harvest the vegetables. The three little fellows should be finishing their lessons. Send someone to notify them to head directly to Junsho restaurant. Yu Xiaoxiao looked around him. The only servant he brought with him was head steward Lu, who had already been sent off, so it was only the two of them left, who was to go and notify the trio. Young royal prince, can you harvest vegetables, or can you do errands? Zhu Junyang glanced at the manservant beside third young master Zhou. He did not even need to speak before third young master Zhou offered, I'll send Simo. He has met the little brother of the Yu family and he knows the way to Rongshuan Academy. Royal Prince Yang, you should go back and rest for a little while, this commoner will make the arrangements at Junsho restaurant. Zhu Junyang arrogantly nodded. It seemed that only when he was around the Yu family, or, more specifically, Yu Xiaoxiao, would he show his friendly and approachable side. The three little fellows jumped for joy when they received the news, especially Sun Runs, who had always regarded it as an honor to be able to dine in Junsho restaurant. Just because one was rich, it did not guarantee them a table at Junsho restaurant, as their tables required a long waiting time. His family did not live in Tanggu town, so naturally, his father would not spend so much time or money just for a meal in the restaurant. Fortunately, they ate in a private room and not in the hall, or else Yu Xiaoxiao would definitely attract the attention of the rest of the customers by bringing her own vegetables. Even though head chef Wang had gone to the capital, the head of Junsho restaurant's kitchen was his direct disciple, and his culinary skills were even better than his master's. They were very satisfied with their meal. The only person who was unsatisfied was Zhu Junyang. His eyes shot daggers at third young master Zhou. Why is this fellow so untactful? Must he unashamedly join them? Does he not know that he's annoying? Zhou Zixu expressed his innocence and bewilderment. Royal Prince Yang doesn't seem to like me, when did I offend him? In the room, Zhou Zixu asked about the three kids, who were going to sit for the prefectural examination, including the rest time in between. It'll take about half a month to complete all three stages of the prefectural examination. Have you all thought through where you will stay? Sun Runs was eating a roasted chicken drumstick and his mouth was covered in a layer of oil. He swallowed his food and replied, of course we'll stay in my house. My house is near the prefectural yamen, so it's very convenient. Lu Jinye, unwilling to be outdone, said, my family has a residence that's opposite the examination courtyard. Staying at my place will be even more convenient. Yu Xiaoxiao had already decided beforehand that she would see her brother off to his examination in the prefectural city, but she was reluctant to stay in the homes of other people. However, it was more inconvenient if she stayed in an inn, as it would be too noisy, and she also would not be able to cook for her little brother. Third young master Zhou could sense her hesitation, so he said, if you don't want to stay in their houses, I also have a residence in the prefectural city. However, it's further away from the examination courtyard, about half an hour's walking distance. He had not even finished his sentence before Royal Prince Yang glared at him. In his heart, Zhu Junyang mumbled, he definitely has evil intentions to contribute without reason. This guy always sticks close to Yu Xiaoxiao, he must have an ulterior motive. Xiaoxiao is as pure as a piece of white paper, so he must prevent her from being tainted by others. What's there to hesitate? You're not lacking in money, just buy a house near the examination courtyard. If you're reluctant to spend the money, I'll sponsor part of it. Zhu Junyang did not want Xiaoxiao to have any affiliation with third young master Zhou. Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it with her head lowered. It's not a bad idea to buy one if there's a suitable house. There will always be students who will sit for the prefectural examination every year, so if the house is near to the examination courtyard, she won't worry about being unable to rent it out. However, who would sell a house with such a good location? After she expressed her concerns, Zhu Junyang took on everything as he said, don't worry and just leave this matter to this prince. I guarantee that I'll find a suitable one for you before the prefectural examination. He wasn't saying this blindly. He knew that Jinwei Prefectural City's prefectural magistrate had a few residences and shophouses in the prefectural city. There was one shophouse near the examination courtyard. It was a shop in the front, while there was a small 3-section compound at the back. Xiao Xiao should be very satisfied with it. He was not at all worried that the owner would not sell the shophouse. The prefectural magistrate worked under his father, Imperial Prince Jing, when he was younger. It was only with this connection that he managed to become the prefectural magistrate. His term as the prefectural magistrate was almost up, and his promotion depended completely on Prince Jing's mood. Zhu Junyang also would not take advantage of the prefectural magistrate. He would pay whatever the cost of the shophouse. Although she was doubtful of Royal Prince Yang's words, Yu Xiaoxiao stayed silent. If she could not buy a suitable residence, she would just shamelessly live in Third Young Master Zhou's residence. He did not stay there often anyway. Zhu Junyang could tell that Xiaoxiao doubted him. In a fit of anger, he rushed to the prefectural city the following day and explained his purpose to Prefectural Magistrate Yan. Prefectural Magistrate Yan knew that his term was up in less than a year, and although the location of the shophouse near the prefectural examination courtyard was excellent, it was still not as important as his own future. Without hesitation, he immediately sold the shophouse to Royal Prince Yang at a very low price. Pleased with his actions, Zhu Junyang wrote a letter to his father once he got back to Tanggu town and put in a good word for Prefectural Magistrate Yan. A year later, Prefectural Magistrate Yan became the mayor of the capital city. Although he was still a fourth-rank official, could the officials in the capital city be compared to those outside? As mayor, he controlled the government of the capital and the areas around it. He was considered to be quite a high authority. Since Zhu Junyang took on the duty of providing the ingredients, and the location in the prefectural city was also set, Yu Xiaoxiao's only duty every day was to feel comfortable, and ensure that the 3 little ones and the young prince were satisfied with their meals. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, the prefectural examination was only 3 days away. It was about time that they left for the prefectural city. Originally, Yu Hai was worried about the brother and sister duo heading to the prefectural city by themselves. Even though Yu Xiaoxiao was capable, she was still just a child. But it was currently the busiest time in the fields. A portion of the vegetables that they planted was ready to be harvested. Moreover, the few dozen mu of melon fields also needed to be cared for. They could not afford any mishaps. During this time, he was so busy he could not help but wish there were 2 of him to do all the work. The prefectural examination was an important matter for his son and the entire family. No matter how busy he was, he must still make time to send his children to the prefectural city and see to it that they had settled in comfortably. Only then would he be able to rest his worries. Although, before they set off, Royal Prince Yang told him that he was also heading towards the prefectural city and that he could accompany Yu Xiaoxiao and her brother. Yu Hai was quite reassured to know that Royal Prince Yang was following them, so he only reminded them of the important details before readily putting them in Royal Prince Yang's care. It was not because he was trusting, but that Royal Prince Yang still depended on his daughter to cultivate corn. How could he dare to let anything happen to her? The horse carriage that they took was also prepared by Royal Prince Yang. It was the kind of comfortable big carriage pulled by 3 horses that was extremely suitable for long-distance travel. It felt spacious even if Yu Xiaoxiao and her brother were to roll around in it. Before they set off, Qian Wen, who had agreed to travel with the siblings, was both stunned and disappointed when he saw the glamorous horse carriage. No matter how hard he tried, he still could not catch up to her footsteps. Was the distance between him and her ever increasing? Horse hooves clacked against the ground, and the carriage started to move. Inside the carriage, only little Shido blabbered non-stop. Just as they exited the village, they were stopped by someone. Yu Xiaoxiao lifted the curtain only to see the Madame Zhang who she hated the most. The coachman was obviously a person trained in martial arts as he pointed the whip in his hand at Madame Zhang and shouted, "Stop! I won't be courteous to you if you come any closer." Royal Prince Yang said with slight annoyance, "What's the matter? Just ignore irrelevant people, hurry up." Madame Zhang quickly pointed towards her youngest son, who stood behind her, saying, "This commoner greets your highness, Royal Prince Yang. I've heard that this carriage is headed towards the prefectural city. This is Yu Xiaoxiao and little Shitu's younger uncle. He's also headed towards the prefectural city to sit for the examination. Can you please bring us along out of convenience?" Madame Zhang was going all out for her youngest son. She knew that Royal Prince Yang was not easy to talk to, but still shamelessly made a request. If they could not make it onto this carriage, they would still need to walk to town to catch a ride. The horse carriage from town to the prefectural city was not as comfortable as the royal prince's, not to mention it was bumpy and extremely slow. Even the Yu family's horse carriage was better, at least they used rubber tires. Royal Prince Yang was aware of how Madame Zhang treated Yu Hai's family, especially when she refused to give them money to pay for Xiao Xiao's treatment when she was sick. Every time he recalled this matter, he could not help but want to kill Madame Zhang with a slap. But there was no legitimate reason now. No matter what, she was still the biological mother of Xiao Xiao's younger uncle. Yu Bo would definitely not dare to do anything against him if he killed her, but what if he directed his hatred towards Xiao Xiao's family? Although he was confident that he could protect Xiao Xiao, he could not always be in Dongshan village. Thus, he could not take this risk. As he was inwardly grumbling and about ready to sternly refuse her, Zhu Junyang noticed Yu Xiaoxiao waving at him. Nudging his horse towards her, he bent down to listen to Xiaoxiao whisper 2 sentences to him. Then, he pointed at Yu Bo. He can get on the carriage, but you can't. Madame Zhang looked at the situation and silently cursed Yu Xiaoxiao for causing trouble. If that little brat wasn't here, how could the royal prince not allow her to get on the carriage? One had to admire Madame Zhang for her self-confidence. Madame Zhang was about to say something, but Zhu Junyang had long lost his patience. You have 2 choices. The first is that he takes the carriage alone. The second is that neither of you are allowed to sit in the carriage. Yu Bo noticed that the royal prince had already become angry and hurriedly spoke to his mother. Mother, I'm not a child anymore, so I don't need you to escort me. I'm already familiar with the prefectural city and I have an old schoolmate there. We've already come to an agreement that I'll lodge at his house. Don't worry, just wait at home for the good news. Madame Zhang hatefully glared at the carriage as if she could see through the exterior and look straight at that brat, Xiao Xiao. Fury rose up in Zhu Junyang's heart, so he snapped the whip in his hands towards Madame Zhang with a loud and crisp snap. Madame Zhang retreated a few steps out of alarm and her legs softened beneath her. She sat on the ground stupidly and the cruel expression on her face immediately changed to frightened. Let's go, Zhu Junyang commanded the driver. This prince was helping your son out of the merciful kindness of my own heart because Yu Bo is Xiao Xiao's younger uncle, but this old woman still dares to glare at Xiao Xiao. Are you trying to court death here? Although Madame Zhang wasn't sure why Royal Prince Yang suddenly became angry, she knew that if the carriage left now, her son would need to spend an entire day to get to the prefectural city. Furthermore, he would have to spend money to do so. She didn't know where she got the courage and strength from, but she flung herself at the carriage and grabbed the wheel with her 2 hands. She shouted loudly, Royal Prince, it was this old woman who was greedy. We'll do as you say and only my son will go along. I've changed my mind. Neither of you 2 are allowed to sit on my carriage. Unless... Zhu Junyang looked at Madame Zhang with disdain as he waited for her to react. Unless what? When Madame Zhang saw that there was still leeway, she hurriedly asked. Unless you apologize to Xiao Xiao. Zhu Junyang remembered her previous poisonous glare and felt hate bubble up. Madame Zhang wanted to refuse and asked, why? We can set aside what you were thinking about earlier, but don't tell me you don't remember how you treated her whole family in the past. Do you truly believe you don't owe her an apology? Although Zhu Junyang really didn't want to talk to this old woman, he had a ball of resentment in his heart towards her. Madame Zhang opened her mouth to reply when her youngest son pulled on the corner of her jacket. Yu Bo was speechless in front of his mother, who had no idea of the gravity of the situation. Royal Prince Yang could just lift one finger and destroy their family. They should be doing all they could to follow his wishes, yet his mother kept wanting to press her luck. Was there any benefit to be had if they offended Royal Prince Yang? Only now did Madame Zhang recall that she was asking for a favor from the other person. People needed to learn when to bow and submit and when to stand tall. For the sake of her son, she was willing to back down. Xiao Xiao, in the past, it was grandmother's fault. However, our family was poor, so we didn't have a lot of food. We had many mouths to feed, so we couldn't just do things for the sake of you and let everyone else starve off. After all of these years, now your family is doing very well, so please just let bygones be bygones. Was this an apology? From the words that she used and the odd intonation in her voice that sounded vaguely of jealousy, this was words of dissension disguised as an apology, right? Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't someone to take a loss for nothing. Old Lady Zhang, we don't have such a malicious grandmother in our family. Don't forget, my grandfather has already peacefully separated from you. In addition, don't try to pull the wool over everyone's eyes as if we're all stupid, okay? When I was ill, you were able to use the excuse that the family was poor so you couldn't take out any money for me to see the doctor. That was somewhat acceptable. However, when my father's leg was savaged by a bear, the 300 taels that Uncle Zhao gave us after selling the bear had all been given to you. We didn't hold back a single copper. But what did you do? You were so miserly that you couldn't bear to spend a single tael to let the doctor treat my father's leg. When we split from the family, you were even more cruel. We were thrown out of the house as if we were a bunch of beggars and were given next to nothing. If it wasn't for my grandfather insisting on it, I reckon that we wouldn't have even gotten the few taels that we did. That was 300 taels off. At the time, we had the injured, the sick, the weak, and underage children with us. Anyone with a speck of morality within them wouldn't have hogged all of the 300 taels without giving us even a little bit. Weren't you trying to use your connection with us to gain an advantage? I'll broadcast it loud and clear to everyone around us, so they can discuss who was right and wrong. Popular opinion was turning as people's hearts generally knew what was fairness and justice. At this moment, there were quite a number of people surrounding the royal prince's luxurious carriage to send the Yu family's brother-sister pair off. All of them were giving Madame Zhang dirty looks. Yu Bo felt his face heat up in embarrassment as shame settled into his heart after hearing what his mother had done. Yu Xiaoxiao continued, the horrible things you've done to us can be somewhat explained as my father isn't your biological son. After all, people will always be selfish. However, a married couple is a different story. My grandfather had spent over 20 years with you and helped you raise your oldest son, who's not blood related to him. In his old age, for the sake of supporting your family, he went out to sea every day, in rain or shine, to fish without rest. But how did you end up treating him? You couldn't bear to spend some money to treat a minor illness and let it become a serious infection. Then you threw him into a cramped, damaged room to let him die. You didn't even give him any water to drink. If I didn't come by to visit in time, my grandfather wouldn't have died from his illness but would have perished of thirst or starved to death. If the heavens didn't pity us, my whole family along with my grandfather would have all been bankrupt and perished from your actions. But you just easily say that we should let bygones be bygones to forgive your sins. But isn't that covering everything you have done? Everything that Yu Xiaoxiao mentioned was giving Madame Zhang a giant slap on her face. Her dirty deeds had finally been let out into the open. Madame Zhang's face turned bright red as she saw her fellow villagers all pointing and whispering. If there was a crack in the ground right now, she would have jumped into it already. Yu Bo's face became painfully flushed. With such a mother pulling him down, what could he do? His head hung down as if it had 1,000 caddies hanging from it. His voice was as quiet as the buzzing of a mosquito as he said, Xiaoxiao, let me apologize on the behalf of my mother. I've spent most of the years studying outside and didn't know my mother had done so many horrible things. I'm truly sorry. Even after hearing his apology, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't have much of a good opinion of her younger uncle. Everything that Madame Zhang did was for the sake of money. Wasn't the old woman so stingy for the sake of one person? Obviously, Madame Zhang did everything for Yu Bo's studies and future. Now, Yu Bo pushed all of the blame onto his mother as if he was oh so innocent and pitiful as well. These two people were definitely truly mother and son. Their selfish personalities were exactly the same. However, in the end, Yu Bo was still her younger uncle, and he had never done anything to harm them directly. For the sake of her grandfather, she wouldn't make it too ugly. It's getting late. If younger uncle plans on taking the carriage with us to the prefectural city, then come up. The carriage is too small and seating 4 people is already pretty crowded. As for everyone else, we'll have to say no. Qian Wen was only 14 years old and could go by himself to the prefectural city for the examinations. Was Yu Bo like a 5 to 6-year-old child and still needed his mother to come along? Although Yu Bo wanted to resolutely refuse for the sake of his face, it would take him almost an extra day to transfer from the town to the prefectural city. Time was money, and having extra time could be the difference between a good or bad result. Therefore, time was of utmost importance. He had no choice but to lower himself. Yu Bo took the luggage from Madame Zhang's hands and silently climbed up the carriage. After he got on, he didn't enter the inner area and instead sat next to the driver outside. Zhu Junyang gave him a look full of disgust. If you resolutely refused to sit on my carriage, then I would have seen you in a different light. However, you ride my carriage yet sit on the outside. Are you trying to throw a temper tantrum? Who cares about you? Yu Xiaoxiao was also thinking the same thing as she sat on the inside. It was better that he didn't come in. Less room to waste. The inside of the carriage was quite spacious and could actually hold a fold-down table in the middle. There were also nooks that could hold some extra snacks and other items. The three of them had just eaten breakfast, so they weren't interested in snacking at the moment. However, it would take them many hours to get to the prefectural city. If they just sat there the entire time, wouldn't it be too boring? Qian Wen took out a book and prepared to silently read aloud. However, little Shido got his attention. Older brother Xiao Wen, the carriage will be swaying a lot, so it will injure your eyes to read here. Second sister, think of a fun game for us to pass the time off. Yu Xiaoxiao took out a deck of cards that she had made herself and smiled. I've already made preparations. Come, let's play. 3 peasants against the landlord, 1. Oh, so, fight the landlord, can also be done with 3 people off. Older brother Xiao Wen, fight the landlord, is a lot of fun and really easy to learn. I'll teach you. As Yu Xiaoxiao dealt the cards, little Shido explained the rules of the game to Qian Wen. Since Qian Wen was a good student, he naturally wasn't stupid, so he figured out how to play the game very quickly. Within moments, the 3 of them played excitedly in the carriage. Peals of laughter and delighted shrieks could be heard from time to time from the inner carriage. Zhu Junyang was also quite young and was at the stage in his life when he was interested in everything. From time to time, he would lift the curtain in the carriage and look around. Luckily, he had good horsemanship, so even when he was crouching down, his horse was still obedient. Otherwise, he would have been thrown off long ago. Head steward Lu felt as if he was on tenterhooks as he watched his master repeatedly raise the curtain in the carriage. Finally, he spoke up, "Master, there's quite a bit to travel before we get to the prefectural city. How about you go inside to rest a bit?" The road from Tanggu town to the prefectural city could be finished in 4 hours if Zhu Junyang spurred his horse at top speed. On a military mission, he could sit on a horse all day without getting tired, so why would he need to rest now? However, this gave him the excuse to enter the carriage. He had the driver stop the carriage while he swiftly entered inside. With another large body inside, Xiaoxiao naturally couldn't just leave him out to dry as the 3 of them played. Thus, the 4 of them started playing, Fight the Landlord. Zhu Junyang's luck was quite bad and he always pulled the landlord card without ever winning once. Before long, his handsome face had been stuck completely with scraps of paper. If you agreed to bet, you must accept the possibility of losing as that was part of the rules of the game. Although Zhu Junyang was a noble and respected royal prince, he still played by the rules. Head steward Lu stayed outside and could hear his master's cheerful laughter from time to time. His spirits also rose. Miss Yu was truly incredible to be able to find ways to make his master happy. Many years had gone by and this was the first time in a long while since his master was able to laugh with such delight. His master was currently like a simple and happy child, similar to how he was more than 10 years ago. It brought him back to when he first came to serve his master. At first glance, he saw his tiny master running around the garden with delight and laughter. With an entertaining card game, the usually long and monotonous journey became merry and short. Before they knew it, the carriage had already passed through the large gates of the prefectural city. His master and the Yu family's siblings spent the whole journey there playing cards. For lunch, they only ate a few bites of the snacks that were in the carriage to whet their hunger. Everyone was in the midst of having fun, so head steward Lu directed the driver to go to the Junshou restaurant branch that had just opened recently in the prefectural city. The prefectural city's branch had only been open for 10 days, so business was booming. Currently it was past the usual time to eat lunch, but when they entered to look, the restaurant was still completely full of diners. Luckily, the manager of this branch was the old head manager of the Tanggu Town branch. The new manager at Tanggu Town was now Qian Xiaoduo. The head manager had long been informed by his master that the Yu family's siblings were going to the prefectural city. If they came to Junshou restaurant, they could use the reserved private room to dine. Thus, the whole group of people went up to the third floor's private room under the envious gazes of all of the other customers. Yu Bo had long heard about Tanggu Town's Junshou restaurant's exquisite food. The food was known to be incredibly delicious, but the prices were also very high. In addition, getting a table there was very hard. He naturally never had the chance to even try one of the dishes there. However, he would not have expected that he would have the opportunity to dine at Junshou restaurant after bumming a ride off of the royal prince. Under the warm reception of the head manager, the group of people entered the private room. Yu Bo had originally thought that the head manager was only treating them so politely because the royal prince was with them. However, after silently observing for a bit, he discovered that the head manager's demeanor towards his niece was even more warm and welcoming than his demeanor towards the prince. He had also heard rumors that the young master of Junshou restaurant had a pretty good relationship with his second older brother's family. Perhaps the Zhou family's young master fancied his niece, so the head manager was being welcoming and polite to his future mistress. That couldn't be true, right? Although his second older brother's family now had some assets, they were still very far from the wealth and status of the Zhou family. If the family backgrounds were not the same, how could the Zhou family permit this marriage? Yu Bo, Yu Bo, your thoughts are going in the completely wrong direction. The meal consisted of both meat and vegetable dishes, and all of them were pleasing to the eye while tasting incredible. Yu Xiaosao took a single bite and could tell this was the product of Chef Wang's hands. She was pretty sure that the Junshou restaurant in the capital was now stable and had been taken over by one of Chef Wang's disciples. Thus, he could personally come over here and supervise the prefectural city's branch. After they finished the meal, before Yu Bo left the group, he first asked whether Yu Xiaosao and her brother had a place to stay. Once he found out they did, he left with a lightened heart to meet up with his schoolmate. Older brother Xiao Wen, did you already make arrangements for your stay? Little Shido asked. Qian Wen lightly shook his head, I was planning on finding an inn near the prefectural city's testing facility to rest in tonight. Then tomorrow I was going to go search for a more suitable living space. Little Shido somewhat excitedly replied, His Royal Highness helped us rent out a small residence. I heard that it's pretty close to the examination area. How about you live with us all? Qian Wen glanced at Yu Xiaosao, who was currently talking to Royal Prince Yong. He hesitated for a second before he said, Let's first get you two settled and then we can talk about Mia. Behind the two youths were Yu Xiaosao and Royal Prince Yong. They were currently discussing that residence. Yu Xiaosao looked at the deed that was given to her and it also had a transaction certificate with it. She was shocked beyond words and didn't quite dare believe what was in front of her as she said, The houses in the prefectural city are really this inexpensive. A 3-sectioned residence only costs 100 taels. What she didn't say was this. Such a big residence must be broken beyond repair if it only cost 100 taels off. Is it even livable at this point? Royal Prince Yang's eyes seemed to be able to see into her heart as he resentfully said, This residence used to belong to someone I know. The family had to return back to the capital in a hurry and knew I was out looking for a residence. Thus, they went with the flow and half sold it, half gave it to me. What? You have a problem with that? Yu Xiaosao replied with a bit of embarrassment, You didn't need to do this. As long as the location was good, we would be able to take out the money to buy it at market price. If you can get it for cheaper, what's wrong with that? What Royal Prince Yong didn't mention was that the prefectural magistrate was planning on giving him this residence and the land around it. However, he refused the gift. There wasn't really a difference between him receiving it as a present and him buying it. This residence was worth at least 700 to 800 taels. By buying it for 100 taels, it was pretty much the same as getting it for free. Yu Xiaosao gave him a cold glare and stated, I'm only thinking of you and the debt you might have incurred. It's easy to repay a debt of money, but it's hard to return a debt of gratitude. I was concerned that he might have ulterior motives and want you to do something that makes you feel uncomfortable. When Zhu Junyang heard her explanation, A cool refreshing feeling fell into his heart, as if he had just taken a sip of iced water on the hottest day of the year. This little lass had improved and knew how to think about him. He proudly replied, "Not a problem. I know what he wants and it's nothing difficult. Not a big deal at all." Yu Xiaoxiao finally relaxed. However, she still had to exhort him a bit. Problems that can be resolved with money are all not a big deal. I advise you to rely less on using connections. It's hard to fathom a person's mind. Who knows what other people are thinking? So long-winded. Do you really need to state the obvious? However, if you have absolute power, you will have countless people coming up to fawn over you. At that point, even if you take their things, they will take it as the ultimate honor. This is what power is. Royal Prince Yang was giving Yu Xiaoxiao a lesson on how a society that relied on hierarchy worked. Only now did Yu Xiaoxiao remember that the person in front of her was a royal prince who was born into the imperial family. He was also someone the emperor himself looked highly upon. So, how could he be afraid of anyone? She took the deed for the residence and fished out a banknote worth 100 taels. She stuffed it into the young royal prince's hands and said, "All right, then I'll take it that I'm basking in your glory and received a big advantage. In the future, I'll make more delicious food to compensate you." Zhu Junyang wanted to give the money back to her, but he knew her stubborn personality. If he didn't take the money, she would refuse to take the deed to the house. It didn't matter. The future was long and he could gradually compensate the money she gave him through other methods. Junshou restaurant was located pretty close to the examination yard, so the group of them walked there as they chatted. This was the first time little Shido had been to the prefectural city. Thus, the entire way there he acted as if he wished he could have another pair of eyes to take in all of the sights. Yu Xiaoxiao thought he looked quite funny. "After you finish taking your exam, we can spend a few more days in the city so you can play to your heart's content. The most important thing right now is to settle down as soon as we can." Before long, the group had arrived at the newly bought residence. Facing the street was a small shop that still had people going in and out of it as they packed away the last of the goods. When the people there saw them approach, a middle-aged man, who looked like a shopkeeper, walked towards head steward Lu. He smiled. "We're a bit behind schedule, so the shop hasn't been completely cleaned yet. Could we possibly get a couple more days? The residence behind the shop has already been completely cleaned so everyone can go in whenever they want." Head steward Lu turned to look at the current new owner of the residence, Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded. "My younger brother will be taking the prefectural exam in 3 days and needs some peace and quiet to study. Please quickly clean up everything." Qian Wen felt a bit confused, so he asked in a questioning tone, "Shido, the house you guys are renting has a shop in front of. It must not be cheap, right?" Little Shido scratched the back of his head and let out an awkward laugh. "My second sister was in charge of everything in regards to renting a place to live. I'm not really sure. However, we are right across the street from the examination hall, so it's quite convenient. I guess this store fell behind on rent and so they're taking this opportunity to rent it out to students taking the exam, right? Let's go. We should go look at how big the residence is." The residence was the perfect example of a 3-sectioned house. The front section had been renovated into a store. After traversing through the main gate next to the store and turning past the screen wall, they passed through the inner main gate into the courtyard. Little Shido remarked with slight disappointment, "The courtyard is a lot smaller than the one at home. It's also completely bare and only has 2 trees. Qian Wen silently thought, "Your family's front courtyard and back courtyard combined must be a few mu in area. A courtyard that big in the prefectural city must cost at least 1,000 taels, right? That being said, you're only renting for half a month before leaving. Does it really matter how big the courtyard is?" The main building in the courtyard had 3 rooms with a side room on each side of the building. The 2 side wings also had 3 rooms each. Qian Wen thought for a bit and decided that if Yu Xiaoxiao had rented the entire courtyard, they wouldn't have enough people for all of the buildings. That would be a massive waste of money. Yu Xiaoxiao leisurely wandered through the courtyard. The courtyard had been cleaned up quite neatly and nothing in the rooms had been moved around. Thus, this residence was move-in ready and came already furnished. Even the quilts and articles for daily use had been changed into new ones. The utensils in the kitchen had clearly never been used before. "Miss Yu, is there anything else you need us to acquire?" Head steward Lu was quite pleased with the work his underlings had done, so he casually asked her. Yu Xiaosao thought for a bit and then replied, "Everything looks good. I just don't know if it's hard to get food ingredients in the prefectural city or not." Head steward Lu eyed one of his underlings who was next to them. The servant hurriedly replied, "All of the food has been bought according to the list that the head steward gave us. Everything has been stored in the cellar downstairs. Head steward, please inspect it." "All right, you can leave. Tell the rest of them that if they don't have an order, they're not allowed to disturb us." Head steward Lu knew that his master didn't like other people besides Miss Yu hanging around him. There was no need for any maid servants or senior servants. As for the prince's personal safety, that also wasn't an issue. Head steward Lu was the best of the best. Furthermore, all of the bodyguards that came with them were housed in the two residences next to this one. That's right, his master not only bought this residence but also the two next to this one. Was doing all of this worth it for the sake of Miss Yu's younger brother taking his examination? In the end, they had successfully persuaded Qian Wen to stay with them. On one hand, this courtyard was large and spacious, and there were a lot of rooms. Royal Prince Yang resided in the main building and the two Yu siblings were housed in the east wing. Thus, the west wing was still empty. At this time, it was hard to say whether they could find another house that was suitable to rent. Inns were loud and full of people, how could they be as peaceful and calm as this place? Although Qian Wen decided to stay, he insisted on paying his portion of the rent. Blood-related brothers would make sure to split the bill, so how could two neighbors, who only had decent relations, not? The next day, little Shido went out to pay a visit to his two good classmates in the city. When he came back, he brought back two little tails along. Sun Runs and Lu Jinye were trying to bum a meal off of them. Little Shido had traveled a long way, so technically it should have been those two taking him out for a meal. However, they were unable to reserve a table at Junsho restaurant and all of the other restaurants in the area served food that was nowhere near as delicious as the food Yu Fan's second sister made. Consequently, the two of them somehow managed to get some food ingredients and shamelessly wiggled their way into bum a meal. The food they brought along was only stuff that was available in the season. Among the ingredients was some fresh shepherd's purse that looked quite good. Yu Xiaosao accepted her fate and began to cook a table of delicious food. She also wrapped a bunch of pork and shepherd's purse-filled dumplings. Thus, after the two stuffed little fellows were sent back home, they finally had time to roam the nearby streets. On this walk, she discovered that the residence that her family bought was quite a steal. The location was perfect. Because it was very close to the prefectural yamen, a lot of wealthy families liked to live in the area, meaning it was safe. The stores next to the residence had steady business. This showed that all of the people nearby had plenty of money to spend. End of chapter 330. See you in the next chapter. Thank you.